What if you found out that hell didn't always reek of sulfur and despair? What if, just for a heartbeat, the underworld was once a carnival of twisted delights, where sinners turned into reluctant jesters and the flames of damnation danced like a twisted, raucous party? Shake off your preconceptions. The afterlife has morphed more times than a chameleon at a color party. At first, it was a sleepy shadowland, a drift of nothingness where the dead munched on ambrosia-flavored clouds. Fast forward a few centuries, and welcome to the nightmare factory, where every sin gets its own personal torture chamber. Picture this: Dante's Inferno meets a medieval funhouse, thorns and fire, laughter and screams, all mashed together in a symphony of chaos. Why did this dark metamorphosis happen? Who twisted the knife, flipping hell from a serene snooze fest to a nightmarish carnival? The answer lies in dusty scrolls and hushed whispers of religious zealots who wielded fear like a sharpened blade. Theologians turned the afterlife into their own game of theological chess, sacrificing compassion for control. It's as if they looked at their mortal flock, saw sheep that needed shearing, and thought, let's spice things up a bit. Let's face it, during the medieval ages, hell had a PR problem. Picture a dominion where sinners hobnobbed with the damned, and every sin had a punchline. Lust? You were bound to a bed of thorns while the ghost of your ex cackled in the corner. Greed? Oh, the irony. You counted coins while being crushed under a mountain of your own avarice. The stakes? Higher than a monk on a caffeine binge. But beneath this macabre circus lurks the terrifying truth: the architects of this hellscape were human beings, wielding their power like puppeteers, manipulating the strings of fear and guilt. Every new sin added to the infernal menu was a calculated gamble: sizzle the souls and watch the masses line up for a taste. It was dark comedy at its finest, a twisted theater of the absurd where laughter echoed through the flames, but no one was left smiling. Who's to blame? The zealots who twisted morality like pretzels? Or the masses who craved the spectacle of punishment, desperate for a peek behind the veil? This isn't just history, it's a mirror reflecting our very nature, a dance with the devil that keeps us on our toes. Fueled by this dark humor, the evolution of hell reveals a truth that's both terrifying and absurd: our fascination with suffering is a universal sin. So, buckle up and hold on tight. The ride through the churning abyss of humanity's greatest fears is about to begin. And once you step inside, there's no turning back. The laughter fades, the flames beckon. What will you discover when you confront the shadows lurking in your own soul? The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something sharper, like burnt hair, as the villagers gathered at the edge of the forest. Silence hung heavy, almost palpable, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant, mournful wail of a woman, Ilara. Her cries clawed at the throats of those who stood around her, a fractured melody of grief and desperation. She cradled her sister's lifeless body in her arms, the girl's face pale beneath the starlit sky, eyes closed as if in eternal slumber. But death, they all knew, was far from peaceful. I remember, Ilara's voice trembled, a threadbare whisper woven with a tapestry of sorrow. I remember when she laughed, when she danced in the moonlight. Now, this emptiness. Each heartbeat echoed the heaviness in her chest, a relentless reminder of the void her sister's absence created. She could almost feel the cool fingers of the underworld reach for her, brushing against her skin, beckoning her toward that shadowy abyss where souls flickered like dying embers. Nearby, Aidan watched with hollow eyes, his heart a tempest of guilt and regret. He had failed to protect his village, failed to protect Ilara's sister. He had sought power, listened to the whispers of ancient magics, dreamed of glory, but now, all that remained was the sharp sting of loss. I remember, Aidan muttered to himself, his thoughts spiraling. I remember the taste of ambition, the heady rush of dark promises, and now I taste ashes. The shadows loomed larger, creeping at the edges of his mind, whispering secrets he had tried to silence. In the flickering firelight, Ilara's gaze pierced through the darkness, locking onto Aidan's, a storm brewing within her cerulean eyes. You brought this upon us. She hissed, each syllable dripping with venom. The villagers murmured, shifting uncomfortably. Asterisk asterisk your thirst for power, it cost her life. Asterisk asterisk Aidan looked down, shame sinking into him like a stone into the abyss. Asterisk asterisk I didn't know. Asterisk asterisk he murmured, but deep inside, he felt the truth coil around him like a serpent. He had known, he had heard the warnings etched in the wind, felt the cold fingers of the divine brush against his skin. Yet he had pursued the promise of immortality, the allure of the afterlife, believing he would escape the chains of mortality. Asterisk asterisk I thought I could bring her back. Asterisk asterisk Ilara shook her head, disbelief twisting her features into a mask of anguish. Asterisk asterisk you think the gods would honor your greed. Asterisk asterisk the flames danced between them, casting eerie shadows that flickered like fleeting souls, caught in a cycle of torment. Asterisk asterisk they demand a price, Aidan. Life for life, blood for blood. Asterisk asterisk as the villagers held their breath, the moon's silver gaze fell upon them, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. It was a reminder of the old beliefs that whispered through the trees, the truth spoken in hushed tones by the firelight. They believed in the afterlife, that the souls of the dead wandered the grounds, seeking solace and answers. Some believed in a paradise, where the fields bloomed eternally, others spoke of a dark abyss, where the lost were tormented for eternity. Ilara's eyes glistened with fury and sorrow. Asterisk asterisk you think the afterlife is an escape? It is a continuation of our pain, a mirror reflecting our darkest truths. Asterisk asterisk the villagers shuddered. They had heard the tales of restless spirits, of the wailing souls that haunted the night, seeking retribution from those they left behind. And so, the air thickened with tension, the palpable fear weaving through their hearts like a noose. Aidan could feel it, a suffocating weight pressing down upon him. The villagers murmured, glancing nervously toward the trees, imagining the specters waiting just beyond the shadows, hungry for vengeance. Asterisk asterisk I remember, asterisk asterisk Ilara's voice broke through the haze, almost pleading. Asterisk asterisk I remember the stories, the ones our ancestors told, about the journey to the afterlife. They warned us, we must honor the dead, or they will never find peace. Asterisk asterisk Aidan's chest tightened. He was ensnared in a web of guilt and the cold grasp of inevitability. Asterisk asterisk what must I do? Asterisk asterisk he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips, trembling with the weight of his desperation. Asterisk asterisk you must give them what they desire. Asterisk asterisk she replied, her voice steady now, echoing with the authority of generations. Asterisk asterisk you must face the darkness you conjured, embrace the very thing you sought to escape. Asterisk asterisk the night air crackled with tension, a promise of confrontation looming like thunder on the horizon. The fire blazed, casting flickering lights that danced like souls seeking an escape, a balm for the haunting grief that enveloped them all. As Aidan stood frozen, a pendulum swinging between hope and despair, Ilara turned to the crowd. Asterisk asterisk we must honor her. Asterisk asterisk she cried, her voice rising, cutting through the thick atmosphere. Asterisk asterisk we must perform the rite. Light the way for her spirit. Asterisk asterisk but fear gripped the hearts of those gathered. They remembered the sacrifices of the past, the blood spilled under the moon's watchful gaze. Would it truly be enough? Would the spirits forgive? The villagers shifted uneasily, glancing at one another, their eyes betraying their inner turmoil. Each remembered their own fears, what awaited them on the other side. Afterlife, they thought, echoing Ilara's words, a mirror reflecting their darkest truths. Aidan stepped forward, his heart pounding with a mixture of resolve and dread. Asterisk asterisk I will face the darkness. I will honor the dead. Asterisk asterisk his voice rang out, trembling but fierce, and for a moment, time seemed to still, the world holding its breath. Ilara watched, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. Asterisk asterisk you brave fool, asterisk asterisk she thought, feeling the weight of the ancients pressing upon them both. Asterisk asterisk the afterlife doesn't offer solace. It demands consequence. Asterisk asterisk the night deepened, shadows clawing at the edges of their minds, the forest around them alive with whispers and secrets. The villagers leaned in, drawn by the intensity of the moment, uncertainty swirling like the smoke from the dying fire. And as the moon hung high, a ghostly sentinel in the heavens, the line between life and death began to blur, a haunting promise lingering in the air. In that charged atmosphere, Aidan, Ilara, and the villagers stood on the precipice of the unknown, the echo of the past curdling into the present, spiraling into a future woven with shadows and the relentless pull of the afterlife. The air crackled with tension, the kind that clings to the skin like a shroud, as the moon hung low, an eerie watcher in the obsidian sky. I stood on the threshold of the unknown, heart racing, each beat a frantic reminder of my fragile existence. The silence whispered tales of the lost, those who dared cross the boundaries of life and death, and I felt the weight of their presence pressing down upon me. My eyes darted across the landscape, a desolate wasteland of cracked earth and withered shadows, where the remnants of a long-forgotten world lingered. I was not alone. Beside me stood Ereshkigal, a vision of dark beauty, her hair a waterfall of night cascading down her shoulders. The queen of the underworld, she wore her sorrow like a crown, eyes aflame with a tempest of grief and fury. She was neither a monster nor a savior, just a woman ensnared by duty and anguish. I remember when I first felt the pull of the underworld, Ereshkigal whispered, her voice like shattered glass. I thought it was a place of rest. Now, I understand, it's a prison. A wretched, eternal prison. Her gaze caught the flicker of shadows dancing in the corners, reflections of the souls trapped within. I could see their faces, twisted in despair, reaching out with claw-like hands, begging for release. And then there was Osiris, a god of resurrection, a beacon of hope marooned in a sea of death. He stood tall, the weight of his own resurrection heavy upon his shoulders. "We are more than our fates," he said, though his voice trembled as if he doubted his own words. "But how can one find light in such darkness?" His eyes searched mine, desperate for an answer, a flicker of hope amid the despair that surrounded us. I remember standing there, feeling the pull of the underworld, its gravity drawing me closer. "What if it consumes you?" I asked, my voice breaking under the strain of fear. "What if once we step in, we never return?" Osiris's expression shifted, a maelstrom of emotion swirling within him. "It is not just a place but a state of being, a reflection of our choices. We carry it within us." His words were laden with the pain of untold stories, the burden of those who wandered too far into the realm of shadows, caught in the web of the gods' whims. Ereshkigal stepped forward, eyes blazing with defiance and sorrow. Every soul here was not merely cast into darkness, they chose it. Decisions writhe around us like serpents. Each choice, heavy with consequence, shackles the spirit. Her voice cracked like thunder, echoing through the stillness, resonating with the grief of the countless souls who had passed through her gates. A chill ran down my spine. I could feel the weight of history pressing against me, the ancient whispers swirling in the air, tales of kings buried with their treasures, their bodies rotting away while their spirits wandered, endlessly searching for meaning. I thought of the Mesopotamian fields, rich with the scent of earth and decay, where farmers prayed for a bountiful harvest but faced the specter of famine. What lay beneath those fields? What dark secrets lurked below the surface, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting? And there it was, the heart of it all, the underworld, a mirror of our lives, a realm of duality where light and darkness coexisted, where the sacred and the profane intertwined. I could almost hear the lamentations of those lost, a haunting melody that wrapped around my heart, squeezing tighter with each note. "Do the dead truly rest?" I asked, clutching my chest, feeling the rhythmic thud of my heartbeat as if it were a countdown to doom. "Or are they forever tormented by their regrets, their unfulfilled desires?" The question hung in the air, a heavy stone cast into a still pond, ripples of uncertainty spreading outwards. Ereshkigal's expression softened for a fleeting moment, revealing a glimmer of the vulnerability hidden beneath her fierce exterior. "Sometimes, it's not about the rest they seek," she replied, her voice a fragile thread. "Sometimes, they wish to change their fates, to rewrite their stories, but the tapestry of existence is woven with threads of pain and ecstasy alike." Osiris stepped forward, the air around him shimmering with a divine light. "But even in the darkest depths, there is always the glimmer of hope," he said, his voice a steady current amidst the chaos. "From the ashes of the old, the new can rise. It is the circle of life, the very essence of our existence." But Ereshkigal shook her head violently, her hair swirling like a tempest. Hope can be a cruel mistress, she spat. It lures souls into the abyss, where they cling to whispers of salvation, only to find despair instead. The sharpness of her words cut through the air, bringing a chilling realization that hope can blind, can lead one to wretched choices. Our breaths mingled in the cold, thick air, a silent pact forged amid the turmoil. I looked at them both, two embodiments of existence itself, caught in a relentless struggle between light and shadow, between despair and hope. I felt the pain of their conflicts as if they were my own. Each heartbeat echoed the timeless battle waged in the depths of every being, the fear of being forgotten, the hunger for immortality, the longing for connection. Ereshkigal's fingers grazed my arm, and I shivered at her touch, as if she were channeling the agony of countless souls. "You have a choice," she murmured, her voice a ghostly caress. "You can walk into the light, or you can embrace the dark. But remember, once you choose, the threads of your fate will weave themselves into the fabric of the universe. There is no turning back." I felt the cosmos shift around me, the weight of eternity bearing down, and in that moment, I grasped the terrifying truth: life and death were not separate entities but intertwined, a dance of shadows stretched across the fabric of reality. I could feel the spectral fingers of the underworld beckoning me closer, a siren's call pulling at my very soul, urging me to peer deeper into the abyss. And then, as if the universe held its breath, the shadows coalesced, and the ground beneath me trembled with the echoes of history. The world swirled away, and I stood at the precipice, teetering between the known and the unfathomable, where time was both a whisper and a scream, and somewhere, in that infinite expanse, lay the essence of what it meant to truly live and die. The confrontation loomed ahead, yet the path remained shrouded, a twisting labyrinth of choices leading into darkness. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum in the stillness, urging me forward. What awaited me on the other side was uncertain, but the stakes had never felt higher. The chorus of the lost surged around me, and I understood I was a part of their tale, and they, a part of mine. The air hung thick with the scent of decay, a noxious miasma seeping through the cracks of ancient stone walls, whispering tales of lost souls. I stood at the precipice, the edge of a dark abyss where the ground pulsed as if alive, a heartbeat that echoed the fears of generations, a terrifying, yet intoxicating pulse. My heart raced, a wild thing against my chest, as the shadows curled and danced, teasing my senses. This was Hades, a twisted reflection of life, a place where hope flickered like a dying ember. I remember my first encounter with Persephone, her presence a chilling contrast to the oppressive darkness surrounding us. She was a child of spring, a goddess who had tasted the sweetness of life above, yet her eyes betrayed a sorrow deeper than the depths of this underworld. We were not friends, we were two souls tangled in the fabric of despair, caught in a never-ending cycle of longing and regret. Her laughter echoed faintly, a ghostly sound that haunted my ears, while her spirit fought against the chains of her existence. "Why did you come here?" she asked, her voice a whisper, yet filled with the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. "What drives you into the heart of darkness?" I had no answer for her. I was a wanderer, lost between worlds, and the allure of Hades was a siren call I could not resist. I felt her pain, the sharp edge of her fate, like a shiver that ran down my spine. Every moment spent with her felt like an eternity, a dance of shadows and light beneath the watchful gaze of Hades, the master of this wretched domain. And then, there was Orpheus, the poet whose songs could stir the stones themselves. He traversed the gloomy halls with a fire in his heart, a fire that could ignite hope in the bleakest of places. But his spirit, so vibrant and alive, was marred by a chasm of despair, the loss of Eurydice, his beloved, trapped in this hellish expanse, forever slipping from his grasp like grains of sand. I could see the shadows under his eyes, the way they flickered with the ghost of joy that had once been. "I remember her laughter," he whispered, each word laced with agony. "I remember the sun on her skin, and now she's just a whisper in the void." Every word he sang was a plea to the gods, a desperate attempt to wrest his love from the jaws of oblivion. I could feel the weight of his longing pressing against my chest. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but the air between us was thick with unfulfilled dreams. His voice, wretched and beautiful, resonated through the dark, summoning the spirits of the damned, as if they too yearned for the warmth of remembering. The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that Hades was alive, feeding off our grief, our unquenched desires. In that moment, I understood, Hades wasn't just a place, it was an embodiment of our deepest fears and desires, a reflection of the human soul. Each flicker of candlelight cast shadows that danced like specters, illuminating the haunting truth that we were all prisoners of our own making. I remember wandering deeper into the abyss, where the river Styx wound its way through despair, a slick ribbon of darkness that promised both danger and salvation. Charon, the ferryman, with eyes like endless voids, awaited my arrival. He knew secrets too terrible to share, and I felt a chill run through my bones as he met my gaze. "What do you seek?" he asked, his voice a low growl, reverberating through the air like the tolling of a distant bell. "Redemption," I replied, though even I didn't believe it. The word tasted bitter on my tongue. I was here not to find peace, but to confront the shadows that haunted me. The cries of the damned echoed around us, a symphony of sorrow that filled my ears with dread. Was I too a lost soul, forever trapped in this cycle of despair? Persephone and Orpheus became my unwitting companions, our fates intertwined in this macabre dance. I could see the flicker of hope in Orpheus's eyes as he sang to the ghosts, his voice a beacon in the dark. "You will not slip away, my love," he declared, as if willing Eurydice back into existence. But the shadows around us curled tighter, suffocating the light. Persephone watched, her heart heavy with understanding, for she too had been pulled into the darkness against her will. Time twisted and warped in this cursed land, and I felt the inexorable pull of the river Styx, urging me forward, deeper into despair. Each splash of water resonated with the echoes of lost memories, drawing me to the brink of madness. I could sense the eyes of the dead upon me, their silent judgment weighing heavily on my soul. "I remember," I murmured, the words spilling from my lips like a desperate prayer. "I remember the warmth of the sun, the laughter of friends, the sweet taste of freedom." But freedom was an illusion here, a fleeting shadow that danced just beyond my reach. Each step I took was a step further from the light, an embrace of the darkness that beckoned with open arms. I could feel the weight of despair pressing down upon my shoulders, a suffocating shroud that threatened to consume me whole. Orpheus's voice rose, fierce and defiant, cutting through the darkness. "Eurydice," he called, as if the very sound of her name could break the chains that bound them both to this cursed place. The air shimmered with the promise of love, a flicker of light in an otherwise vast and unforgiving night. I felt the tears in my eyes, the unbearable ache of longing that surged within me, threatening to drown me in sorrow. As he sang, the shadows shifted and swirled, revealing glimpses of lost souls, faces twisted with anguish, eyes filled with betrayal. I realized we were all bound together in this abyss, our stories woven into the fabric of Hades. I could no longer distinguish where my pain ended and theirs began. And still, the river flowed, a relentless current that carried our hopes and dreams downstream, into the unknown. Each heartbeat echoed with a promise of confrontation, a reckoning that loomed just beyond the horizon, shrouded in darkness. I could almost taste the tension, a sweet and bitter concoction that danced on my tongue, urging me to step closer to the edge of the abyss. "Are we all just shadows?" I wondered aloud, my voice barely a whisper, lost in the cacophony of despair. Persephone turned to me, her eyes luminous like stars trapped in a night sky. "No," she replied, her voice a thread of hope amidst the chaos. "We are more than that. We are the stories we tell, the love we share, the memories that haunt us." Her words hung in the air, a fragile flame flickering against the encroaching darkness. And in that moment, I felt a spark of defiance ignite within me, a refusal to let the shadows claim us. Hades, with all its horror and beauty, was our stage, and we would not fade quietly into the night. The confrontation was coming, a storm brewing on the horizon, and we would face it together, hearts pounding in unison, ready to reclaim what had been lost. The darkness loomed, but so did the light, flickering like a promise in the void. Time slipped away, and I could almost hear the clock ticking, each tick a heartbeat, each moment a chance to break free. And as we stood there, united in our struggles, I realized that the true influence of Hades lay not in the despair it inflicted, but in the resilience it demanded. The abyss was calling, and we were ready to answer. The moon hung low in the night sky, a slivered whisper of silver light casting eerie shadows across the ancient city. I stood there, clutching the crumbling wall of a forgotten cemetery, heart pounding like a war drum. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the whispers of the dead, each breath drawing me deeper into the darkness that surrounded me. I could almost hear their echoes, the souls of the forgotten, waiting, suffering, yearning for release. It was a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the distant sobs of a grieving woman kneeling at a grave, her tears pooling in the cracked soil beneath her. I wondered, in that moment, what awaited her beloved in the shadowy depths of Sheol. I remember the first time I learned about Sheol. It was during a lecture on the afterlife in ancient Jewish thought, a topic I stumbled into with the casual curiosity of a child peering into a haunted house. The professor spoke of it in hushed tones, a cavern of darkness, where the souls of the dead drifted like forgotten dreams, neither heaven nor hell. I laughed it off, my youthful arrogance blinding me to the truths that lurked in shadows. I had no idea then how close I would come to that abyss. In that cemetery, beside me stood David, a friend, a brother in arms in the battle of life. His face was pale, haunted, marked by the grief of loss. His father had been buried just days before, a man whose laughter rang like bells in the stillness of night, now silenced forever. David's eyes were pools of sorrow, reflecting the weight of his father's absence, flickering with the flickering flame of anger and despair. "Where is he now?" David had asked me, desperation woven into the fabric of his voice. "Is he in Sheol? Is he suffering?" I felt the weight of his question settle over my shoulders like a shroud. I had no answers, only ancient texts and the echo of our ancestors' fears. Sheol was not a place of punishment, but a shadowy existence, a waiting room for the souls who had crossed over. It was the forgotten, the abandoned, those who once danced in the sunlight but now lay in darkness, their memories fading like the sun at twilight. It was a fate worse than death, a cold embrace, eternal yet empty. "David," I started, the words catching in my throat. Maybe it's not so bad. Maybe it's just a pause." But my voice cracked like dry earth. I was searching for comfort in lies, and I could see the glimmer of disbelief in his eyes. "Pause," he spat the word, as if it tasted foul. "You think he's just waiting? For what? For who? I can't bear the thought of him alone in that place." His voice rose, each syllable heavy with anguish, echoing against the tombstones that loomed like silent sentinels, witnesses to our pain. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of despair, but how could I? The fear of Sheol wrapped its fingers around my heart, squeezing tighter with every thought of David's father. What if he was alone? What if he was lost in that abyss? I remember the tales whispered by the fire, or of souls who wandered, doomed to relive their regrets. 100 lifetimes of remorse etched into their very being. I could almost see them in the corners of my mind, lost in a maze of shadows, crying out for salvation that would never come. Beside us, a gust of wind stirred, rustling the leaves of an ancient olive tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like the desperate hands of the damned. The wind carried laughter, echoes of long-forgotten revelries, but the laughter twisted into something grotesque, a taunting reminder of the joy now lost. David fell silent, his breath hitching, his hands trembling against the stone. "What if I can't find him?" he whispered, the weight of his fear hanging heavy between us. And there she was, Leah, a flicker of fire amid the darkness, her presence a contrast to the heavy atmosphere. She had buried her own grief, a sister lost too soon, her memory floating like a spectre beside her. I could see the hardness in her eyes, the fierce determination etched into her brow. "We will find him," she declared, voice steady as iron, but I could feel the fragility beneath. She fought against the tide, hoping to pull us all from the grip of despair. "How?" David asked, his voice cracking under the weight of his despair. "How do we reach the dead? How do we save them from the dark?" Leah took a step closer, her gaze intense, filled with an urgency that made my heart race. "We remember," she said, her voice low but fierce, vibrating with emotion. "We keep their memory alive, and we don't let Sheol claim them. As long as we speak their names, they exist." Her words hung heavy in the air, a lifeline thrown into the churning waters of grief. But what if Sheol was not just a place, but a state of being? a void that seeped into one's soul, erasing them piece by piece until nothing remained but a shadow of who they once were? I shivered at the thought, the flickering candle of hope in my heart struggling against the icy breath of despair. I remember standing there, caught between two souls, the pain of David, raw and unyielding, and Leah's fierce resolve, aflame in the night. The cemetery seemed to pulse with life, each grave a heartbeat, each whisper a reminder of our humanity. We were not just here for the dead, we were here for each other, fighting against the suffocating grip of the unknown. As the moon climbed higher, the shadows stretched and warped, and I felt time slip away like sand through fingers. This was not merely a story of death, it was a testament to life, to love, to the bonds that tie us together even in the darkest of nights. The fear of Sheol loomed larger, but so did the strength of our shared memories. We were not alone in this haunted place. Even the dead cried out for remembrance, for connection, and we were their voices, echoing into the night. I could almost hear the ancient texts whispering in the dark, secrets of judgment and punishment, of souls wandering the edges of oblivion. The thought sent a chill racing through me, a reminder that punishment was never far from the heart of man. What awaited the lost souls in Sheol? Was there hope, or merely despair? Would David's father linger, trapped in a labyrinth of shadows, awaiting a reckoning that might never come? Our breaths intertwined, heavy with the weight of our fears, our hopes flickering like the candle flames that struggled against the suffocating night. Amid the tombstones, we stood, three souls linked by grief, rage, fear, and a desperate longing for connection. The cries of the past echoed, a haunting symphony of loss and memory, pulling us deeper into the shadows that loomed ahead. And with each heartbeat, I felt the darkness close in, the promise of silence pressing against my chest. But we were alive. And as long as we remembered, the echoes of our loved ones would resonate through the chambers of our hearts, defying the grasp of Sheol, refusing to fade into nothingness. The confrontation with our fears drew near, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air is thick with a silence that screams. It envelops the crumbling stones of Jerusalem as a lone figure, cloaked in tattered fabric, stands at the edge of a cliff. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows, and for a moment, everything pauses, a heartbeat suspended in eternity. This is Nathan, a prophet burdened with visions that claw at the edges of his sanity. His eyes blaze with fervor, wild and unyielding, as he gazes upon the city that pulses with life yet teeters on the brink of despair. The winds howl, whispering secrets of the past, and he knows, oh, how he knows, the weight of the words he must utter. I remember the first time I heard the call, Nathan murmurs, his voice a shivering echo in the twilight. It was like the heavens opened, a crack of thunder in my soul, and I could taste the bitterness of truth on my tongue. I was no one, a mere shadow among shadows, and yet the divine chose me. Chose us. He glances back, and there stands Miriam, eyes glistening with unshed tears, the embodiment of anguish. She carries a burden of her own, a heart fractured by loss, by the weight of her son's fate, a fate entwined with the prophecies that shape the fragile threads of belief. Do you hear them? She implores, stepping closer, her voice trembling like a candle's flame in the wind. The echoes of their cries? The questions that pierce the night? What if there is no afterlife? What if all we have is this misery? Her hands grip the fabric of her dress, knuckles white, as she recalls the day when the world shifted beneath her feet, when her son was taken by the whispers of men, the shadows of power that snuff out hope like a dying ember. Nathan feels the weight of her despair. What if there is, he counters, and for a second, hope flickers between them like a lightning bolt. What if our souls are but seeds, planted in the soil of eternity, waiting to bloom in the gardens of the divine? But even as the words leave his lips, doubt gnaws at him, a ravenous beast. The sun sinks lower, blood red, casting hues of anguish across the horizon. They say we are the custodians of their faith, Miriam, Nathan presses on, voice rising, feeding off her grief. We speak to the living and the dead. We shape their beliefs, and in turn, they shape us. What if the afterlife is not an end but a beginning, a reckoning of our choices, our sins, our love? At the corner of her gaze lies Eli, a scholar lost in thought, scribbling furiously in the dust. He is a man of books, of knowledge, yet every page he turns seems to mock him. But knowledge is a prison, Nathan, he interjects, voice brittle as glass, shattering the moment's fragile peace. We thirst for answers, yet the more we learn, the more we lose our way. What do the ancients say? The wise man knows he knows nothing. His laughter is hollow, echoing through the silence, a cruel reminder of his own struggle to grasp the inescapable void. Eli, you read the texts but fail to see the light, Nathan snaps, desperation creeping into his tone. The prophets spoke of life beyond this realm, of a world where justice prevails, where the broken are mended. Can you not feel it? The pulse of hope, the flicker of redemption. With every word, the tension between them builds, rising like a tide ready to crash. Miriam steps back, tears streaming down her cheeks as she faces the harsh truth of her reality. What if all this is just a cruel joke? The devastation of our lives laid bare for the amusement of an uncaring universe? I cannot bear it, Nathan. I cannot. The wind howls again, a banshee's wail, and it carries her pain into the ether. Nathan's heart aches, each beat a reminder of the life they are trying to preserve, the lives they are destined to lose. If we do not believe in something greater, we are but dust, he whispers, raw emotion tearing through his words. We must hold on to the vision, the promise of the prophets. Without it, we are lost. Lost? Eli scoffs, the bitterness in his voice sharp enough to cut. I'd rather be lost in truth than shackled by lies. The prophets speak from the depths of their despair, they bleed their visions onto parchment, yet what do we have? Only shadows of what might be. He looks toward the city, the bustling streets filled with oblivious souls, each one teetering on the brink of the abyss. Nathan feels the walls closing in, suffocating in their despair, but he presses on. What if we are the ghosts of our own making? What if this grief, this chaos, is the forge that shapes our souls? We are not just prophets, we are the harbingers of hope. We must guide them, even if it shatters us in the process. With a sudden movement, he turns toward the edge of the cliff, arms outstretched as if to embrace the universe itself. I will not let the darkness consume us. I will not let our sorrow be for naught. The wind screams back, resonating with his fervor, wild and untamed, as if the cosmos is listening. Miriam watches him, recognizing the flicker of madness in his eyes. And what of my son? What of the lives taken by the hand of fate? Where is the justice in your prophecies? Her words strike like daggers, and Nathan falters, the weight of her grief pressing heavily upon him. The silence that follows is deafening, the ground quaking beneath their feet, a prelude to the storm that brews within their souls. Maybe, Eli begins, voice a fragile whisper, raw and laced with yearning. Maybe the prophets are the ghosts they warn us about, their spirits trapped between worlds, forever longing for the peace they never found. And in that moment, as the sun dips beneath the horizon, casting long shadows over their hearts, they stand together, three broken souls intertwined in their search for meaning. The air crackles with tension, laden with unanswered questions, with visions of the afterlife that shimmer just out of reach. Yet still, they remain, bound by their convictions, their fears, their dreams, lost but not forgotten, haunted yet hopeful. In the echoing silence of Jerusalem, the prophets whisper in the darkness, their voices a haunting lullaby that calls to the desolate, threading the fabric of belief, weaving a tapestry of the unknown. And so they stand, on the precipice of faith, hearts ablaze, as the world around them flickers in and out of existence. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and sweat as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, twisted shadows across the cobbled streets of Jerusalem. The distant clang of iron against iron rang out like a death knell, echoing through the hearts of those who wandered in the twilight, hearts racing and breaths shallow as the reality of the world around them twisted into something darker. The city felt alive, thrumming with the pulse of fear, hope, and desperation, all at once. I remember the whispered conversations in hushed tones, terrified of the thoughts that lingered in the corners of their minds. I remember Mara, a woman cloaked in the faded garments of grief, her eyes hollow yet ablaze with the spark of a faith she could barely grasp. She clutched a tattered scroll, her fingers tracing the words etched in ink, words that promised salvation but threatened hellfire. What if I'm not good enough, she'd mutter under her breath, her voice breaking like fragile glass. What if the flames consume me? Next to her stood Elias, a man of striking contradiction, his heart a cavern of doubt, yet his soul draped in a thin veil of certainty. He ran a hand through his unkempt hair, his gaze shifting from the shadows that danced like specters on the walls to Mara's anguish. "You have to believe, Mara. The path it's more than just fear. It's the love of a God willing to forgive." But their shared convictions hung in the air like a ghost, neither of them willing to acknowledge the abyss that lurked beneath the surface of their faith. "Forgiveness." Mara laughed, a sound that echoed like a dying breath. "What if I can't find my way back? What if I'm lost in the dark forever?" Each question was a blade, cutting deeper as she recalled the tales of the damned, of those souls who wandered eternally, trapped in a cycle of torment and despair. Elias stepped closer, the distance between them a chasm filled with unspoken fears. "But what if you do?" His voice trembled as he spoke, the weight of their shared burden pulling them together, yet pushing them apart. "What if hope is more powerful than the flames?" The air crackled with tension, the very night trembling at the crossroads of their faith. Shadows flickered around them, twisting into figures that seemed to reach out, silently pleading for salvation in a world so steeped in sin. The stories of hell, they were more than just tales of punishment, they were cautionary echoes reverberating through the ages, warning of the consequences of despair. "I remember," Mara began, her voice barely a whisper now, "the stories of the lost souls. Men and women who turned away, whose hearts hardened like stone. They said hell was an endless chasm, a dark pit where fire never died, where hope was a distant memory." Her breath hitched, a shiver coursing through her as if the very thought had summoned the specters of those tormented souls. "And yet, they also spoke of resurrection," Elias interjected, his tone insistent, a flicker of light creeping into the gloom. "Of a promise that even in the depths of despair, redemption awaited. What if hell is not the end, but a beginning?" An ember of hope ignited in his chest, but the fire was fragile, easily snuffed out by the weight of doubt. Silence enveloped them, a living thing, thickening with each passing heartbeat. The night was restless, as if the cosmos themselves were listening intently, waiting for the truth to spill forth. All around, the shadows grew deeper, and the air shimmered with the heat of an unresolved conflict between what was seen and what was believed. "What if?" Mara's voice trembled, the words hanging heavily in the air. "What if we're too late?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the raw pain of her soul laid bare as she stared into the abyss of her own fears. "What if our pasts condemn us to the fires?" Elias took a step back, as if her words had struck him physically, the truth of her fear slicing through the night. "Mara, the tales, they don't always reflect the truth. They are warnings, not destinies." His voice was urgent, but his own heart faltered. He too had danced with shadows, had felt their cold fingers wrap tightly around his throat, squeezing out the light. "Then what does that make us?" she spat, fury and despair mingling in her voice, each word dripping with the agony of uncertainty. "What if we are the very wicked we fear? What if our hearts have already been claimed?" With every passing second, the weight of their conversation grew heavier, each moment a reminder of the thin line they walked between faith and despair. They were standing at the precipice, peering into the abyss of their beliefs, hearts pounding in sync with the distant clamor of the world outside, an endless cacophony of pain and redemption. "Remember the time," Elias said suddenly, pulling back from the brink, a desperate attempt to shift the conversation from the clutches of darkness. "We laughed at the absurdity of it all? We were fools in a world of madness, but at least we were happy." Mara turned towards him, a flicker of warmth breaking through the storm in her eyes, but it was fleeting, like a candle flickering amidst a tempest. "Fools or not, we're trapped inside this nightmare." Her shoulders slumped, and for a moment, it felt as if hope had slipped through their fingers like sand. Yet somehow, as they stood there amidst the shadows and echoes, they became more than mere witnesses to their fate. They became the embodiment of humanity's eternal struggle against the dark, a dance with demons, a battle with the very essence of despair. And just as the shadows threatened to swallow them whole, a realization struck, a glimmer of understanding that perhaps hell was not merely a fiery pit, but a state of being, an embodiment of fear and doubt, lurking in the corners of their hearts. As the night deepened, They remained there, entangled in their conflicting emotions, as the stories of hell whispered in the wind, haunting yet beautiful, a reminder that the journey toward faith was fraught with peril, but fraught also with the possibility of redemption. The clock's ticking grew louder, each second an echo of time slipping through their grasp, a reminder that their confrontation with darkness was far from over. But in that moment of raw, aching vulnerability, they stood united in their uncertainty, knowing all too well that the line between heaven and hell was as fragile as the flickering flame of a candle in the night. The sun hung low, casting a blood-red glow over the ruins of Rome, where shadows clashed with the remnants of a lost empire. I stood there, heart racing, as the air thickened with the scent of ancient stone, mingling with the whispers of ghosts, fragments of a civilization that once stood defiantly against the abyss. The echoes of gladiators still reverberated through the crumbling arches, their cries for glory mingling with the fervent prayers of a new faith clawing its way out of the darkness. I remember the shiver that ran down my spine, a chill that was both bone-deep and electric, as I realized, this was not just history, it was a living nightmare. Lucius, a once proud senator, now a broken man, paced like a caged lion. His robes, once luxuriously draped, hung off him like a tattered flag of surrender. "What have we become?" he muttered, the weight of centuries pressing against his chest. In his eyes, I saw a flicker of desperation, an unspeakable grief that clawed at his insides. Behind him, the Grand Colosseum loomed, a silent witness to both glory and death. I watched him, and I understood. The empire had collapsed, and with it, his identity. The man who once held the power of life and death felt like a ghost haunting the very halls of his former greatness. And then there was Claudia, a devout follower of the Christ, her heart ablaze with the hope of resurrection. Her hands trembled as she clutched a small, worn scroll, its edges frayed from countless readings. "We will rise," she whispered to herself, but I saw the doubt flicker in her eyes. Each day, she faced the jeers of a world steeped in paganism, every scoff a dagger to her faith. The empire that had birthed her beliefs was now a twisted parody of its former self, where the gods of old clashed violently against the new. She stood between them, and the tension in her heart was a palpable force, a magnetic storm threatening to tear her apart. "I remember the first time I felt the Holy Spirit wash over me," she confessed to the night. "But now, the darkness feels so close." Time slithered like smoke, and the three of us, Lucius, Claudia, and I, stood on the precipice of a reckoning. The night shifted, shadows lengthening as the stars blinked into existence like candles in a darkened room. Each twinkle was a whisper of ancient prophecies, tales of the end times. The Romans believed in their gods, yet here we were, on the brink of a new theology, where the end of days was not a finality, but a beginning. "Can you hear them?" Lucius asked, his voice breaking through the silence. "The cries of the damned." He turned his gaze toward the heavens, as if searching for answers among the constellations. "They promise us eternity, but at what cost? The weight of civilization hangs heavy. We built these roads, these bridges, only to watch them crumble under the burden of our sins." "I hear them," Claudia replied, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the night. "But I also hear the promise of salvation. The resurrection. A new kingdom." Her conviction was a wildfire, fierce and unyielding, yet I could see the tremors beneath. She was a warrior, yes, but even warriors falter when confronted with the abyss. I was caught between them, the skeptic and the believer, a witness to their despair and hope. I understood the gravity of their struggles, the palpable fear of what lay ahead. The sun set on the Roman Empire, and with it, the certainty of their existence, the very foundation of their beliefs. I could taste the bitterness of their past and the sweetness of their dreams mingling in the air, a cocktail potent enough to intoxicate the soul. The city hummed with tension, a cosmic dance of shadows and light, of despair and hope. Time itself seemed to fracture under the weight of our emotions, stretching and contracting like a heartbeat. What if the resurrection isn't a promise? Lucius's voice was raw, stripped bare of its former grandeur. What if it's a curse? A cycle of endless suffering? The dread in his tone was spine-chilling, a reminder that even the most beautiful dreams can morph into nightmares. Claudia stepped closer, her eyes fierce and unyielding. "No. It is our hope. It's the only thing that can save us from this madness." Her words crackled in the air, a spark igniting a fire that had flickered for far too long. The embers of her faith sparked against the cold, hard stone of Lucius's despair. I watched the tension coil tighter, the air heavy with unspoken fears and desperate hopes. The moon climbed higher, casting an eerie glow over the ruins. "But what if we're wrong?" Lucius whispered, a confession laced with agony. "What if all of this, our faith, our beliefs, is built on the ashes of a dying empire? What if the gods laugh at us as we cling to our makeshift salvation?" The weight of his words hung between us, a boulder that threatened to crush the fragile strands of connection we had forged. "Then we face them together," Claudia said, her voice breaking but unwavering. "We are the inheritors of this madness, Lucius. We were born from it, and whether we rise or fall, we will do so with our heads held high." Her bravery was a beacon in the gathering storm, casting light on our darkened hearts. I felt the urgency of the moment, the desperate need to grasp onto something, anything, to pull us from the precipice. I could feel history shifting beneath us, the echoes of ancient Rome merging with the nascent Christian hope, a collision of destinies that would shape the cosmos itself. The night stretched on, endlessly hungry, as we stood at the crossroads, a fragile group bound by our dreams and fears. The air crackled with anticipation, each heartbeat an eternity, each breath a prayer. Shadows danced around us, a reminder of the past and an omen of the future. Time stretched and pulled, the cycle of life and death whispering in the wind. The world was watching, and somewhere in the depths of the cosmos, the answer stirred, waiting to reveal its truth. The slanted light of a dying day crept through the cracked windows of the ancient stone chamber, casting long shadows that twisted against the walls like the anguished souls of the damned. A silence weighed heavy in the air, thick with the scent of musty scrolls and the ghostly echoes of fervent debates long past. In this claustrophobic silence, three figures stood at the precipice of belief, each wrestling with the gravity of their convictions, hearts pounding like war drums in the stillness. Origen, the luminous scholar, his brow furrowed with the burdens of thought, paced like a caged lion. Each step was another beat of a heart torn between the fiery passion for knowledge and the suffocating dogma of his time. His eyes glinted with a ferocity that cloaked a fragile soul, haunted by the spectre of salvation, universal, eternal. "What if," he whispered, as if the very walls might betray him, "what if everyone is destined for grace? Even the wretched and the forsaken?" Beside him, Tertullian stood rigid as iron, a bastion of tradition, his jaw clenched tight enough to splinter bone. He was the voice of fear, the relentless guardian of divine judgment. "To suggest such a thing is madness," he spat, each syllable a bullet fired from the barrel of his faith. "What of hell? What of punishment? We cannot strip God of his justice. Have you forgotten the cries of the damned?" The last word hung in the air, a palpable weight, a ghost that shimmered in the fading light. And there was Marcella, caught between their raging storm, a woman of faith and doubt, her heart a battleground. She felt the truth of Origen's words seep into her like sunlight through cracks in a darkened room. "But what if," she whispered, her voice trembling, "what if there's a chance for all? What if love conquers even the darkest depths of despair?" Her eyes shimmered, reflecting an ethereal hope, igniting a flicker of vulnerability in Origen's resolute gaze. In that moment, the chamber pulsed with an eerie energy, a breathless tension that rattled the very bones of history. Outside, the city thrummed with life, children's laughter mingling with the cries of merchants hawking their wares, the distant toll of a bell marking the inexorable passage of time. But within this chamber, time stilled, the cosmos itself holding its breath, waiting for the outcome of this existential crucible. I remember, Origen broke the silence again, a fire igniting in his spirit, the way the stars once whispered to me as a child. They spoke of a love so vast it could cradle the universe. How can we believe that love would abandon those who stray? Each word he spoke was woven with threads of longing, threads that pulled at the very fabric of Tertullian's tightly held beliefs. Marcella's heart raced, caught in a maelstrom of doubt and yearning. "But what of suffering?" she asked, her voice a fragile whisper. "What of those who suffer eternally, trapped in shadows?" The unrelenting weight of her question hung in the air like a cold mist, chilling the room. Tertullian's voice grew louder, reverberating like thunder. You speak of love, but love without justice is chaos. A mother who forgives her child's sins without consequence does not protect them from the world's evil. His hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with the strain of his conviction. And yet, a memory flickered in Origen's mind, his own mother's embrace, the warmth that wrapped around him like a blanket against the world's harshness. I remember, he muttered, the way she held me, even when I fell, even when I strayed. Isn't that what love is? An unyielding force that binds us, heals us. The chamber teetered on the edge of revelation, the air thick with the weight of hope and despair, as if the universe itself conspired to tip the balance. Shadows danced against the stone, fluid and alive, like spirits yearning for release. Marcella's breath caught, a flicker of recognition igniting within her. But what if salvation is not just a destination, but a journey? A struggle for all souls, to rise from ashes, to fight against the darkness. Her voice trembled, yet it rang with a fierce clarity that electrified the air, drawing the attention of both men, each grappling with the vision she painted. Tertullian's eyes narrowed, suspicion etched into every line of his face. A journey? A struggle? You would lay bare the very foundations of faith for the whims of the heart. The walls seemed to close in around him, the shadows whispering secrets he dared not confront. No, Tertullian, Origen countered, voice soft yet resolute, to open the gates of understanding is not to destroy, but to illuminate. We are not mere puppets of fate, we are threads in an intricate tapestry. Each life woven into the next, a cosmic dance. Can we not believe that every soul, regardless of their paths, is stitched into the heart of the divine? Tension crackled, thick as a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury. The air shimmered with emotions raw and unfiltered, fear colliding with hope, anger crashing against love. The chamber felt alive, the stones pulsing with the weight of centuries, listening, waiting for the verdict of humanity's deepest questions. I remember the stars, Origen breathed, and their promise of light. We are all wanderers, seeking our way home. The silence that followed was deafening, a breath held too long, a moment suspended in time. In the flickering candlelight, shadows morphed and twisted, whispering truths lost to the ages. Outside, the world moved on, oblivious to the storm brewing within the hearts of these three souls. But the weight of their debate lingered in the air, a thick fog that could drown the unwary. The question of universal salvation loomed like a specter over them, a question that would echo through time, haunting every soul in its wake. Tertullian's resolute stance trembled, Marcella's heart beat a frantic rhythm of hope, and Origen stood, the light of possibility illuminating the path before them. And as the shadows closed in, the cosmic dance of belief and doubt continued, relentless and unyielding, weaving together the tapestry of humanity's eternal struggle for understanding. A single candle flickered in the dark, its flame a fragile heartbeat in the oppressive silence. I remember the cold stone floor beneath my knees, rough and unyielding, as if the very earth resented my presence. Shadows danced around me, whispering secrets, carrying the weight of 1,000 regrets. I was not alone, two souls knelt beside me, each wrestling with demons both internal and eternal, their breaths mingling with the scent of stale incense. There was Clara, her eyes wide with fear, a reflection of the confusion that churned within her. Once radiant, now dulled by despair, she clutched a rosary tightly in her trembling hands, the crucifix digging into her palm, a reminder of hope now turned into a burden. What if hell is real? She whispered, her voice breaking like glass. The question hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to be exorcised. Beside her was Marcus, a man of contradictions. His laughter, once a balm, now shattered like the fragile glass of our shattered dreams. He had loved Clara fiercely, but love was no shield against the creeping shadows that curled around his heart, suffocating it. What if it's not hell we should fear, but the emptiness of a life unlived? His words hung like a noose, poised to either inspire or condemn. The clock in the corner ticked away, each second a reminder of the approaching darkness, a countdown to an unseen reckoning. I felt the weight of time pressing against my chest, every tick a reminder of mortality, of choices made and paths forsaken. The air was thick with anticipation, like the moments before a storm, crackling with energy yet suffocating in its intensity. I remember our memories slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. We had gathered for solace, to share our burdens, But what we found was a mirror of our own despair, Clara's heart, heavy with unanswered prayers, Marcus's mind, haunted by visions of grand failures. And me, caught in the maelstrom, a witness to their suffering, as helpless as a candle in a tempest. Do you think Augustine was right? Clara asked, her voice a fragile whisper, laced with the kind of terror that seeps into your bones. That we're all destined for damnation unless we change. A tremor ran through her faith a fragile thread that threatened to unravel at any moment. Right or wrong, it's a question that keeps the night awake, Marcus replied, a rueful smile flickering across his lips, though his eyes painted a different story, a facade hiding a growing abyss. But maybe damnation isn't just a place, maybe it's the choices we don't make, the love we don't give. I felt the chill of his words seep into me, a cold sweat of truth that dragged behind it a sense of foreboding. I saw it then, the spectre of eternal damnation not as a fiery pit but as a void, an echo of every moment wasted, every chance ignored. What if hell was not a distant realm, but a constant presence in our lives, lurking in the shadows of regret and indecision? The candle flickered again, and for a moment, I thought I saw something shift in the darkness, a phantom of our pasts, perhaps, or the remnants of choices long buried. I remembered laughter shared in brighter days, adventures that felt limitless, dreams that shimmered like stars against the night. A pang of loss struck me, each memory was a blade, carving deeper into my heart. Do you believe in redemption? Clara's voice was barely above a whisper, yet it felt like a thunderclap in the silence. Her eyes sought reassurance, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. Redemption? Marcus scoffed, too quickly, his bravado a flimsy armor against the weight of her gaze. It's a fairy tale we tell ourselves so we can sleep at night. Yet, even as he spoke, I could see his own flicker of doubt. I wanted to scream, to shake the both of them from this paralysis of despair. What if redemption is in the act of trying? I blurted out, desperation clawing at my throat. What if it's not about avoiding the pit, but finding the light in the darkness? Can't we make choices that matter, even in the face of damnation? But the shadows around us thickened, serpentine tendrils tightening their grip, whispering lies of futility and despair. What was the point of trying when the universe seemed so determined to crush our spirits? The clock's ticking grew louder, each beat a reminder of the fleeting nature of our existence. In that moment, Clara's tears fell like silver rain, glistening in the candlelight as they traced the lines of her face, each droplet a fragment of lost hope. I can't bear the thought of eternal torment, she sobbed, the rawness of her vulnerability slicing through the air. What if we never escape the echoes of our own failures? I felt the weight of her fear wash over me, an ocean of despair threatening to pull us under. I wanted to reach out, to gather her in my arms and promise her that we were not lost yet, that the threads of our lives were still being woven into something beautiful. But my own heart was heavy, burdened by the weight of unfulfilled dreams and regrets that clawed at my insides. And then, the candle flickered one last time, as if in response to our collective anguish. The shadows lunged forward, swallowing the light, and in that consuming darkness, I felt a shift, a momentum building beneath the surface. Maybe, I whispered into the void, maybe damnation isn't the end. Maybe it's a challenge, a call to arms. A reminder to live fiercely, to love deeply, to embrace the chaos of existence. As the shadows loomed closer, I could feel the tension crackling in the air, thick and electric. Each heartbeat echoed with the question of what we would do next. Would we succumb to despair, allowing the darkness to swallow us whole? Or would we reach out to one another, igniting a spark that could illuminate the night? In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the candle sputtered, and the world held its breath, as if suspended in time, waiting for us to choose, love or fear, hope or despair. The eternal struggle lay before us, the weight of our choices heavy in the air. And in that tension, the night stretched on, an infinite expanse of possibilities, as I braced myself for the unknown. I remember the smell, thick and acrid like burning hair, a stench that clawed at the back of my throat. The darkness pressed in around me, and the ground felt like soft, shifting sand, an unsettling reminder that even the earth beneath my feet was alive, writhing. I was lost, but not just in the dank corridors of this infernal maze. No, I was trapped in the labyrinth of my own mind, a cruel prison made of guilt and regret, a shadowy echo of the life I once knew. Then came the wails, the sound of souls torn asunder, each cry sharper than the last. I wanted to clutch my ears, block it all out, yet I stood rooted to the spot, unable to turn away from the ghastly tableau unfolding before me. Flames flickered like eager tongues, licking at the walls of despair, casting grotesque shadows that flickered with the rhythm of each tortured scream. It was as if the very air was filled with the weight of 1,000 sins, and they circled me, whispering insidious promises to reveal the truth of my own darkness. "I'm not like them," I whispered, my voice trembling, yet even I knew the lie was as thin as the wisp of smoke spiraling upward. I felt their eyes bore into me, the lost souls who had never known redemption. Each one a mirror reflecting fragments of my flaws, my failures. I was Dante, not the poet, but the man who had wandered here, each step heavy with the burden of choices unmade, desires unquenched. My heart pounded, a frantic drumbeat echoing in the silence, a reminder of life thrumming just beyond this abyss. There was a flicker of hope, a stubborn ember that refused to die, but hope can be a cruel trickster, leading you to the very edge of despair. And there, in the swirling mists, stood Beatrice. Her presence was a comforting glow, a stark contrast to the oppressive darkness surrounding us. Her gaze, once filled with warmth, now pierced my soul with a sorrow that wrapped around me like the chill of a winter's night. "You brought me here," she said, her voice echoing like the toll of a distant bell, full of grief and accusation. "You let me slip away." I wanted to reach for her, to pull her back, to weave our fates into something bright again. But the distance between us was a chasm wrought from my choices, each one a stone laid heavy upon my heart. "I remember the sun," I said, desperate to pull the memory of warmth into this frozen hell. "The day we danced in the fields, laughter spilling from our lips like wine." Her eyes flickered with a hint of recognition, and for a moment, I glimpsed the girl I once knew, a girl untouched by grief, blooming with life. But that girl was gone, swallowed whole by shadows. Now, she wore the scars of unfulfilled dreams, and I was the architect of her demise. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a monstrous heartbeat that reverberated through the air, and the cries of the damned crescendoed. A figure emerged from the smoke, a monstrous silhouette, looming larger than life itself. It was Virgil, my guide through this purgatory of the soul, a man torn asunder by his own sins, yet somehow, he walked with an air of authority. "You won't find salvation in memories," he warned, his voice deep and guttural, like gravel grinding underfoot. "You must confront the truth." The truth! Such a small word, yet it loomed like a titan. I felt my pulse quicken, a panicked rhythm that echoed the chaos around me. Each heartbeat a reminder of my failures. I was a coward, hiding behind dreams of grandeur while neglecting the real world, the people who bled for me. The shadows of my past shimmered like ghosts, if only I could grasp them. I turned, desperate to rewrite history, to change the course of fate, but Beatrice grasped my hand, her touch both a balm and a chain. "The past is a bone we cannot chew," she whispered, and I felt the weight of her words crash over me, dragging me under. I was afraid, I confessed, voice cracking under the strain. "Afraid to lose you, afraid of the pain." The flames flared, igniting memories of regret and longing, a cacophony of emotions that staggered me like a physical blow. I should have fought for you, for us. This admission hung in the thick air, heavy and raw, and I knew it was a truth that would sear through my soul. Virgil stepped closer, shadows clinging to him, a ghost of a man who wore his own failures like a shroud. "Fear is a prison," he said, his voice gravelly, resonating within the hollow space of my heart. "You can't escape it, you must face it." As he spoke, I felt the flames dance higher, as if in anticipation of my reckoning, the moment I would confront my deepest fears, my greatest shame. The fires roared, fierce and hungry. I caught glimpses of souls ensnared in their own darkness, faces twisted in agony, forever trapped in a cycle of regret. I could almost hear their stories, each one a thread woven into the fabric of this hell, and I recognized them. They were echoes of my life, the choices I had made, or hadn't made, the love I had let slip through my fingers. "I'm not ready," I gasped, but the ground beneath my feet shifted again, and there was no turning back. Shadows loomed, ready to consume me, each moment stretching into eternity. The clock ticked loudly in my mind, a constant reminder that time was slipping away. "I want to go back." I cried, but the mists thickened, swirling around me like a tempest. Beatrice squeezed my hand, her grip firm, grounding me. "You must face it," she urged, her voice steady. "You cannot change what you are, you can only be reborn." And all at once, I understood. I could feel the burning desire for redemption swelling in my chest, a phoenix rising from the ashes of my despair. The flames, once threatening, now invited me in, beckoning me to step forward into the unknown. I would confront my demons, I would embrace the pain of the past to ignite a brighter future. The wails of the lost echoed around me, but now, they were not just cries of agony, they were cries of hope, the sound of souls yearning for understanding. In this inferno, I realized that hell was not just a place, but a state of being, a reflection of the soul's darkest corners. And as I took a step forward, I felt the chains of guilt begin to shatter, each fragment falling away like ash in the wind. This was it. This was the moment of reckoning. The flames roared louder, and I braced myself, ready to embrace the fire that would either consume me or set me free. I remember standing on the precipice, heart racing, ready to face whatever lay ahead. I remember the darkness shifting, shadows swirling, and I took a breath, feeling the warmth of hope flicker within me. As the flames reached for me, I dove into the blaze, not with fear but with an unyielding resolve. This was my inferno. This was my beginning. The echo of the church bells reverberated through the air, each toll a deafening reminder of salvation and damnation. Marie pressed her back against the cold, damp stone of the chapel, her heart thundering like an ominous drum. She could hear the congregation, voices rising in a frenzied hymn, the air thick with reverent fear. A chill ran down her spine, she knew these walls were steeped in shadows, in secrets, in the kind of power that made the mind reel. They were singing about heaven, but what they felt was hell. "Do you feel it?" whispered Thomas, his eyes wide with something akin to terror. He leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. "The weight of their sins? The church feeds off it, Marie. It's like they're being bled dry, and no one even sees it." His voice trembled, a fragile thing twisted by doubt. She wanted to scream, to shake him out of this madness, but the truth clung to her throat, choking her. She remembered the elders' sermons, the fiery invocations that painted hell as a place of unending torment, each word a nail driven deep into their souls. "Eternal damnation," he thundered, eyes ablaze with fervor. "The flames await those who stray." The imagery was vivid, grotesque, and oddly intoxicating. "I remember nights lying awake," she murmured, staring at the ceiling, seeing shadows dance where the light couldn't reach, imagining the damned writhing in agony. I thought that maybe if I prayed hard enough, I could save them. Save myself." Thomas ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of desperation. "It's all a manipulation, Marie. They wield hell like a sword, cutting us down to keep us in line. We're mere puppets, and they pull the strings." His eyes flickered around the chapel, as if expecting the walls to respond. Outside, the moon was a sliver of silver, almost mocking in its serenity against the chaos within. As the hymns crescendoed, a sudden hush fell upon the congregation, a collective intake of breath as the priest raised his hands, a dark silhouette against the flickering candlelight. In that moment, Marie felt a swell of something primal rise within her, a longing, a craving for both truth and rebellion. What if they were wrong? What if hell was just a story, a tool to keep them compliant? "Do you hear that?" she whispered, urgency thrumming in her veins. "We're being led into a trap. They preach fear, and we stand here like sheep in the slaughterhouse, begging to believe. What can we do?" Thomas replied, his voice small. "We're lost in their web." In the back of the chapel, a figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in grey, face hidden beneath the hood. A ghost among the living, he began to move forward, gliding with an eerie grace. It was Father Elias, the very embodiment of their fears, the one who had spoken of hellfire with such passion, eyes alight with the fervor of a zealot. He raised his arms, and in that moment, Marie could see the terror reflected in the eyes of the townspeople, a choir of souls gripped by the weight of their sins. "Repent!" Eli shouted, and the word shattered the silence, splintering the air like glass. "For the day of reckoning is upon us." The flames await the unrepentant." His voice was thunder, and as he spoke, Marie felt her resolve waver, a flickering candle in a storm. But something deeper began to stir, a defiance, a whisper of rebellion. She remembered the stories of those burned at the stake, the innocent who had challenged the church and found themselves engulfed in flames. The irony stung. They, too, had once believed. "What if we confront him?" Marie said, urgency spilling from her lips. "What if we dare to question? We could take their power away, Thomas. We could expose the truth." He looked at her, eyes wide, fear battling with a glimmer of hope. "You want to challenge the priest? In front of everyone?" "Yes," she hissed. "In front of all of them. They need to know. We need to show them that fear doesn't have to be their reality." The tension in the chapel thickened, a palpable force that hung in the air. The congregation was a sea of faces, pale and anxious, caught in the web of their own convictions. And yet, all it took was a single spark, one flicker of doubt, to ignite a firestorm. "Marie!" Thomas pleaded, but she felt a power surge within her, igniting a fierce determination. She stepped forward, heart racing, pulse pounding like a war drum. "Father Elias!" Her voice rang out, slicing through the oppressive silence. "Is it not true that the church has used hell as a weapon? That we are held captive by our fears?" Gasps erupted from the crowd, eyes darting between her and the priest. "Do you dare question the words of the Almighty?" Elias's voice was low, menacing, but she pressed on, emboldened by the collective breath of the gathered souls. "Yes. I dare. We all should." Her heart thundered, a wild beast in a cage, clawing for freedom. What can be more terrifying than the thought of losing ourselves to fear? You preach of hell, but what if the true hell is the silence we accept? The darkness we allow to fester? For a moment, the world hung in the balance. The shadows flickered, and the air crackled with anticipation. In that suspended heartbeat, Marie saw it, the glimmer of hope in Thomas's eyes, the trembling hands of the congregation, the undercurrent of rebellion rising like smoke. And then the moment shattered like glass, the spell broken. "Silence her!" Father Elias roared, and with that, the spell of fear was recast. The congregation swayed like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, fear reasserting its grip. But Marie stood firm, heart racing, knowing that the darkness was still there, lurking, waiting for a chance to strike. The confrontation had begun, but the fight was only just beginning. She could feel it in her bones, a haunting pulse that echoed through the chapel, a whisper of what was to come, of truths long buried, of the power of belief, and the toll it demanded in blood and fear. The night stretched on, and the church became a battlefield, the echoes of conflict mingling with the hymns of the damned. The stakes were higher than ever, and the flames of hell were no longer distant, they were alive, flickering in the shadows, eager to consume everything in their path. The confrontation would spiral into chaos, and nothing would ever be the same again. The clock in the dim chamber ticked with a relentless, mocking rhythm, each stroke echoing like a heartbeat too slow for the urgency that surrounded us. Shadows clung to the stone walls, curling in on themselves, whispering secrets of despair and dread. In the far corner, a flickering candle spat thin threads of light, dancing nervously as if it too sensed the suffocating tension simmering in the air. I remember the chill that settled like fog in my bones, the weight of something malignant pressing down upon us. "Do you hear it?" Eliana's voice trembled, barely above a whisper, as if the very act of speaking could summon the darkness that loomed just beyond the flicker of our fragile flame. I nodded, heart racing, caught between the remnants of childhood fears and the stark reality of our situation. We were at the precipice of knowledge, staring into the abyss of what lay beneath the polished veneer of our teachings. Scholasticism had promised us clarity, a path to divine truth. Instead, it had led us here, to a door we both feared to open. The air thickened, suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in. "Hell isn't just a place," I managed, my voice breaking under the weight of the thought. "It's something we create, isn't it?" Eliana met my gaze, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. "You're not saying that it's within us, isn't it?" I pressed, each word tasting of soot and ash. The despair, the guilt, the relentless pursuit of perfection that drives us to madness. We're refining hell with every breath. Outside, the wind howled, a banshee's wail that swept through the cracks and crevices, rattling the very bones of our fortress. I could feel the chill creeping up my spine, lacing through my fears. Memories flashed, of laughter echoing through the halls, of friendships forged over lectures, of dreams ignited by the spark of ideas. And yet, all those dreams lay smothered beneath the weight of our academic ambitions, crushed by the very knowledge we sought to attain. "Henry," Eliana said, her voice now a razor's edge, "what if we're not meant to know? What if this pursuit is a curse? The philosophers wrote of heaven, but they spoke little of the torment that comes when the mind unravels." I clenched my fists, feeling the heat of frustration flood my veins. "But we can't turn away. We can't ignore the truth simply because it terrifies us." A crack echoed through the chamber, and we both froze, hearts pounding like war drums. The candle flickered violently, its flame threatening to extinguish. I stepped forward, drawn toward an unseen force that pulled me closer to the dark heart of our inquiry. The ancient texts lay before us, pages yellowed and worn, words inscribed like a forgotten language. They called to me, beckoning with their promises of enlightenment. I remember the first time I read about the Inferno. I breathed, the memory flooding back, Dante's vivid depictions, the sinners trapped in their eternal torment. It was beautiful, Eliana. But it was also terrifying. I wanted to understand it, to feel it, to know what made the soul crumble. Eliana shook her head, a flicker of fear lighting her eyes. "You think you can handle that weight? You think you're strong enough to bear the truth?" "No," I admitted, the admission striking like a hammer against an anvil. "But I'm willing to try. I can feel it gnawing at me, at both of us. We're caught in this web of knowledge, of expectation, and every thread pulls tighter until it chokes us." "I don't want to drown in it," she whispered, the tremor in her voice cutting through me like a blade. "I don't want to lose myself." A moment of silence hung heavy between us, the candle's flame barely holding on, as if aware of the fragile nature of our resolve. I took a step closer, reaching for her hand, and felt the warmth of her skin against mine, grounding me. We're not alone in this. We're together in our fear, in our search for meaning, for clarity. Outside, the storm raged on, the wind screaming past our sanctuary, a cacophony of chaos that mirrored the tempest within. I thought of the philosophers and their grand debates, their fervent discussions spiraling into madness as they sought to define the ineffable, a swirling vortex of thought that threatened to pull us under. Each proposition a gaping maw, each conclusion a jagged edge that cut deeper into the soul. "Maybe," I began, hesitating as I searched for the right words, "maybe hell is in the spaces between our thoughts, the shadows of doubt that flicker at the edges of understanding. We're haunted by our own desires, our ambitions twisting into a noose." Eliana shivered, her breath catching. "And if we're the architects of our own suffering? What does that make us?" "Human," I answered, a bitter laugh escaping my lips, a cruel twist of fate disguised as a punchline. "Flawed, confused, searching for meaning in the most absurd places. We're all just wandering through our own personal hells, trying to make sense of the darkness." Another crack echoed, louder this time, and the candle sputtered, the flame flickering in a desperate dance. I felt a weight shift, a presence lurking beyond the veil of shadows, a reminder that we were not alone in our contemplation. "Eliana," I whispered, fear crawling up my throat. "Do you feel that?" "Yes," she breathed, eyes wide, scanning the room as if the darkness itself had come alive. The shadows writhed, taking form, breathing as if they were alive. "We're on the edge of something," I said, heart pounding, each beat echoing like a drum roll, building, rising, crashing. "And I don't know if we can turn back." A sudden gust of wind slammed against the walls, rattling the door, shaking our fragile resolve. "We can't run from this," I said, feeling the surge of adrenaline course through me. "We have to confront it. Whatever hell awaits us, we need to face it together." In that moment, the candle flickered one last time, a final gasp before the darkness swallowed the light whole. And amidst the encroaching shadows, I felt a thrill of despair and exhilaration, a promise that the truth, however terrifying, awaited us. We stood together, on the brink, hearts racing, souls bared, ready to step into the unknown, to define hell in our own words. The church bells toll, a grim sound echoing through the damp streets of Wittenberg, each chime cutting through the thick silence like a knife. I stand on the edge of a cobbled square, my breath visible in the cool air, heart pounding against my ribcage like a caged bird desperate for escape. Shadows flicker, dancing on ancient stone walls, whispering tales of sins and redemption, damnation and deliverance. Each heartbeat reverberates through me, a reminder that we are all prisoners of our own choices, teetering on the edge of an abyss. The crowd gathers, murmurs rising like a dark tide. There's Martin, the monk, a man tormented by the weight of his faith, grappling with the suffocating grip of guilt. His eyes, usually so full of fire, now reflect a storm brewing within, a tempest threatening to consume him whole. I remember the night he confessed to me, words spilling over like wine from a broken cup. "I fear I am damned," he had said, despair curling around him like a shroud. I reached for him then, but he pulled away, his skin clammy, his faith crumbling. What if the very God I serve condemns me? And what of Katerina? She stands there, arms crossed, a fierce defiance radiating from her petite frame like a beacon in the dark. Her laughter used to fill the air, light and airy, but now it feels like a ghost haunting the corners of our shared past. "Do you hear them?" she asks, voice trembling, eyes darting to the shadows that seem to pulse with life. They talk of salvation, but their tongues are dipped in poison. A bitter smile plays across her lips, but it's the desperate glimmer in her gaze that shatters my heart. She once dreamt of love, of being swept away by a knight in shining armor, but now, her dreams hold only the specters of executioners and the flames of the stake. The moment hangs heavy, thick with unspoken fears, and as the crowd swells, I feel the weight of their despair pressing in. Around us, the distant chants of the monks rise like a dirge. "Repent! Repent," they call, their voices echoing through the stony streets, each syllable a reminder of the heavy burden of sin. I close my eyes, let the sound wash over me, each plea is a dagger, each prayer a silent scream. I remember when faith felt like a warm embrace, but now it feels like a noose tightening around our throats. Then, he appears, Luther, the man they call a heretic, standing tall against the tide of oppression. His voice cuts through the chaos, a clarion call, igniting a flicker of hope in the hearts of the downtrodden. "Salvation is not for sale," he bellows, and the crowd gasps, a collective inhalation that crackles with electricity. We are not damned by the weight of our sins, but by the silence of our voices. I can feel Katerina's hand grip mine, her heart racing against her ribcage, as if trying to escape the shackles of fear. But as his words resonate, I sense an eerie chill creeping through the air, something dark lurking just beyond the reach of the flickering torches. Shadows twist and turn, creating phantoms that mock us, haunting reminders of the past. I remember the tales of heretics burned alive, their screams echoing down the corridors of history, and the thought sends shivers down my spine. What if we are too late? I whisper, feeling the weight of uncertainty pressing down on my shoulders. Too late. Katerina scoffs, but the tremor in her voice betrays her bravado. No, my friend. It's never too late to fight for our souls. But I see the cracks in her armor, the way her fingers tremble, gripping my hand as if to ward off the encroaching darkness. The air is thick with tension, a palpable force that pulls us closer to the precipice, where the line between faith and fear blurs, and damnation looms like a specter. In the distance, the church stands, its towering spire a finger pointing to the heavens, but its foundations are rotting, crumbling under the weight of hypocrisy. Look at them, I say, gesturing to the figures cloaked in black, their faces obscured by the shadows. Do they even hear the cries of the people? My voice wavers, and I see the flicker of doubt in Martin's eyes. He's lost in his thoughts, the internal battle raging within him. Does he dare to believe that redemption is possible, or is the noose tightening around his neck already, ready to drag him into the abyss? As Luther speaks, the crowd swells with fervor, voices rising to a crescendo that echoes through the night. "We shall not be silent," he shouts, and a roar of agreement erupts, a wave crashing against the shore of despair. But I see the fear in their eyes, the tremor in their voices, how quickly hope can turn to ash. I remember the laughter of the tavern, the way we toasted to dreams of change, and yet here we are, on the brink of something far more sinister. Do you believe? I ask Martin, my heart racing. Do you truly believe we can change this? His gaze meets mine, a flicker of something, fear. Hope passes between us. I want to, he whispers, and I can taste the desperation in his voice. But is it enough? His question hangs in the air, a ghost haunting our resolve. Then, with a shattering finality, the church bells toll again, resonating through the night, a death knell for the old ways. Each chime is a reminder that time is slipping through our fingers, and the shadows are growing restless, hungry for the souls of the damned. The tension reaches a boiling point, a moment suspended in time as doubt and fear collide with hope and rebellion. I see Katerina step forward, her small frame defiantly silhouetted against the rising tide of despair. "We cannot turn back now," she cries, and I feel the pulse of her courage pushing against the tide of fear. The crowd stills, the air electric with anticipation. Her voice cuts through the fog of despair like a beacon, illuminating the path ahead, fragile yet fierce. And as we stand there, together in this moment of uncertainty, the realization washes over me: the struggle against damnation is not just a fight for our souls, but a fight for our very existence. And in that realization, I feel the weight lift, if only for a moment, replaced by a fire that ignites in our hearts, a promise that we will not be silenced, that we will rise from the ashes of despair, together. The night is dark, the shadows still lurking, but the flicker of hope now burns brightly within us, a spark that cannot be extinguished. And as the crowd begins to stir, a collective heartbeat echoing through the night, I know this is only the beginning. The darkness may be vast, but together, we will carve out our place in the light. Rain hammered against the window pane like a frantic heartbeat, each drop a desperate plea for release. In the dim light of the candle, shadows danced across the walls, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that whispered secrets of despair. Amelia sat at the edge of her bed, her heart pounding in sync with the storm outside. She could feel the weight of her thoughts pressing down, heavy as the oppressive air around her. Rationalism, they said. Reason will save us. But reason had abandoned her, leaving only the specter of doubt and the looming dread of what lay beyond the fragile boundary of her mind. Across town, Elias stood in front of the grand oak door of the library, a fortress of knowledge that felt more like a tomb. He could hear the laughter of scholars inside, their voices rising like smoke, choking him with the flames of his own insecurities. I remember, he thought, when I believed in the power of reason. But now, the words felt hollow, stripped of their vibrancy. His fingers hovered over the brass handle, trembling with the realization that maybe, just maybe, the answers he sought were buried beneath layers of dogma and despair. And then there was Thomas, slumped on a rickety chair in the corner of the library, a glass of murky wine in hand, staring into the abyss of his own failures. "Hell is a place of reason," he muttered, a bitter smile twisting his lips. "Look at us, rational beings, trapped in a world of chaos." He raised his glass in a mock toast to the ideals that had betrayed him. The laughter echoed around him like a cruel joke, a reminder that while others clung to logic, he had succumbed to the darkness creeping into his heart. In that moment, the clock on the wall ticked, each second a reminder of their fleeting existence. Time, relentless and cruel, marched on, indifferent to their struggles. "I can't breathe," Amelia thought, feeling her chest tighten as the storm outside intensified. The wind howled, a voice that seemed to mock her very essence, dragging her thoughts to the corners she feared most. She closed her eyes, and for a fleeting instant, she saw them, the faces of those lost to the abyss, their eyes pleading for release, their voices a cacophony of despair. What if we're all damned? The question hung in the air, a specter that refused to fade. Elias pushed the door open, the creak sending a shiver down his spine. Inside, the warmth of the fire felt foreign, almost suffocating. He looked around at the scholars, their eyes alight with fervor, and felt a pang of longing mixed with dread. What if they're right, he thought, the weight of their certainty pressing down on him. What if reason is the key? But as he stepped further into their world, a sinking feeling enveloped him. The rationalists, so certain, so bold, were losing themselves in the labyrinth of their own logic. "I remember," he whispered to himself, "when I thought knowledge could shield me from the terror of uncertainty. Thomas watched as Elias entered, the flicker of recognition igniting a spark of familiarity. "Ah, the seeker," he murmured, his voice dripping with cynicism. "What treasures do you hope to find in this den of illusions?" The question hung heavy in the air, a challenge wrapped in jest. He gestured to the scholars, their animated discussions morphing into an unsettling symphony of rational thought. They believe they can reason their way out of hell, but hell is where reason goes to die. Amelia's heart raced as she recalled her studies, the endless nights spent poring over texts that promised enlightenment but delivered nothing but confusion. "I remember the day I thought I could change the world with reason," she whispered, her voice swallowed by the storm outside. She longed for connection, for someone to understand the tempest raging within her. But is this what it means to be enlightened? The question hung in the air, aching with vulnerability. In the library, Elias clenched his fists, caught between the pull of reason and the weight of his own doubts. What happens when reason fails, he pondered, his mind racing with the implications of his thoughts. He searched the faces of the scholars, their laughter echoing in the hollow spaces of his heart. What if they were wrong? What if their rationalism was a facade, a thin veil over the chaotic truth of existence? Thomas leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Look around, Elias. They dance in their delusions while we sit on the edge of reason, teetering on the brink of despair. Do you feel it? The cold grip of uncertainty." The words wrapped around Elias like a shroud, and he felt the shadows creeping ever closer, whispering the truths they dared not confront. Amelia stood, driven by an unseen force, her heart pounding louder than the storm outside. She stepped into the library, a figure of defiance against the tide of certainty. "What if we're wrong?" Her voice rang out, sharp and piercing, cutting through the laughter and chatter. All eyes turned to her, a moment of silence enveloping the room. What if hell isn't a place, but a state of being? A place where reason cannot tread. The tension crackled in the air, a palpable force as uncertainty wove its way through the gathered crowd. Elias felt a flicker of hope igniting within him, a spark that threatened to consume the darkness threatening to swallow them whole. "Amelia," he called, his voice steady despite the chaos within. "What do we do if reason fails us?" Her eyes shone with a fierce light, illuminating the murky depths of despair that had gripped them all. "We fight," she breathed, the words imbued with an intensity that shook the foundations of their beliefs. "We fight against the darkness, together." The storm outside raged on, a reflection of the tempest brewing within the walls of the library. Shadows loomed large, but in that moment, amid the flickering candlelight, they began to realize that perhaps, just perhaps, in the depths of hell, hope could be found, if they were brave enough to search for it. The clock ticked on, each chime a reminder that time was slipping through their fingers. But they were no longer alone, they stood united against the chaos, a fragile bond forged in the fires of uncertainty. Together, they echoed, voices intertwining, a declaration that reverberated through the storm, bouncing off the walls and into the dark corners of their minds. In the heart of despair, they discovered a flicker of hope that would not extinguish. The night was far from over, and with every heartbeat, they edged closer to confronting the abyss within and around them, their journey only just begun. A clap of thunder split the night, echoing through the desolate streets of a village cloaked in shadows. I stood there, breath hitching, heart racing like a drum. A storm was brewing, not just in the sky, but in the hearts of men and women, trembling on the precipice of despair. I remember the faces, pale and drawn, eyes wide with a terror that threatened to swallow them whole. They were gathered in the town hall, the air thick with the scent of sweat and fear, a congregation on the edge of an abyss. "Repent! Repent!" roared Reverend Thompson, his voice a thunderclap in its own right, striking like the bolt that lit up the sky. He stood there, a figure carved out of shadows, a prophet of doom wielding the Bible like a sword. His hair was wild, eyes burning with fervor, and when he spoke, it was as if the very ground quaked beneath him, shaking the faith of even the most devout. The townsfolk trembled, caught between belief and disbelief. I stood among them, caught in a whirlwind of longing and dread, my heart bouncing between the desire for salvation and the gnawing pull of sin. I remember Sarah, her face pale as moonlight, clutching her baby to her chest, the child's eyes wide in innocent confusion. She was the embodiment of fragile hope, a flickering candle in a gale. The weight of the world pressed upon her shoulders, and the cries of her baby echoed the unspeakable fears that lurked in the dark corners of her mind. "Do you think God will forgive us?" she whispered to me, voice trembling like an autumn leaf. I could only shake my head, the truth too heavy to bear. Would God, in his infinite rage, truly forgive the broken and the damned? Then there was James, my brother, whose laughter once rang like a melody through the fields. Now he stood behind me, eyes haunted, fingers twitching as he clutched the back of my shirt. He had seen too much, felt too deeply the chill of despair creeping through our home. "I can't go back to that hell," he muttered, the words spilling from his lips like broken glass, sharp and painful. Each prayer feels like a noose tightening around my throat. I felt the truth of his words cut into the fabric of my soul. God was supposed to be love, yet here we were, drowning in the waters of judgment, teetering on the edge of annihilation. Hell is real. Reverend Thompson screamed as if the weight of the world lay solely on his shoulders. "You think you can escape its flames? You think you can dance in the darkness and not get burned?" The townsfolk surged forward, a wave of humanity crashing against the rocks of doubt. I was swept up in their fervor, each face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, shadows twisting like wraiths around us, whispering secrets of the damned. But beneath the cacophony of fear, I felt an undercurrent of something deeper, a longing for connection, for understanding. I caught a glimpse of Sarah's eyes, fierce and defiant, as she stood against the gale of despair. "I will not be afraid," she declared, raising her chin as if challenging the very heavens. Her resolve struck a chord within me, sending shivers racing down my spine. I remembered the stories, the tales of fire and brimstone, the warnings of an angry God who wielded judgment like a sword. But what of love? What of mercy? Had they been cast aside in the name of righteousness? As the storm raged outside, the Reverend painted visions of hellfire that danced in our minds, conjuring images of souls writhing in eternal torment. I could see them, shadows flickering in the flames, their screams merging with the chorus of the wind. The walls felt like they were closing in, suffocating in their fervor. Panic gripped me, clawing at my throat as I glanced at James, whose eyes were wild with fear. "What if it's all true?" he whispered, and the weight of his question hung heavily in the air. The room swelled with emotion, a collective heartbeat vibrating through the crowd. One voice rose, breaking through the chaos, a plea for love, a cry for understanding. It was Sarah again, her voice a soft melody amidst the storm. "What if we could find redemption in ourselves? What if we could love one another instead of fearing one another?" Her words cut through the air like a knife, carving a path through the darkness. And for a moment, the crowd hesitated, the shadows flickering, uncertain. But then the Reverend roared back, drowning her light in a deluge of fire and brimstone. "You think love will save you? It is sin that brings wrath. You must repent." The storm outside mirrored the tempest within. Lightning illuminated the town hall in bursts, shadows dancing madly, a twisted ballet of fear and faith. I felt the walls pulse, the very foundation of our beliefs shaking as if the heavens themselves were about to crack open. I remember the moment when it all changed, the moment when the fear turned to fury, the moment when the people rose, not to shout in anger, but to seek understanding, to grasp the flickering light of hope. It was a chaotic symphony, voices rising and colliding, desperate to be heard over the thundering chaos of the Reverend's fury. The air felt electric, alive with possibility, and I could no longer distinguish between fear and resolve. I turned to James, our eyes locking, and in that fleeting moment, I understood. We were all standing on a precipice, caught between the abyss and the light. We were brothers, standing together, hearts pounding in unison. The storm raged, but we would not cower. I felt the warmth of Sarah's hand on my arm, steadying me, reminding me of the flickering light in the darkness. The Reverend's voice faded into the storm, lost against the cries of the people. In that haunting moment, I realized that faith is not a weapon, nor is it a prison. It was a flicker of hope, a promise that even in the depths of despair, love could find a way to ignite a fire that would burn brighter than any fear. As the storm raged on, the shadows danced, and the air crackled with the energy of awakening. I could feel the tide shifting, the hearts of the people aligning with a new understanding. What would happen next? What would we become? In that electrifying moment, I stood at the edge of salvation, and the darkness loomed, ready to swallow us whole. The clock struck midnight, signaling not just an hour but an epoch, a moment suspended in time when everything could change. The air thickened with anticipation, and I held my breath, waiting for the storm to break, for the dawn to rise, knowing that whatever came next would either save us or drag us into the very hell we feared. The thunder cracked overhead, jagged and furious, slicing through the humid air like a knife, as people stumbled into the reviving embrace of the dusty church. Their eyes wide, faces drawn, they gathered, trembling as if the very walls whispered their sins. I remember that night, the way the candles flickered like trapped souls, shadows dancing, beckoning and banishing in equal measure. The scent of burnt wood and sweat mingled, clinging to the throat like an unspoken prayer. In the corner, there was Samuel, a man worn thin by the weight of his own choices. His hands shook, not just from fear, but from guilt, a pulsing reminder of the life he once led, the secrets he buried deeper than the soil of his ancestors. He sat, heart hammering, caught between the siren call of redemption and the damnation that gnawed at his insides like a ravenous beast. I remember the look in her eyes, the way she cried, he muttered, a mantra that echoed in his mind, taunting him, I remember. Each syllable was a wound, bleeding regret. Beside him, Mary clung to a fraying hymn book, her knuckles white with tension. She was a mother, a widow, a woman burdened with loss and uncertainty. Her breaths were shallow, each exhale laced with the fear that she might not be worthy of salvation. The memories piled up, ghosts of laughter now silenced, pressing down on her chest like a heavy stone. What if I'm wrong? She whispered to herself, the question spiraling through the air, mingling with the heated prayers ascending toward a distant heaven. The preacher stood at the pulpit, a towering figure draped in shadows, his voice a tempest that swirled and whipped through the gathered masses. Hell is real, he thundered, and the congregation gasped as if struck. Imagine the flames licking at your flesh, the wails of the damned echoing through the chasms of despair. Each word was a dagger, piercing through the fabric of their souls. The imagery was a vivid tapestry woven with their worst fears, and they clutched each other tighter, as if the act of holding on could shield them from the horrors he painted. I remember the way the preacher's eyes gleamed, fervent and wild. He was a man possessed, channeling a force that surged through him like electricity. Are you ready? He roared, and his voice reverberated, the very air vibrating with the weight of his challenge. Are you ready to face the truth of your existence? The question hung there, pregnant with the tension of 1,000 unsaid confessions. Samuel swallowed hard, a lump in his throat. I'm not worthy, he thought, the words clawing at his insides. I am just a ghost amongst the living. He could feel the fire of the preacher's message wrap around him, tightening like a noose. The memories of laughter, of moments lost to time, danced in his mind, taunting him as the preacher thundered on. You are more than your sins, he exclaimed, his voice cracking under the weight of belief. You are a child of God. But Samuel could only see the shadows of his past, looming ever closer. Mary's heart raced, a caged bird desperate to flee. She thought of her children, of their faces, bright and innocent, now punctured by the harsh reality of life stripped bare. What if they don't forgive me? The thought slithered into her mind, cold and insidious. The preacher's voice twisted, wove around her like a shroud. He spoke of salvation and damnation, each phrase a pendulum swinging over her head. Repent! Repent! His voice rang out, and with each repetition, Mary felt the weight of expectation press down on her fragile spirit. The flames of hell flickered in her mind, vivid, tormenting. She imagined the faces of the damned, their cries, their pleas, their desperation. I can't lose them. Not like this. The certainty of her loss churned in her stomach, and she crushed the hymn book to her chest, seeking solace in the tattered pages. I need to believe, she whispered, a fragile thread of hope woven through despair. As the preacher's voice crescendoed, the air crackled, thick with the raw energy of the moment. Embrace the fire, he screamed, and the congregation erupted, voices blending into a cacophony of fear and yearning. They shouted, some weeping, some laughing at the strange juxtaposition of salvation and sorrow. It was a tempest, a storm that gathered around them, swirling and twisting, threatening to consume them whole. Samuel's heart raced, pounding like a drum, drowning out the chaos around him. What if I step forward, he thought, the possibility both exhilarating and terrifying. He could feel the eyes of the crowd, curious, judging, longing. Would they see him? Would they know the truth that clung to him like a second skin? I remember the mistakes, he muttered, the words slipping through his lips like a confession. I remember, Mary's eyes darted toward Samuel, a spark igniting in her chest at the sight of him, so fragile yet so fierce. He's just like me, she thought, a flicker of recognition piercing through her fear. We're all just trying to find our way back. For a moment, the weight of the world lifted, and they were simply two souls adrift in a tempest of emotion, yearning for connection, for understanding. Yet the preacher's voice cut through the moment like a knife, tearing at the fabric of their shared experience. You have a choice, he shouted, and the congregation stirred, a wave of anticipation washing over them. Choose life. Choose light. Or be cast into the abyss. The urgency thrummed through the air, a tangible force that pulled at their very beings. Samuel's breath caught in his throat. I want to choose, he thought, though the words felt foreign on his tongue. But am I worthy? The doubt clung to him, a persistent shadow that refused to fade. I remember, he whispered, the mantra returning, a painful reminder of all he had lost and all he feared he would never find again. The preacher's voice boomed, "You are not alone." And in that moment, something shifted. Mary reached for Samuel, her hand trembling as it found his. Together, she breathed, the word a lifeline thrown between them. We can face this. But the storm outside raged on, and the flickering candles struggled against the encroaching darkness, each flicker a reminder that hope and despair often dance hand in hand. The looming question remained, suspended in the thick air, as both Samuel and Mary felt the weight of their choices thrumming in their chests. Each heartbeat echoed the truth they clung to, a truth woven with threads of fear, love, and power. Time hung heavy, a clock ticking relentlessly, the moments stretching into eternity. In the depths of their souls, they battled with the shadows of their pasts, yet the flicker of hope remained, igniting a glimmer of possibility. Would they find the courage to step into the light? As the preacher's voice echoed in the fading twilight, the congregation held their breath, waiting for the next revelation that would either seal their fates or set them free. And somewhere, amidst the chaos, the night continued to thrum, a heartbeat reverberating through the walls, promising that this was only the beginning. The clock ticks, its relentless hand slicing through the silence like a knife. I stand in a dimly lit room, shadows creeping along the peeling wallpaper, the air thick with the scent of dampness and forgotten dreams. Outside, the city breathes a chaotic rhythm, a symphony of car horns and muffled voices, yet here, time seems suspended, every second stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. Elena's laughter echoes in my ears, a ghostly melody that pulls me back, deeper into the memories I thought I could bury. She was always the spark, the light in this abyss we called home. Now, the darkness wraps around me, a suffocating shroud. I remember the night we stumbled upon the old bookstore, where dusty tomes whispered secrets of ancient sorrows and forgotten tales. Look at this one, she had exclaimed, holding up a tattered volume on the darker sides of human nature. It's like a glimpse into hell. Her eyes danced with mischief, but I felt the chill grip my heart. Even then, I knew she was drawn to the abyss, a moth fluttering toward the flame. But tonight, the air vibrates with tension. I can feel it, an electrical charge prickling my skin. The gallery opening, a cacophony of voices, laughter slicing through the haze of art and wine. It was meant to be a celebration, yet I stand here, heart racing, longing for her presence. The paintings loom like watchful sentinels, each canvas a portal to someone's personal hell. Dread coils around my chest as a voice pulls me back, a familiar yet haunting tone. Everything we create is a reflection of our fears, Lucas murmurs, his gaze fixed on a canvas splattered with red, an abstract scream. He's my brother, yet there's an unbridgeable chasm between us, a fracture formed from years of silence and unspoken words. His shadows dance in the flickering light, capturing the essence of our childhood, the days when our laughter filled the void, before the darkness seeped in. You can't escape it, you know, he adds, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. The art, the literature, they're just mirrors. Look closely, and you'll see your demon staring back. I want to laugh, to tell him he's wrong, but the truth lies heavy on my tongue. The horror of it all creeps in, drenching the air with an oppressive weight. I remember the way Elena studied the macabre, how she found beauty in the grotesque. It's not about the horror itself, she had said, but how we confront it. I never understood then, but now, the shadows of our past claw at me, whispering secrets that threaten to swallow me whole. As the crowd swells, the laughter grows louder, drowning out my thoughts. I can see her, Elena, her spirit woven into every brushstroke on the walls. The exhibit, a tribute to suffering and salvation, pulsates with life, yet it feels like a requiem for the living. I can almost hear her voice in the rustle of the gallery pamphlets. We're all just ghosts in the end, haunted by our choices. Deep breaths. I remind myself that art can be salvific, but the colors swirl before me like a tempest, each hue a reminder of her absence. I lock eyes with Lucas, and for a heartbeat, we're two children again, lost in a world where nightmares lurked beneath the surface. What if we're just swirling in our own hells, he asks, breaking the silence like glass shattering on concrete. His eyes are dark pools, reflecting the chaos within him. What if we can't escape? The question hangs heavy, and I want to scream, to tear at the walls that confine us. I think of the countless stories, the countless artists who faced their demons, transforming pain into beauty. The weight of their struggles presses upon me, drowning me in despair. But then, I remember Elena's laughter, pure, untainted. Art is our salvation, she had insisted, and it lives in the cracks of our brokenness. A woman brushes past me, her perfume a ghost of jasmine and smoke, pulling me back to the present. I glance at the painting beside me, a chaotic swirl of colors that seems to pulse with life. It's a depiction of souls spiraling into darkness, yet there's a glimmer, a flicker of hope hidden within the chaos. My breath catches, and I know then that this is what Elena would have loved, a realization that even in hell, light finds a way to seep through the cracks. Look! I shout, more to myself than to Lucas. It's there, in the chaos. We can find the light! My voice reverberates, echoing through the gallery, and for a moment, it feels as if the world stands still. People turn, their eyes scanning the painting, searching for that elusive spark of hope. I feel it, a connection, a shared understanding that transcends our individual hells. We are all trapped in our own rooms, yet we're fighting to break down the walls. Lucas's expression softens, the lines of bitterness and anger easing. For the first time in too long, we are united in our pain, our love for the art that binds us. Maybe, he whispers, it's our hell that gives birth to beauty. In that moment, the shadows retreat, and a fragile thread of hope weaves itself between us. The gallery hums with life and sorrow, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. I want to hold on to this moment forever, to grasp the fleeting warmth that flickers like a candle in the dark. But outside, the world continues to churn, a relentless tide that threatens to drown us in its fury. The clock ticks, each second a reminder that time is slipping away. As I glance around the gallery, I realize that this isn't just an exhibit, it's a reflection of us all, of our fears, our struggles, our moments of triumph. In this space, we confront the darkness, and perhaps, just perhaps, we can transform our hell into something beautiful. But as the night deepens, I can't shake the feeling that the real confrontation is yet to come. That beneath the laughter and the art, a storm brews, ready to unleash its fury. The echoes of Elena's laughter fade into the background, replaced by a chilling silence that wraps around my heart like a vice. In this moment, I am acutely aware of the thin veil that separates us from the abyss, and I brace myself for the inevitable plunge into the unknown, where art and hell intertwine in a beautiful, terrifying dance. The air crackles with a tension so thick you can taste it. A woman, Maria, stands at the edge of a crumbling cliff, the wind whipping through her tangled hair. Below, the city sprawls like a wounded beast, buildings slumped and tired, their windows shattered like broken dreams. The sun dips low, casting long shadows that crawl like the ghosts of the forgotten. She feels the weight of her ancestors behind her, a chorus of whispers echoing like a distant storm. Do you see? Do you truly see? She remembers the church, the last sermon delivered by Father Lewis, his voice a trembling beacon in the dark. Hell is not a place, my children, he had said, his eyes brimming with the fire of conviction. It is the lived experience of oppression, the suffocating silence of the marginalized. Those words linger like smoke in her mind, heavy and acrid, as she grapples with her own chains, the poverty and desolation clawing at her heart. And then there's Javier, the boy who once laughed with her under the flickering streetlight, now haunting her thoughts like a ghost. He had spoken of dreams, of one day breaking free from the cycle of despair, a shimmer of hope in his dark eyes. But hope is a fragile thing, like a butterfly caught in a storm, and she had watched that hope drown, snuffed out by the fire of injustice. She had promised him she would fight, she had promised she would rise. But in the deafening silence, she feels the weight of her promise press down, a constricting noose around her throat. I remember, she whispers, clenching her fists until her nails bite into her palms. I remember the laughter. I remember the fire. Each word is a jagged stone, a reminder of the ghost of what was. Time is no longer linear, it is a spiral, twisting back to the moments that haunt her, taunting her. She sees flashes of joy, but they are eclipsed by the shadows of despair. The clock towers in the distance chime, each note reverberating through her being, each tick a reminder of the urgency that courses in her veins. She feels Javier's spirit hovering, urging her forward. He had spoken of liberation theology as if it were a sacred scripture. It's not just a theory, he said, eyes blazing. It's a call to action, a demand for justice. His passion had ignited something deep within her, a spark that now flickers precariously in the encroaching darkness. But what use is passion when the world is a predatory beast? She glances down at the city once more, its shadows twist and writhe like serpents, each alley a reminder of the struggles that suffocate the souls of the living. She feels her heart race, the rhythm of fear and anger pulsating through her, each beat a reminder of her own helplessness. The cries of the oppressed ring in her ears, a sickening symphony of anguish and despair. Suddenly, the ground beneath her shifts, and she stumbles back, breathless. The stones that once felt solid now crumble like the promises made by those in power. Do you see? The wind howls, wrapping around her like a shroud. It carries the voices of the lost, those who fought bravely against the tide only to be swept away. Maria remembers their faces, the mother clutching her child, the labour demanding dignity, the countless souls who have slipped through the cracks of society's indifference. She feels their pain, a visceral ache, a burning rage that threatens to consume her. Where is the hell you speak of? She screams into the void, her voice raw and trembling. Is it this? She gestures wildly at the city below, at the suffering that clings to every corner like a thick fog, or is it something deeper, an internal torment that grips the heart of humanity itself? The answer eludes her like smoke slipping through her fingers. Liberation theology promises hope, but the reality is a chasm that feels insurmountable. The night sky hangs heavy with stars, but they do little to lighten the oppressive weight clouding her mind. She thinks of Father Lewis, his passionate speeches about a God who stands with the oppressed, who cries with them, bleeding alongside their struggles. But what of that God in the silence? What of hope when the world feels like a relentless storm, one that refuses to relent? Why do you make me fight? She whispers, the words cracking under the weight of her despair. The shadows of doubt creep in, threatening to swallow her whole. Why do you ask so much? She feels the answer ripple through the darkness, a whisper of strength, because the fight is where the truth lives. Javier's laughter echoes in her mind, a haunting melody intertwined with the sorrow of their shared dreams. She remembers his hands, calloused yet gentle, as they worked together in the fields. We are the change, he had said, eyes shining with the fire of revolution. We must refuse to be silent. The memory ignites a spark deep within her, a fierce reminder that she is not alone in this battle. The wind shifts, carrying with it the scent of rain, a promise of cleansing, of rebirth. I won't forget, she murmurs, her heart pounding with fierce determination. I won't let your dreams slip away. As the first drops of rain hit the ground, a baptism of sorts, she steps back from the edge. The city, with all its shadows and despair, is still her home. She will not abandon it. Maria feels the pulse of the earth beneath her, a rhythm that syncs with her own heartbeat. The fight for justice is not a singular moment but a relentless struggle, a tapestry woven by the hands of many. Each thread tells a story, a life lived beneath the weight of oppression. She stands on the precipice, no longer afraid. She is the voice for the voiceless, the dreamer who remembers the lost, and in that realization, she finds her strength. And as the storm breaks, the rain pours down like the tears of the heavens, washing away the fear, igniting the hope that flickers within. Maria closes her eyes, her heart open to the possibilities that lie ahead. The darkness may be suffocating, but the light of liberation is a fire that cannot be extinguished. As she turns back toward the city, the shadows linger but no longer overwhelm. They become the backdrop to the battle she is ready to fight. In that moment of clarity, as the rain falls and the city breathes anew, Maria takes a step forward. It is a small step, but in a world that thrives on despair, it is monumental. The confrontation with hell begins not just in the world outside, but within her own soul, and she is ready to face it. The darkness smothered the room like a thick, wet blanket, heavy with unspoken fears. A clock ticked in the corner, each second slicing through the silence with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. I sat there, heart pounding, as if it were trying to escape, trying to vault over the memories that chained it to this place. I could feel the weight of his gaze, the judgment, the burning doubt, and it slithered beneath my skin. Edgar, my brother, leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his silhouette a looming spectre that absorbed the feeble light. I remember when we were children, he said, his voice a whisper barely rising above the relentless tick-tock. We used to think the shadows were just monsters, but what if they were simply reflections of ourselves? Each syllable dripped with the bitter sweetness of nostalgia, a taste I couldn't quite shake. My mind raced, spiraling into the echoes of our past, where laughter morphed into screams and innocence wore a mask of despair. Wasn't that hell? The very essence of our childhood, a warped carnival of twisted smiles and heart-wrenching reality. It was a place where dreams went to die, consumed by the insatiable hunger of our hidden fears. I see you, I whispered, my voice trembling. I see the hell you carry. His eyes flickered, a storm brewing within, and I could feel it, the heaviness of guilt, the crushing weight of our shared history. Do you? He shot back, a dagger in his tone. You think you understand? You've built your own hell, haven't you? Trapped in that perfect life you pretend to live. He stepped closer, the air between us thick with unsaid words. I didn't flinch, I was past that point. The truth stung like 1,000 needles, each one a reminder of the facade I wore, a mask of happiness that cracked under pressure. Inside, I was a jumbled mess of dreams unfulfilled and desires repressed. And there, lurking in the corners of my mind, a primal fear whispered, I might never escape this prison of my own making. As he spoke, the shadows in the room began to dance, twisting into grotesque shapes that mocked the anguish of our childhood. I could almost hear them laughing, echoing my deepest insecurities. Each shadow clawed at my psyche, clawed at the remnants of a once hopeful heart. What did Freud say? That hell is not a fiery pit but a reflection of our repressed desires, a manifestation of our fears clawing to break free. I felt it now, the tension in the room suffocating, vibrating with the intensity of unfulfilled dreams. My body trembled, and not just from the cold, it was the raw realization that our lives filled with mundane routines and surface-level happiness, were merely a theater of the absurd. We acted out roles, pretending the chaos inside us didn't exist. But there was another presence, a ghostly figure lingering just beyond the shadows. Lena. My love, my curse. I could almost hear her soft laughter, the way it once filled the void in my heart. But that laughter had faded, replaced by the haunting echoes of her departure. She had become a spectre, a reminder of a love that bloomed in the darkest of nights and wilted at the first light of day. I remember when she left, I murmured, the words strangling my throat. The way she turned her back, like she was walking away from the hell we created. Good riddance, Edgar spat, flicking his wrist dismissively. You were too wrapped up in your own darkness to see her light. A knife twisted in my chest, the pain sharp and familiar. He didn't understand. The weight of loss had chained me to that moment, the moment I realized that love can wither under the pressure of unspoken fears, that even paradise can transform into a hell of our own design. Why do we keep punishing ourselves? I asked, my voice cracking. Why do we cling to the memories that drown us? Because it's easier than facing what lies beneath. The truth is a monstrous thing. Edgar's eyes darkened, the shadows deepening around him, suffocating my hope. What if that hell is just waiting for us to embrace it? I staggered back, the walls of the room closing in. The shadows shifted, became shades of our past, a kaleidoscope of our regrets. I felt the air grow heavier, laden with every moment I had tried to bury, every fragment of myself I had refused to acknowledge. Do you remember the last time we saw her? Edgar asked, his voice brittle. The way she smiled, the way she didn't know we were watching her, I could see her there, a ghost in my mind, radiant and free, weaving through the memories like a wisp of smoke. A part of me wanted to reach through the darkness and pull her back, but another part, a darker part, understood that she had escaped our hell, while we remained trapped in the labyrinth of our own making. I remember, I repeated, the words tumbling out like ashes from a long-extinguished fire. I remember the way her laughter echoed in the halls, and how it felt like a promise we couldn't keep. Promises, Edgar echoed, his voice hollow. They're just chains we wrap around our hearts, binding us to our own suffering. And there it was, the cold truth wrapped in a shroud of despair. I could feel the walls pressing in, could feel the shadows creeping ever closer, their fingers brushing against my skin, reminding me of every choice that led me here. I don't want this. The words erupted from my mouth, raw and desperate. I wanted to tear down the facade, to scream into the void and let the world hear my pain. You're already in hell, Edgar whispered, stepping back into the shadows. The weight of his words lingered, heavy and suffocating. My heart thudded, each beat a reminder of my existence, of the torment that lived within, unrelenting and fierce. As the clock ticked on, a relentless metronome marking our descent, I felt something shift. The air crackled with tension, the shadows morphing into a darkness pregnant with possibility. What if hell wasn't just a place of despair, but a crucible? A space where our deepest fears collided with our desperate hopes. I remember, I began again, but the words were swallowed by the darkness. And then it hit me, a realization that blazed like a comet streaking across an endless night sky. Perhaps the only way out was to confront the monsters we had created. The shadows shifted once more, their grip tightening. They were waiting for us, waiting for the moment we dared to look into the abyss. And I knew, with a spine-chilling certainty, that the real hell was not the darkness that surrounded us but the refusal to face the light that flickered within. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and choking, curling into the night like a serpent seeking its prey. I stood frozen at the edge of the crumbling precipice, the vast abyss yawning before me, as the screams of the damned echoed through the charred remains of what once was a vibrant city. I should have turned back, but curiosity had always been my curse. What had they unleashed with that last experiment? Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, taunting me, whispering secrets I dared not hear. Beside me, Helena trembled, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles white against the backdrop of chaos. "This isn't right," she screamed, her voice cracking like glass. "We shouldn't be here. We need to leave, now." But deep down, I could see the fascination flickering in her eyes, a mix of fear and allure. Something was calling us from the maw of darkness, a promise of understanding hidden beneath layers of horror. I turned to her, desperate to pull her back from the edge, both the physical and the metaphorical. "We can't run from this." "Not anymore," I said, my voice barely a whisper against the cacophony of despair that surrounded us. She looked at me then, really looked, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the girl she used to be, before the world had twisted her into something unrecognizable. Before the ghosts of our past had shackled us here, on the brink of hell. It wasn't just the city that had fallen, it was everything we had believed in. Around us, the remnants of humanity's hubris lay scattered, machines that once promised salvation, now mere husks infused with dread. They had dared to toy with the fabric of reality, thinking they could control time, bending and twisting it like some cosmic plaything. But here we stood, witnesses to the fallout, the catastrophe of ambition unchecked, and failure unrelenting. "Remember the stars?" I asked, my voice trembling under the weight of nostalgia. The nights we'd lie on the roof, dreaming about exploring the cosmos. A faint smile ghosted across her lips, but it quickly faded, swallowed by the malevolence that loomed over us. We were no longer children chasing dreams, we were prisoners of our own creation, shackled by the chains of consequences. Time was a fickle beast here. Reality folded in on itself, moments blending into a relentless loop, each second stretching infinitely into the next. I could feel the tremors beneath my feet, as if the very ground was warning us of the horrors yet to come. The clock tower, once a symbol of hope, now stood as a grotesque monument to our failures, its hands frozen in time, marking the hour when everything went dark. "Do you think it will ever end?" Elena's voice was small, a mere whisper lost in the suffocating atmosphere. I wanted to tell her yes, that somewhere beyond this nightmare lay the dawn of a new day, but I was afraid of the truth. The truth was a ghost that haunted my thoughts, gnawing at my sanity, reminding me of the fragility of hope. I saw her glance towards the shadows, and it pulled at something deep within me. "They're watching," I said, the realization settling like ice in my veins. "They always have been." I could feel their eyes, hungry and relentless, lurking just outside the flickering light of our courage. The darkness had eyes, and it wanted more than to merely observe, it wanted to consume. Then, from the depths of that infernal darkness, a figure emerged, a twisted silhouette that clawed at the edges of my mind, a specter that dredged up memories I fought hard to bury. It bore the face of my brother, the one I had lost to the madness of our world, a casualty of science's insatiable hunger. "You should have listened," he hissed, his voice a chilling echo of the past. "You thought you could change it all, but look where it's led you." "Elena, don't look!" I shouted, instinctively pulling her close, but the horror had already seeped into her gaze, a paralysis of despair. Her eyes mirrored the anguish, the realization that our dreams had become nightmares. I remember the nights we laughed, unaware of the abyss that awaited us. I remember the sweet taste of innocence, slipping through our fingers like sand. With every heartbeat, the memories pulsed through me, a reminder of what was at stake. The shadows danced around us, swirling in a grotesque ballet of despair, feeding off our fear, our regret. Then the ground shuddered, and the figure lunged, a mass of anguish and fury, its scream a cacophony of pain that reverberated in my bones. "This is your hell," it bellowed, and I realized it was not just a monster before us, it was a reflection of every fear I had ever harbored, every regret that had festered in the corners of my heart. "Elena!" I cried, feeling her slipping away from me, caught in the web of terror that ensnared her. I had to fight. We had to fight. The shadows writhed and twisted, whispering promises of doom and despair, but I refused to surrender. The world around us was collapsing, but we had something they wanted, our will to defy. "Face it!" I shouted, my voice cutting through the cacophony like a blade. "We are more than our fears. We will not be defined by what we've lost." And with that, I gripped Elena's hand, the warmth igniting a spark of defiance between us. In that harrowing moment, we stood together, two souls aching under the weight of our past, yet unyielding in our fight against the nightmares that threatened to consume us. The shadows recoiled as if struck, and I felt a surge of something, hope, perhaps. Or maybe it was just the raw, unfiltered will to survive. But the shadows were relentless, and time was a cruel joke. The confrontation loomed ahead, the abyss beckoning, and I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The clock kept ticking, each second a reminder that we were racing against a darkness that would not rest. And so we stood, shivering against the cold grip of despair, caught between the ghosts of our past and the monstrous realities of our present. The darkness swirled around us, but in that moment of defiance, I realized something vital. Hell wasn't a place, it was a reflection, a mirror of our deepest fears made manifest. The battle had only just begun. The shrill cry of a bell echoed through the damp, late-night air, reverberating like the last heartbeat of a dying man. It rang out from the ancient stone church, its shadows creeping over cobblestones slick with rain. Ivan, drenched, stood frozen at the door, heart racing, the weight of his sins pressing down like a heavy fog, suffocating. He had come seeking solace, yet all he felt was the gnawing fear that someone, was waiting for him inside. Forgiveness, the priest had said earlier, voice trembling with age, is a gift that cannot be given lightly. But the hollow stare of his father's ghost haunted him, a spectre wrapped in shadows, reflecting every terrible choice Ivan had made. The darkness whispered, taunting him with memories of betrayal and regret, the moments where he could have chosen light but let himself be consumed. And then there was Maria. Sweet, beautiful Maria, whose laughter had once filled his life with warmth. Now, she, too, drifted like a ghost through his thoughts. The day he left her to pursue his ambitions, the day she whispered that she would wait, echoed louder than the bell. Her faith in him had been a fragile thread, fraying slowly until it snapped, leaving her alone in a world filled with shadows. As he stepped inside the church, the air shifted, thick and heavy with incense and despair. The flickering candles cast dancing shadows, twisting like the souls of the damned. Ivan felt the chill of the place seep into his bones. Here, in this sacred space, the concept of hell loomed large, not as a fiery pit, but as a palpable weight of despair. The orthodox teachings murmured in low tones, echoing through the ages. Hell was not only a place, it was a state of being. He caught the eye of the priest, who stood at the altar, worn hands trembling against the wood. "Ivan," he said, voice barely above a whisper, "you come seeking absolution, don't you?" But Ivan couldn't speak. Instead, Maria's face flickered in his mind, her last hair-streaked goodbye. In that moment, the walls of the church became a prison of his own making. He imagined her, wandering through life without him, lost and searching for the man he had promised he'd be. The priest pressed forward, sensing the storm within him. "Do you understand the nature of sin, my son?" Sin. The word hung like a heavy mist, suffocating. It was a concept steeped in centuries of Eastern Orthodox thought, a fracture between man and God, a chasm filled with the echoes of choices made and paths not taken. Ivan closed his eyes, envisioning his life as a tapestry, threadbare and frayed, each choice a stitch pulled tight, each wrong turn a dark knot. "I remember," he whispered, voice breaking, "the day I chose ambition over love." The room felt colder, shadows lengthening, as if even the church itself mourned with him. The priest's face softened, and Ivan caught a glimpse of his own reflection in those tired eyes, a man worn down by time and regret. "Hell, my son, is not just fire and brimstone. It's the torment of memories, the weight of unmade decisions. It's the anguish of knowing you could have loved more, been more, yet chose your own path." With every word, Ivan felt the darkness inch closer, a ghostly presence filling the space between breaths. He could almost hear the whispers of his father, a cacophony of judgment and disappointment. The church was alive with the suffering of those who had come before him, each soul etched into the stones, each lament a testament to their struggles. In that moment, he thought of Maria again, the way her laughter could turn a gloomy day into a bright promise. But that laughter was now silenced, and he was left with the echo of her love, fading like the last light of day. The bell tolled again, each chime a reminder of his failures, a countdown to the moment he would be left alone in the abyss of his choices. "Forgiveness is a heavy burden to bear," the priest murmured, breaking through Ivan's spiraling thoughts. "It requires the courage to confront your own heart, to face the darkness within." The flickering candlelight danced like the shadows of his past, and Ivan felt the walls of the church close in, pressing against his chest. He was not just grappling with the abstract concept of hell, he was living it, breathing it, each inhale a reminder of what he had lost. "I remember the moment I chose ambition," he repeated, more fiercely now, "and I remember the pain it caused." With each confession, the air crackled with energy, an unbearable tension that threatened to shatter the fragile peace of the church. He could feel the priest's gaze piercing through him, searching for the truth hidden beneath layers of shame. What if I could change?" Ivan's voice cracked, and the flicker of hope was almost drowned by despair. "Change," the priest echoed, a shadow of a smile crossing his lips. "It is the light in the darkness, the flicker of a candle amidst the storm." But the storm was raging in Ivan's heart, battling against the remnants of hope. He thought about Maria once more, a ghost drifting further into shadows, and it became clear. The real torment was not a place of fire and pain, it was knowing he could have chosen a different path. The true hell lay in the spaces between decisions, in the haunting silence of unfulfilled promises. The clock on the wall ticked away the moments, echoing like a heartbeat in the darkness, and Ivan felt the weight of eternity pressing down upon him. He was suspended in this moment, a soul caught between the urge to run and the desperation to confront his demons. The church became an altar of sacrifice, a place where fear and hope collided, a battleground for his soul. Outside, the rain fell in rhythmic sheets, a symphony of despair that matched the turmoil raging within. The bell tolled again, a mournful sound that reverberated through the very core of his being. Each chime echoed the choices he had made, the lives he had touched, and the love he had abandoned. In that flickering twilight, he finally understood, hell was not a distant concept, but a haunting presence that lingered in every unexamined choice, every moment of weakness. And as he stepped further into the dim light of the church, he realized he had the power to change the narrative. But would he? Would the ghosts of his past allow him to find redemption, or would they continue to torment him, turning every heartbeat into a reminder of his failures? The candle flickered once more, and the shadows danced, whispering secrets only he could hear. In that moment of despair and hope, he knew he must confront his demons, not just for himself but for Maria, for the love he had let slip through his fingers. And as the last echo of the bell faded into the night, he felt a flicker of something. Was it hope? Was it courage? The lines between hell and salvation blurred, leaving him standing on the precipice, alone yet not alone. The story didn't end here, it twisted like the smoke curling from the candles, leading into the unknown. In the depths of that ancient church, surrounded by shadows and whispers, Ivan took a breath. He was ready to confront the darkness, ready to face the truth of his own heart. And the night held its breath, waiting. The clock ticked with a haunting resonance, each second echoing in the hollow chamber of a dimly lit church, where breath hung heavy in the air like smoke. Outside, thunder rolled ominously, a chorus of impending doom. Inside, the tension was palpable, a crackling energy building between three figures huddled beneath the flickering candlelight. Their faces, pale, etched with fear and uncertainty, were cloaked shadows against the walls, each one wrestling with a truth too heavy to bear. I remember the smell of damp stone, the taste of something bitter swirling in my mouth. It was Michael, eyes dark with despair, who broke the suffocating silence. What if they're wrong? What if eternal torment isn't the only end? His voice trembled, barely above a whisper, yet it shattered the stillness like glass. His hands, clenched tight, trembled with the weight of his conviction. Kate stood beside him, her heart racing, a storm brewing behind her blue eyes. But how can you say that? The scriptures are clear, the fires await. She was fierce, a warrior by nature, yet doubt gnawed at her resolve. I could see it, the crack in her armor, the flicker of fear that whispered of a different kind of fate, one that didn't involve an endless suffering. And then there was Daniel, leaning against the cold stone wall, his stoic demeanor cracking under the pressure. I remember when we used to laugh about these things, he said, his voice low, almost sorrowful. We were naive. Now, I don't know if any of it matters. He gazed into the shadows, lost in a memory that felt both distant and achingly close. How could they not see it? The absurdity of it all, the futile, bitter irony of a life spent in fear of suffering, a life shackled by the possibility of eternal pain. I felt it then, a surge of emotion, a tidal wave of thoughts crashing through me. What if there was a different path, one where annihilation wasn't the final verdict? I could see the flicker of hope in Michael's eyes, the way he grasped at it like a lifeline. What if we could be free? What if souls could simply cease to exist, slipping into oblivion like shadows at dawn? The room fell silent, the air thick with unspoken thoughts, secrets hovering like specters. Darkness wrapped itself around us, not as a cloak but as a curse, an oppressive weight on our shoulders. I felt the chill seep into my bones. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill, waiting with bated breath for the truth to emerge. Think about it, Michael pressed on. If annihilation is possible, then we could break free from this torment. The fear isn't just of hell, it's the fear of existing forever in agony. What if we're only afraid of what we've been taught? Kate shook her head, disbelief etched into her features. You're grasping at straws. What do you suggest? That we rewrite scripture? That we let hope wash over us like a misleading tide? Her voice was sharp, cutting through the dimness, but behind it lay a tremor of vulnerability, a flicker of something deeper that she couldn't quite name. Daniel pushed himself away from the wall, the shadows of indecision wrestling within him. But what if hope is all we have left? What if annihilation offers a release from the burden of unforgiven sins? Wouldn't it be better to believe in a merciful end than a relentless punishment? His words hung in the air, a daring challenge against the storm brewing outside. I could see it, the clash of ideals, the fervent belief in a God who either punished or forgave. The candle flickered, and for a moment, the shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of an ancient struggle. I felt my heart quicken, thumping against my ribs like a warning bell. There was something primal about this debate, something that reached beyond dogma into the depths of humanity's greatest fears. Imagine, I said, my voice rising, cutting through the tension, a universe where souls aren't eternally damned but simply cease to exist. Where our mistakes don't bind us to an endless cycle of suffering but instead allow us a peaceful, final rest. The words poured out, desperate and raw. Isn't that a God worthy of praise? One who offers closure rather than endless anguish. Kate's face was a mask of anguish. It's too easy. It feels like a trap. Her eyes darted between us, searching for certainty in a sea of doubt. But maybe it is what we need. A whisper escaped, fragile yet alive, igniting a flicker of hope. The storm outside intensified, the rain hammering against the windows like the wrath of an angry god. The flickering flames danced wildly, casting eerie shadows that seemed to mock us. And in that moment, I understood. We were not just debating theology, we were wrestling with our own fears, our own desires for meaning, for understanding in a world that often felt dark and chaotic. Think of the lost, Daniel implored, his voice rising above the storm. The ones who suffer in silence, haunted by their choices. If there's no eternal torment, wouldn't that mean something? Wouldn't that be a kindness? The weight of his words settled like ash in the air, heavy and suffocating. The flickering candlelight became a beacon of hope amid the encroaching darkness. I could feel the tension in the room shift, a subtle warmth blossoming amidst the cold dread. Maybe, I whispered, my heart pounding with the promise of something new. Maybe we could redefine salvation. The thunder roared outside, a fitting backdrop to our growing resolve. As the debate raged on, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something profound, a chasm of belief, fear, and longing. The air crackled with intensity. Each heartbeat pounded like a drum, echoing the weight of our choices, the weight of our truths. And as the candle flickered one last time, casting shadows that danced in undulating waves, I felt the world shift. We were not just characters in a tale of faith, we were souls tangled in the web of existence, grappling with what it meant to believe, to hope, to love amid the chaos. Our crisis was far from resolution, a haunting echo that promised to linger long after the storm had passed. The debate would continue, a relentless tide that pulled us deeper into the abyss of our souls, forever questioning, forever searching for light in the shadows. The clock struck midnight, and the world outside had succumbed to a suffocating silence, thick as fog. With each tick, it whispered of despair, the kind that crawls under your skin and festers, waiting to erupt. Inside the dimly lit apartment, Anna sat on the edge of her bed, heart racing, palms clammy. The walls felt like they were closing in, pressing against her chest. She could almost hear the shadows whispering secrets, each one a fragile promise of peace wrapped in chains of torment. I can't do this, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, laced with the weight of 1,000 broken dreams. Her phone lay abandoned on the nightstand, its screen flickering with unopened messages like unanswered prayers. Each ding, a reminder of the world outside, a world she felt so unworthy of, so disconnected from. She could picture them, her friends, laughing together in a bar, raising glasses to futures untainted by despair, while she remained shackled in this prison of her own design. Then, there was Jack. He stood in the doorway, a silhouette against the pale light spilling from the hallway. His eyes were stormy with emotions he didn't know how to voice. They had danced around the truth for too long, circling like vultures over a carcass. "You can't keep pretending everything's okay," he said, his voice trembling. "You're not okay." "I remember who I used to be," Anna shot back, anger bubbling like an overturned pot. "I remember the laughter, the joy. But it feels like an echo now, just a ghost haunting me." She pressed her hands against her temples, willing the memories to fade, to lose their grip on her. Yet the harder she fought, the more vivid they became, scenes from a life that felt like an apparition, late-night talks that bled into morning, sun-drenched picnics by the river, the first time she had fallen in love and the world had burst into vibrant color. Jack took a step closer, the distance between them an invisible chasm that echoed with unspoken words. "You think you're alone in this? You think I haven't felt it too?" His voice cracked, raw, revealing the jagged edges of his own despair. "You're not just breaking down, you're breaking us apart." The truth struck her like a physical blow. She had been so consumed by her own hell that she hadn't realized she was dragging him down with her. "But what do I do?" The question trembled on her lips, heavy with vulnerability, fear spilling out like a wound that refused to heal. "Talk to me. Let me in. Let's face it together." His words were a lifeline, but could she trust it? Shadows loomed, thick and suffocating. The weight of the world pressed down upon her, the anxiety wrapping around her throat like a vice. She could feel the darkness lurking just beyond the door, waiting. And then, there was Sarah, her best friend, sprawled on the floor of her tiny studio apartment, surrounded by crumpled takeout containers and empty bottles. The air hung heavy with regret, the remnants of dreams that had slipped through their fingers. "What's the point?" Sarah slurred, her voice thick with an alcohol-soaked haze. "We're just living in our own hells, Anna. Who cares?" Anna's heart shattered at the sight of Sarah, a once vibrant flame now reduced to flickering embers. "We have to fight, Sarah. We can't let this consume us." But as the words left her mouth, she wondered if she could muster the courage to fight for herself, let alone for her friend. The night stretched on, haunted by echoes of laughter and the specter of joy, twisting into a grotesque reminder of what once was. Each breath felt like a struggle, a battle against the relentless tide of despair. "I remember," Anna murmured, her voice breaking, "I remember the nights we stayed up talking about our dreams, how we would conquer the world together. Where did that girl go?" In the flickering light, Jack's gaze softened, a quiet understanding passing between them. "She's still in there. We just need to help her find her way back." But as Anna stared into those stormy depths, she felt the weight of her own inferno, the self-doubt, the crippling anxiety, the relentless thoughts that echoed in her mind like a cruel taunt. "What if I can't?" she whispered, tears spilling down her cheeks, each drop a testament to her fear. "Then we'll burn together," Jack replied, his voice steady, unwavering. The declaration hung in the air, a haunting promise that wrapped around them like smoke. It was terrifying and beautiful, the thought of facing the darkness together, but could love really extinguish the flames of their despair? And Sarah, still tangled in her own web of sorrow, offered a fragile smile. Maybe hell isn't a place. Maybe it's just a feeling. The three of them sat together, fractured souls caught in a tempest of their own making, the night stretching on into eternity. Outside, the city pulsed with life, a stark contrast to the hell they felt inside. Lights twinkled like distant stars, mocking their plight. But somewhere in that darkness, there was a flicker of hope, a whisper of resilience that refused to be silenced. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder of time slipping away. But within that space, amidst the turmoil and the pain, they found a strange solace. They were not alone. Together, they would face whatever darkness awaited them. Together, they would fight the metaphorical hell that had seeped into their lives, one heartbeat at a time, one moment of shared grief at a time. A fragile thread connected them, a lifeline forged in the fires of their collective struggle. And as they sat, surrounded by shadows, they understood, perhaps the true emergence of hell was not in the depths of despair, but in the light that flickered between them, waiting to ignite once more. The clock ticks, each second slicing through the silence like a sharp blade. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of sweat and desperation, Sarah grips the edge of the wooden table, her knuckles white. The shadows dance around her, flickering like the faith she once held, now a nervous flicker, barely illuminating her soul. The television blares, a montage of fire and brimstone, hellfire preachers proclaiming the end is nigh. Her heart races, each beat echoing in her ears, a frantic drumroll to an inevitable reckoning. I remember, she whispers, her voice trembling, the first time I felt it. The fear. It claws at her, a beast lurking just beneath her skin. Memories of her father's voice, a deep rumble warning against the eternal torment of hell. You could end up there, Sarah. You don't want to be a sinner. She shudders, the weight of his words still pressing against her chest. The fear took root, blossoming into a wild vine that choked her spirit, curling around her reason until it suffocated her dreams. Across town, Jake stands at the precipice of his own turmoil, the neon lights of the church casting an otherworldly glow on his face. He's a soldier of faith, or at least he used to be. Once, he wielded the scripture like a sword, slicing through doubts, but now he feels like a ghost haunting his own life. I remember, he murmurs into the night, when I thought I could save them all. His hands tremble, the weight of his own hypocrisy crashing down like 1,000 stones piled on his heart. The kids he mentored, the families he prayed for, their faces swirl in his mind, so many lost, so many broken, and he wonders if hell is just a reflection of his own failures. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful song that wraps around him, pulling him deeper into his insecurities, into the darkness that lies beneath the glossy promises of salvation. What if, the thought hangs in the air, a ghost of doubt, whispering secrets that chill him to the bone? What if I'm wrong? The question lingers, heavy with the weight of eternity. And there's Marcus, the pastor, standing at the pulpit with a fire in his belly that once felt righteous but now flickers like a dying ember. He watches as the congregation shifts, anxious eyes glued to him, hungry for assurance, desperate for hope. I remember, he says, his voice faltering, the day I first felt called. The memory is a beacon, yet it dims in the shadow of his doubt. But I also remember the faces of those I condemned. The whispered confessions he overheard, the tears shed in dark corners of the church, their burdens weighing heavier than any scripture. Each tear a reminder of the hell he unwittingly perpetuated. As the sermon swells, his words build like an approaching storm, crashing against the walls of faith and fear. Repent! For the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The crowd responds, their voices rising in a chorus, but in his chest, a storm brews, questions like thunder, doubts like lightning. Do they even understand, he wonders, eyes scanning the sea of eager faces, their faith a fragile glass tower, teetering on the brink of shattering. He feels the cracks beneath the surface, the sighs of the disillusioned murmuring in the shadows, begging for authenticity in a doctrine that never seemed to fit. Outside, the heavens weep, rain pounding the pavement like 1,000 footsteps marching toward an uncertain future. The streets glisten, reflecting the chaos of the moment, a tapestry of faith and despair woven together in a dance of shadows. Sarah feels the storm inside her, a tempest of uncertainty clashing with the remnants of her belief. God, where are you? She cries, her voice raw, echoing against the walls of her solitude. The darkness swells, wrapping around her, whispering promises of peace that twist into threats of abandonment. Will you leave me here, in this hell I've created? Tears spill down her cheeks, hot and furious. The earth around her trembles, the weight of 1,000 unanswered prayers heavy in the air. Back in the church, Marcus's eyes glisten, he sees Jake in the crowd, a specter of his past self, and he falters. Brothers and sisters, he stammers, we are all sinners. A confession hangs in the air, a desperate plea for redemption. The congregation holds its breath, the silence deafening, pregnant with the fear of judgment. He feels it, a collective heartbeat, a shared pulse of terror that echoes like a warning song. Jake steps forward, the weight of his own demons pulling at him like a heavy chain. What if our hell is right here? He asks, voice breaking. What if we're living it? The question ripples through the congregation, a jolt of electricity igniting the room. Eyes widen, and whispers turn to shouts, the very foundation of their beliefs trembling under the weight of truth. Don't say that, a voice cries, panic rising like bile. We're saved! Saved! Jake's voice cuts through the air, sharp as glass. Saved from what? The hell we've built. Sarah, still alone in her room, hears the echoes of their confrontation through the fabric of her being. She feels the cold reality of their words settle into her bones, chilling her to the core. What if hell isn't a place, she murmurs to herself, the thought unfurling, twisting in her mind like smoke. What if it's a state of being? The walls of her sanctuary feel like they're closing in, and the shadows seem to crawl closer, their fingers stretching out like the hands of the damned. The television blares on, a preacher's voice rising in fervor, but she turns it off. The silence that follows is deafening, filled only with the sound of her own despair. Time stretches, morphs, and twists around them, a cosmic dance that bears witness to their struggles. They're caught in a web, each thread a fear, each not a moment of regret. And the world outside spins on, oblivious to the internal chaos of three souls spiraling toward an uncertain reckoning. The confrontation looms, a storm gathering strength, each heartbeat echoing in the darkness, drawing them closer to the edge. The tension simmers, thick and suffocating, as they inch toward a moment that will change everything. The air crackles with anticipation, every breath holding the weight of their collective anxieties, their hopes, their fears. And in that moment, as they teeter on the brink of revelation, one truth remains: hell is not just a place reserved for the afterlife. It's the echoing silence of unanswered prayers, the weight of guilt that crushes the soul, the shadows of doubt that lurk, waiting for the light to flicker and fade. The clock struck midnight, and the church bells echoed like a funeral dirge, slicing through the thick silence. Clara stood alone in the dimly lit chapel, the cool stone beneath her bare feet grounding her in the moment but failing to anchor her spirit. Shadows danced across the walls, twisting and curling, a menacing ballet of uncertainty. She clutched the tattered pages of an ancient text, fingers trembling as they traced the familiar, yet haunting, words: "Damnation awaits the sinner." The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing within her heart. "I remember what they said," Clara whispered, her voice barely a breath. "That hell is for the wicked." But what if the wicked are just misunderstood? The weight of generations pressed down on her shoulders, the heavy chains of dogma, the whispers of women silenced, their voices lost in the abyss of judgment. She felt their presence, specters rising from the ashes of disregard. "Clara," a voice pierced through her thoughts, sharp as a knife. It was Leah, her best friend, stepping into the chapel as if pulled by some unseen force. "You can't be here. Not now." Leah's eyes, wide and fierce, burned with the urgency of a wildfire. Yet beneath that fire lay a flickering doubt, a fear that threatened to consume them both. "Why not?" "This is where the truth lies," Clara shot back, her heart racing like a caged animal. "We can't keep running from what we are, what they made us." The word spilled out, raw and desperate. "What if hell isn't just for the damned? What if it's also a reflection of the world we live in?" Leah's expression faltered, she hesitated, the light in her eyes dimming. "You're talking about things that could destroy us. Can't you see? They'll label us heretics." The very word hung in the air, a ghostly shadow that danced around them, taunting, threatening. Leah's fear was palpable, she was the cautious one, always looking over her shoulder, while Clara craved the freedom that came with rebellion. "I remember the stories, Leah," Clara pressed on, her voice rising, intensity surging through her. "The ones we grew up with, the warnings of fiery pits, of eternal suffering. But who are the sinners? The women who dared to claim their power? Or the men who twisted their words, chained them with guilt and shame?" Leah shuddered, and Clara could see the memories flicker behind her eyes, her mother's trembling hands, the way guilt suffocated the laughter from their home. "There are rules, Clara. What if we cross a line we can't uncross? But what if the line is just a construct?" Clara shot back, feeling the heat of her own defiance ignite. "What if hell is a place created to keep us in our place? To silence us?" Each word was a dagger, piercing through the thick layers of fear that clung to them. The shadows in the chapel grew darker, swirling like a tempest, whispering secrets that were both thrilling and terrifying. Clara's heart raced at the thought of freedom, the intoxicating taste of rebellion on her tongue. The air thickened, and beneath her skin, she felt the pulsing of ancient truths, long buried under layers of judgment. "I can't bear the thought of damnation," Leah murmured, her voice trembling. "But what if we're already damned for even thinking this?" Tears brimmed in her eyes, and Clara's heart ached for the weight of that fear. Damnation was a heavy cloak, woven from centuries of oppression, and Leah had worn it like a shroud for too long. Damnation. Clara scoffed, her laugh sharp and bitter. Or liberation? What if hell is simply the fear of the unknown? What if our defiance is the key to a new understanding? The words tumbled from her lips, wild, untamed, as if they could shatter the very foundations of what they'd been taught to believe. Leah shook her head, stepping back into the shadows. "You're playing with fire, Clara. You know what they say about those who seek the light. They burn. Then let me burn," Clara exclaimed, the heat of her passion igniting her spirit. "I would rather burn than live in the shadows of someone else's hell." The chapel echoed with her defiance, a moment suspended in time, the air electric with possibility. Yet, even amidst the flames of her resolve, a flicker of doubt seeped into her heart. What if they were wrong? What if they were damned? The thought curled around her mind, a shadow that refused to be dispelled. And in that moment of vulnerability, she saw Leah, trembling and raw, standing on the precipice of belief, teetering between faith and doubt. "I remember a time when we were children," Clara's voice softened, her heart aching for the innocence they once had. "When we dared to dream of worlds beyond the confines of the church. When we believed that love could conquer all." Leah's face softened, a mournful smile attempting to bloom amidst the despair. "But dreams fade, Clara. The world is cruel, and we are mere specks in its vastness." "Yet even specks can shift the universe," Clara countered, her gaze unwavering. "We can change the narrative. We can rewrite the story of damnation, turn it into something that frees us rather than binds us." As the words danced between them, a tension thickened in the air, a palpable energy that hummed with unspoken truths and burgeoning hope. Clara reached for Leah's hand, their fingers intertwining, a fragile connection forged in the fires of uncertainty. "Together," Clara breathed, voice trembling with the weight of what lay ahead. "Together," Leah whispered, and for a moment, it felt like the stars aligned, a cosmic agreement forged in the depths of their hearts. Outside, the wind howled, as if echoing their resolve, the world shifting around them. And in that echo, Clara felt the burgeoning possibility of change, a flicker of light piercing through the darkness. But as the church bells tolled once more, the oppressive weight of tradition loomed heavy, a reminder of the battle still ahead. Shadows stretched longer, intertwining with the flickering flames of their courage, a haunting reminder that their journey had only just begun. Fear and hope wrestled within them, a fierce dance fueled by the echoes of damned souls, lingering just beyond the threshold of their understanding. And as they stood together, poised on the edge of the abyss, the question loomed larger than ever: what if hell was not a place, but a state of being? What if liberation was the only true salvation? The air crackled, thick with the promise of confrontation, yet the path forward shimmered with the specter of possibility. Together, they would face the shadows, rewriting the narrative not just for themselves, but for all the silenced voices echoing through history, demanding to be heard. The clock ticked in the darkness, each second an echo of a heart that had forgotten how to beat in peace. A heavy silence wrapped around the room, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for the moment to break. I sat there, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders, surrounded by flickering candles that fought against the encroaching shadows. Those flames danced like spirits, flickering with stories of anguish and hope, whispering tales of hells carved from belief and fear. Maria's eyes darted to the corners of the room, searching for solace where none existed. She was the kind of woman who wore her heart on her sleeve, a fiery spirit trapped in a world that sought to snuff her out. In an instant, a tear slipped down her cheek, a silent scream for the understanding she craved. "How can they believe in such horrors?" she breathed, her voice trembling, a fragile bird caught in a storm. "How can anyone think that love could exist in a place designed for suffering?" Across from her, David sat, his brow furrowed, a tempest of doubt raging within him. He was a searcher, a wanderer in the labyrinth of spiritual thought. His hands clenched into fists, the fingernails biting into his skin as if hoping to draw blood from the pain of uncertainty. "But what if they're right?" he whispered, and the question hung in the air like a noose, taut and unyielding. "What if we are all doomed to suffer eternally because of our beliefs?" In the flickering candlelight, I watched as their worlds collided, a storm brewing that threatened to engulf us all. The shadows deepened, wrapping around us like a shroud, and with each heartbeat, the tension built, fraying the edges of our sanity. My own memories whispered to me, fragments of conversations held in quiet corners of libraries, dusty tomes filled with tales of fire and brimstone, of eternal damnation and redemption. I remembered the words of ancient texts, the haunting images of torment that haunted my dreams, flames licking at the souls of the damned, echoes of despair reverberating through unending darkness. I began, the words escaping before I could stop them. I remember reading about the flames of hell in Dante's Inferno. I remember the wailing, the suffering, and how it felt so far removed from my own reality. It felt like fiction. And yet, here we were, grappling with the visceral reality of our own interpretations of hell, our minds twisting around the idea that perhaps we were creating our own tormentors. Maria's voice cut through the tension, sharp and piercing. "But what of the light? What of the hope that we cling to?" Her plea was a beacon, a desperate fight against the darkness that threatened to swallow us. There has to be something more, a promise that love transcends even the deepest pits of despair. Her words hung in the air, fragile yet unyielding, a paradox in the face of our fears. David shook his head, a mixture of anger and sorrow etched on his face. "Hope is a cruel joke," he spat, his voice rising, echoing off the walls. "In the end, we're left with nothing but our own shadows, stretched long by the weight of our beliefs." The intensity in his gaze pierced through the dim light, a reflection of the hellscape he envisioned, a universe where despair reigned, where love was a fleeting illusion lost in the void. As their voices crescendoed, I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer. The air thickened, charged with an energy that felt electric, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. I watched, transfixed, as their souls clashed, the battle of ideas spiraling into a whirlwind of emotion, raw and visceral. This was not just a conversation, it was a confrontation with our innermost fears, an exploration into the darkest corners of our beliefs. "Hell," I murmured, feeling the weight of the word settle heavily on my tongue. "What is it really? Is it fire and brimstone, a place of torment? Or is it this agony we feel when we can't connect? When we can't understand one another?" The question hung in the air, a thread unraveling slowly, revealing the depth of our collective existential dread. Maria looked at me, her eyes searching for something, understanding, perhaps. "Maybe our own hell is rooted in our inability to accept each other," she whispered, voice trembling. "What if we created our hells through our refusal to see the light in one another?" The fragility of her words resonated, rippling through the charged atmosphere, a haunting melody that echoed in the chambers of our hearts. David's expression shifted, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "But how can we do that?" he challenged, his voice trembling as he stepped closer to the precipice of belief. "How can we find light in the darkness when the shadows feel so all-consuming?" The question hung like a specter, taunting us with its impossibility, yet it was a glimmer of vulnerability, an opening for something more. A silence fell, thick and suffocating, the weight of our collective struggles pressing down on us like an anvil. I could feel the heartbeat of the cosmos in that moment, the pulse of humanity echoing through the void, a reminder of our shared existence. And as I sat there, enveloped in darkness, I understood, hell was not just a place of suffering, it was the silence between us, the misunderstandings, the longings unfulfilled, the love unexpressed. And just when I thought the darkness would swallow us whole, Maria's hand reached across the table, trembling yet resolute. "What if we start here?" as she urged, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. "What if we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, to truly listen and see each other?" The warmth of her hand felt like a lifeline, a flickering ember in the consuming night. In that moment, I felt it, the tremor of something shifting, a possibility igniting like a spark in the shadows. And as I looked into their eyes, I saw not just fear, but a shared humanity, a flicker of hope that perhaps we could navigate our own personal hells together. The clock continued to tick, each second a reminder of the urgency to connect, to break the chains of our beliefs and reach for the light that flickered at the edges of our darkness. And so, as the shadows pressed in, we began to talk, our voices weaving together a tapestry of understanding, a fragile yet powerful bridge built from the ashes of our fears. The ghosts of our beliefs danced around us, but in that moment, we were not alone. The night enveloped us, but the flickering light remained. The church bell tolled midnight, its deep resonance echoing through the empty streets like a heartbeat fading into the void. I stood at the corner, my breath hanging in the air, mingling with the mist that curled around the lampposts like a lost soul searching for escape. Each chime seemed to shatter the silence, reverberating with the weight of forgotten sins and whispered fears. The smell of damp earth clung to my clothes, but it was the chill creeping up my spine that sent me spiraling into the depths of my thoughts. I remembered the first time I felt the dread of hell wrap around my heart, a child's fragile grasp on the unknown. At the age of 8, I had stumbled into the dusty rectory, where Father Anton's shadow loomed large, larger than the flickering candles that cast grotesque shapes on the walls. Hell, he had said, voice grave, is not just a place, it's a state of being. A fire that consumes the soul until there's nothing left. I had seen the way his eyes glinted with a twisted kind of reverence, as if the flames of torment were a necessary evil. And then there was Sarah, my sister, standing beside me, her hands trembling as she clutched her favorite doll, a tattered remnant of childhood innocence. "What if we go there?" she had whispered, her voice so fragile it almost cracked. "What if we can't come back?" I hadn't known how to respond then, my own fear tangled with a desperate need to protect her. But the truth was, I was terrified. I feared hell not as a place of eternal fire, but as a metaphor for the choices we make, the torment we inflict upon ourselves and others. Years later, that fear manifested into something real and tangible. The shadows of our childhood loomed larger now, tainted by the sins of our parents. I watched Sarah, now grown, grappling with her demons. The way her laughter rang hollow, like a glass shattering on the floor, echoed the cracks in our family's foundation. "I can feel it," she would say, eyes wide, as if seeing something beyond the veil of our mundane reality. "It's waiting for me." We stood together in the ruins of what was once our home, the walls crumbling like our memories. Her hair caught the wind, a dark halo against the grey sky, but it was the desperation in her gaze that haunted me. "You don't understand," she insisted, voice trembling with urgency. "The choices we made, they haunt us. They'll drag us down." And then, in that flickering moment, I felt it, the chains of her fear binding us both. I remembered how we used to play hide and seek in the twilight, our laughter rising to the stars, how we believed we were invincible. "What if hell isn't a place?" I murmured, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer. "What if it's right here, in the choices we refuse to confront?" The storm broke, the rain pouring down like a curtain separating us from the truths we hid from ourselves. Sarah's face twisted in anguish, and I could see the battle raging within her. But what if it's too late? What if we've already crossed that line? The thunder roared in response, a primal scream echoing our shared despair. I reached out, grasping her shoulders, feeling the warmth of life beneath the chill of inevitability. "We can't let it win," I urged, voice cracking with emotion. "We have to fight. We have to choose differently." But even as I spoke, doubt gnawed at my insides. What if, in our quest for redemption, we were merely fanning the flames of our own destruction? The wind howled, and the memories of our childhood flickered in and out like a dying flame. I remembered Father Anton's warnings, so vivid they felt like a brand on my skin. "The road to salvation is littered with the bones of those who falter," he had said. "It is easier to be consumed than to resist the call of darkness." That darkness wrapped around us now, heavy and suffocating, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were standing on the precipice, teetering on the edge of something vast and terrifying. With every heartbeat, the abyss seemed to whisper our names, daring us to step closer, to surrender to the fear that gnawed at our souls. Sarah's breath hitched, a soft gasp that echoed in the downpour. "Do you think there's a way out?" she asked, voice trembling like leaves in the wind. Do you think we're strong enough? I wanted to tell her that we were. I wanted to be the anchor she needed, the unwavering force against the tide of despair. But the truth was, I felt as lost as she did, adrift in a sea of uncertainty, desperately searching for a lighthouse in the storm. As the rain poured, the shadows of our past surged around us, swirling like ghosts in the night. What if hell isn't just waiting for the end? I mused, feeling a flicker of something dangerous stir within me. What if it's here, in every moment we choose fear over love, in every time we turn away from what we truly want? The air grew thick with tension, the storm raging around us, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. I could see the flicker of recognition in Sarah's eyes, the dawning realization that we held the power to redefine our fate. But the fear lingered, a cold hand wrapping around my throat. What if we failed? What if the choices we made only deepened the chasm between us, pulling us further into the darkness? And yet, amid the chaos, a single thought ignited within me, a fragile ember of hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, the role of hell in our lives was not merely to terrify but to teach, to illuminate the path to redemption. I took a step forward, rain-soaked and trembling, my heart pounding with the weight of possibilities. "Sarah," I whispered, voice raw with emotion, "let's find our way back to the light. Let's rewrite the story." And as I reached for her hand, I could feel the warmth of connection, the promise of something greater than fear. In that moment, we became more than just flawed souls grappling with the shadows. We became warriors in a battle against the darkness, determined to carve our own path toward hope and healing. The storm raged on, but the flicker of dawn broke on the horizon, and with it, the promise of a new beginning. And so, with every heartbeat echoing our shared resolve, we stepped forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited us beyond the veil. The clock ticked ominously in the musty, dimly lit church. Each echo of the pendulum seemed to mock the weight of the decisions that hung in the air. The faint scent of burnt candles mixed with dust, choking the breath of anyone who dared to breathe too deeply. I stood at the altar, heart racing, palms clammy, my mind racing through a tempest of doubt. Just beyond the heavy wooden door, the world continued, blissfully unaware of the hellish reckoning unfolding within these sacred walls. I remember the first time I felt the pull of darkness, an insidious whisper that twisted through my thoughts, wrapping around my soul. A memory from years ago, a sibling's laughter echoing in the hall, now drowned by an icy void. My brother, Jonah, had always been the light in our family, the warmth that drove away shadows. But shadows have a way of creeping back, and now, as I stood in that church, I could almost feel his presence, hovering just out of reach, a specter of what once was. Jonah had fallen victim to the very darkness we were supposed to resist. He had been faithful, loyal to a fault, but the allure of sin had beckoned him with a seductive sweetness. "It's just a taste," he had said, the devil's grin plastered on his face. I shuddered. God, how could he have been so naive? I remember the night he left, slamming the door behind him, leaving me stranded in a silence that would haunt me forever. That door was my gateway to hell, swinging wide open, dragging my brother into an abyss I feared I would never understand. And then there was Clara, my best friend, her soul caught in the delicate balance between good and evil. We had been inseparable since childhood, two peas in a pod with the world set against us. Her laughter once rang like bells, a sweet melody that could dim the darkest of nights. But the laughter had faded, eroded by the weight of her own demons. Clara began seeking solace in the very things that our faith warned us against: drugs, reckless relationships, the insufferable tug of temptation. I could see it happening, the way she slipped further into the shadows, and I was helpless, paralyzed by fear of confronting her. "Are you afraid of hell?" she once asked me, her voice trembling like leaves in a storm. I hesitated, thrown into a whirlpool of confusion. Fear, guilt, shame, each word a weight pulling me deeper. "Are you afraid of what you might become?" In that moment, her eyes were wells of despair, reflecting all the darkness I had tried to ignore. "Clara, we're taught to live in the light," I whispered, my voice cracking. "But what if the light doesn't reach us? What if we're already damned?" The question hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, and it terrified me. And then, the church door creaked open. The world outside bled in, a cacophony of voices, laughter spilling into the solemnity of the chapel. With it came an undeniable truth, a reality that clashed violently against the spiritual sanctity surrounding me. The laughter of children, the clinking of glasses, joy illuminating the night. How could they live so freely while we wrestled with the shackles of morality, the burden of our choices? In that moment, I felt the weight of hell press down on me, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices I had made, the sins that stained my soul. I could not escape the shadows that danced at the edges of my vision, the ghosts of Jonah and Clara murmuring secrets from the past. Their lives intertwined with mine, all of us caught in a web of despair. I felt the urge to scream, to release the agony that clawed at my chest, but I swallowed it down, letting the silence drown me instead. As if sensing my turmoil, the flickering candles cast flickering shadows that twisted ominously around me. I began to question everything I had ever believed. The stories of hell, the torment and despair, were they meant to guide us, to warn us? Or were they simply chains, binding us to a faith that seemed increasingly fragile? The boundaries of morality blurred like the edges of a dream, and I stood in the middle, lost, desperate for clarity. But the truth was a bitter pill, and each time I tried to swallow it, it lodged painfully in my throat. Jonah's laughter echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder that once, we had danced on the fringes of innocence. Clara's eyes reflected the abyss, and I realized how easily any of us could slip. One moment, you're standing in the light, and the next, you're drowning in shadows, an echo of hell, relentless and unforgiving. The tension in the air thickened, a palpable force wrapping around my throat. I could feel the weight of judgment hanging over me, the unyielding gaze of an unseen audience. "What do you believe?" it seemed to whisper, a voice lurking in the corners of my mind. I could almost see it, a dark specter throwing its shadow over my soul. "Is this the truth?" I asked into the silence, my heart pounding like a war drum. "Is this hell? Or is it merely the torment of our own making?" The walls closed in, the shadows intensified, and I felt the presence of Jonah and Clara pressing closer, their vulnerabilities laid bare, their sins exposed. The church felt alive, every crack in the wall sang with the stories of those who had come before me, each candle a flicker of hope in an unforgiving world. I was enveloped by the weight of history, a continuum of struggle and sacrifice, trapped between the sacred and the profane. And as the clock ticked, I realized that morality was not a set of rigid rules but a tapestry woven from the threads of our lives, our choices, our sins. Each of us danced precariously on the edge, teetering between salvation and damnation. I felt the pulse of an unseen universe, a reminder that we are all connected, bound by the same fears, the same desires. The air crackled with tension as Clara's laughter echoed, a haunting melody against the backdrop of despair. I could feel her presence, a flicker of determination amidst the shadows. I was ready to confront my fears, to shatter the chains that bound me. The influence of hell on our morality surged through me, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. In this sacred space, I decided to embrace the darkness, to understand it, to challenge it. I would not let fear consume me. Even as the specters of my past loomed large, I recalled the flickering light of candles, symbols of hope amidst the chaos. The confrontation would come, and I would be ready. The veil between heaven and hell was thin, and I was prepared to walk that line, to grapple with the ethics that defined us. The stories of those before me weaved together, a shared history, forcing me to confront my own demons. The clock ticked on, the darkness deepening, but with each tick, I felt the surge of possibility. No longer would I be a prisoner of my past. The flames of hell may flicker in the distance, but I would not let them define me. In the silence of that church, I found strength, a flicker of hope igniting within, a promise that perhaps, just perhaps, hell could be transformed into something greater. The confrontation awaited, and I stood resolute, ready to face whatever may come. The scream pierces the night, a raw, visceral sound that lingers like smoke in the air, choking the silence. I stand in the shadows, heart racing, the moonlight spilling across the cobblestones like spilled ink. Helen's face flashes before me, twisted in anguish, her fingers clutching at the air as if trying to grasp the threads of the world unraveling around her. The darkness is alive, pulsing with the weight of unspoken horrors. I remember the look in her eyes, the way hope flickered and died, leaving behind only the cold embers of despair. Why, she had cried, her voice breaking, echoing in the hollow chamber of my memory. Why would God allow this? The question hangs in the air like a specter, a haunting refrain that reverberates through the corridors of my mind. I can still see her, kneeling in the dirt, tears carving rivers down her cheeks, the flicker of a dying star reflected in her pupils. I remember the way her spirit seemed to dim, the light inside her flickering like a candle in a storm. And then there's Samuel. His laughter once rang like chimes in the wind, but now it's a brittle sound, like glass shattering on stone. I watch him standing by the well, fists clenched, teeth gritted, every muscle in his body taut with rage. If there is a God, then he's a monster. His voice is raw, a growl erupting from his throat as he hurls a stone into the abyss. I remember the way his words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of shattered faith. He had once believed in a benevolent divine plan, but now, confronted with the blood that stains the streets, his convictions crumble like ash in the wind. The night is thick with tension, every breath a struggle against the suffocating grip of uncertainty. I can feel the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace turned sinister. I remember the stories my grandmother used to tell, tales of punishing flames and wailing souls trapped in the depths of hell, each anecdote a piece of a puzzle I could never quite fit together. The flickering flame of a candle reminds me that even the smallest light can cast the darkest shadow. Do you think hell is real? I whisper, the question slipping from my lips like a secret. Samuel's gaze hardens, eyes burning with a mixture of defiance and fear. Hell is here, he growls, gesturing to the chaos around us. It's not some underground pit. It's in every broken promise, every betrayed trust. I swallow hard, the bitterness of his words coating my tongue. He is right, how could he not be? The world outside these walls is a living hell, a relentless cycle of suffering and betrayal. I remember the first time Helen and I sat together beneath the stars, discussing theology and the nature of existence, our laughter echoing against the cosmos. What is faith? She had mused, her voice soft like a breeze, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. Is it not the hope that something greater exists, even when we can't see it? But now, in the darkness, that hope seems like a cruel joke, an illusion that has shattered along with our innocence. The ground beneath us trembles, the earth quaking as if mourning the loss of innocence. The clock tower in the distance chimes ominously, each toll echoing like a death knell. I remember the stories about time, how it flows like a river, yet here it feels stagnant, a haunting reminder of what was lost and what remains to be faced. I can almost hear the whispers of the past, the lost souls wandering the streets, searching for solace in the shadows. A flicker of movement catches my eye, Helen, her silhouette framed against the dim light of the flickering torches. She approaches, her expression a tumult of fear and determination. We can't let this continue, she says, voice steadier than I feel. We can't turn away and pretend this isn't happening. I watch her, the fire in her eyes igniting a flicker of hope within me, even as despair clings to us like a shroud. What if there's nothing we can do? I respond, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. What if this is all there is? Then we fight, she replies, a fierce resolve hardening her features. If hell is real, then we must become the light that defies it. Her words crash against my soul like waves against a rocky shore, stirring something deep within me, a desire to believe, to hope, to stand against the tide of darkness. But the shadows whisper. They tug at my thoughts, reminding me of the pain that lingers, the malignancy that seeps into every corner of our lives. Samuel nods, a spark igniting in his eyes as he glances between us. We may not have the power to change everything, he says, his voice low, but we can change ourselves. We can be the resistance against the evil that surrounds us. The tension vibrates, a taut string ready to snap, the air thick with the scent of fear and determination. I feel the weight of their stares, the pressure of their hopes upon my shoulders. We are all flawed, marked by our scars and regrets. I remember my own failures, the moments I turned away when I could have acted, the times I let fear dictate my choices. And then it hits me, the shadows are not just outside, they lurk within us, feeding on our insecurities, our doubts. They wrap around our hearts like chains, binding us to our fears. I look into Helen's eyes, and I see the flicker of defiance mirrored in Samuel's gaze. Together, we embody the conflict, the very essence of the problem of evil. Are we not all caught in the crossfire, struggling to find meaning in a world that often seems devoid of it? The clock tolls again, each chime a reminder of time slipping away, of choices that must be made. I feel the world around me pulse with life, a desperate heartbeat echoing in the darkness, reminding me that even amidst the chaos, there is a flicker of something greater. The stars above twinkle like distant memories, each one a reminder that even in the depths of despair, there lies the possibility of redemption. I remember, the world is not just hell, nor is it merely salvation. It is a blend of both, a swirling mass of contradictions that shapes our very existence. I realize now that the fight isn't just against the darkness outside, but the shadows within. We cannot escape hell. We can only confront it. And so we stand, united in our struggle, determined to illuminate even the darkest corners of our hearts. And as the shadows loom ever closer, I know this is just the beginning. The night is far from over, and the stars above may flicker, but they hold the promise of dawn. We will not remain silent, we will not let the echoes of despair drown us. Together, we step forward into the abyss, hearts pounding, voices raised against the cacophony of despair, ready to face whatever hell may bring. The air is thick with an unnatural stillness, as if the world itself holds its breath. In the dim light of the gallery, shadows dance on the walls, flickering like memories of a long-vanished time. I remember the moment the painting seized me, an explosion of chaos captured on canvas, colors swirling in a grotesque ballet of sin. Hieronymus Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delights sprawls before me, a dizzying labyrinth of temptation and despair, and I can feel the weight of its darkness pressing down on my chest. Each figure, grotesque and beautiful, seems to whisper secrets of their eternal torment, their expressions frozen in a mixture of ecstasy and agony, a reflection of our own fractured souls. There's a pulse in this place, a heartbeat that resonates with my own, reminding me that what I'm witnessing is not just art, it's a collective nightmare made tangible. I glance at Clara, her eyes wide with horror and fascination. She's always been drawn to the macabre, like a moth to a flame, but I can see the tremor in her hands, the way her breath catches as she tries to process the unspeakable. "Can you feel it?" she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper. It's like they're alive, trapped in this hell. Her fascination is tinged with a desperate fear, an acknowledgement of her own demons lurking just beneath the surface. I remember my own fears, the nights spent tossing in bed, haunted by images of failure and loss, the spectre of my past looming like a dark cloud. I, too, have danced with my own devils, addiction, heartbreak, the gnawing feeling of worthlessness. Each figure in Bosch's hellish vision reflects a fragment of my soul, a reminder that suffering is universal, a thread that weaves through the tapestry of existence. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. What if we are all just players in a grotesque parody, each of us a character in a play written by a capricious hand? Our gaze drifts to the central panel, the garden itself, a dizzying array of bodies entwined in ecstasy, each sensual curve and twisted form a celebration of life teetering on the edge of ruin. Look at them, I say, voice trembling with a mix of admiration and horror. They're so consumed by their pleasures, they don't even see the abyss yawning before them. I wonder if Clara recognizes the metaphor, a warning against indulgence, a reminder that every pleasure has its price. But then, her expression shifts, darkening like the incoming storm clouds. What if hell isn't a place? What if it's this? She gestures around, the chaos of the painting echoing the chaos in her own heart. I see the conflict in her eyes, a longing for freedom clashing with the chains of her own making. The shadows of her past dance just outside her reach, pulling her toward a darkness she fears to confront. I reach for her hand, our fingers intertwining, grounding each other in this surreal landscape. We're not them. We still have a choice, I remind her, but my voice wavers, uncertainty creeping in like a shadow. The memories of my own choices flicker through my mind, a broken relationship, lost opportunities, and a part of me wonders if we're already too late, if the abyss is inescapable, waiting to swallow us whole. As we step closer to the darker panel, the infernal chaos intensifies. The screams of the damned seem to rise from the canvas, an auditory hallucination that pierces through the silence. The figures within writhe in agony, faces twisted in despair, and I can feel the heat of their suffering licking at my skin. I remember the words of a poet, "Hell is other people." And here, in this moment, I realize, hell is also within us. It's the weight of our regrets, the ghosts of our choices haunting us, gnawing at the edges of our sanity. Do you think he knew? Clara whispers, her voice trembling with curiosity. Did Bosch feel this? A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. I want to scream, to tell her that the artists who depict hell are not merely observers, they are the tortured souls who have wrestled with their own demons. They plunge into the abyss, pull forth the horrors, and present them to the world, daring us to confront our own darkness. I remember the countless nights spent in the grip of my fears, my own brushes with despair, and I shudder. What's left for us, then? I ask, my voice breaking. If we confront our hell, what then? Clara's gaze pierces through me, her own struggles reflected in her eyes. We stand on the precipice, staring into the void, and I feel the weight of eternity pressing down upon us. The walls close in, suffocating, yet I see a flicker of hope, a shared understanding that perhaps, in confronting our hell, we might find a way to transcend it. In the cacophony of color and chaos, I see snippets of our lives intertwining with those frozen in torment, the lovers, the sinners, the broken souls. I remember the laughter that once echoed in our lives, the warmth of connection, the fleeting moments of joy. Yet, the shadows linger, always lurking, reminding us that joy is often underscored by the possibility of loss. The climax approaches, a visceral confrontation of not just art but the essence of being. Clara steps forward, her resolve hardening, and I feel the tremors of her fight against the darkness within. If we don't face it, it will consume us, she declares, her voice unwavering. In that moment, I realize that our connection, our shared vulnerability, is both our salvation and our curse. We are standing on the edge of hell, but perhaps, just perhaps, we can also glimpse the possibility of redemption. As the painting looms larger, I know this moment will never truly end. We are trapped in a cycle of pain and hope, joy and despair, a reflection of Bosch's own work. Each heartbeat echoes in the silence, each breath loaded with anticipation. With every flicker of the gallery lights, every shadow that rides on the walls, I feel the tension swell, a reminder that while hell may be depicted in vivid, terrifying detail, it is also an invitation to confront our own truths. And in that confrontation lies the power to create, to transcend, to rise from the ashes of our despair and reach for something greater. The confrontation is not just with hell, it's with ourselves, a moment suspended in time, a whisper that lingers in the air, reminding us that art is not merely a reflection of suffering, but a mirror held up to the soul, beckoning us to awaken. There's a silence, thick and electric, crackling in the air like the moment before a storm. It's a silence that wraps around you, pulls you in, and makes your heart race as if it knows something you don't. And then, the screen lights up, a wild burst of colors and chaos, a meme flashing across the void like a warning siren. It's grotesque, hilarious, and yet, suddenly, it feels like the epitome of despair. Jesus Christ, Anton mutters, staring at the meme that blares its absurdity into the dark corners of his soul. It's a cartoon image of the devil, grinning like a Cheshire cat, dancing atop a pile of prayer books, captioned, "When you realize hell is just the absence of Wi-Fi." He should laugh. But laughter feels inappropriate, like a jester mocking the dead. Instead, he feels the icy fingers of panic curl around his throat. The irony cuts deeper than he could have imagined. Behind him, Lydia bites her lip, her fingers trembling over her keyboard. She's a digital theologian, or so her Twitter bio claims, but tonight, she's just a woman caught in the relentless tide of despair that the internet churns out. Do you think they know? Her voice is a whisper, a ghost of a thought. Do you think they realize this is real? Anton glances at her, his heart breaking for the cracks in her confidence. She's always been the one who could wrap theology in witty paragraphs, turn the weight of existence into light-hearted banter. But there's a hollowness to her now, an echo of grief. They're just memes, Lydia, he says, but the words feel feeble, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. Just memes? Just memes. The anger flares in her eyes, bright and unforgiving. They're not just memes. If hell exists, it's right here, right now. It's every tweet that mocks belief, every post that ridicules faith. It's the laughter over the fire, Anton. And there it is, the truth they've both been avoiding. Hell isn't a distant place with flames and brimstone, it's alive, pulsing in the screams that open into their lives, infecting hearts with doubt wrapped in humor. They scroll through endless feeds, and with every flick of their thumbs, they invite that darkness closer, blurring the lines between salvation and damnation. I remember a time when faith felt like an anchor, a warmth that radiated even in the coldest nights. But now, a world teeming with memes, with jokes that mock the sacred, that's what clutches at Anton's heart. He can't shake the feeling that the laughter is a disguise, hiding something grotesque beneath. The digital landscape sprawls like a hellish city, each pixel a reminder of despair. "Look at this," Lydia says, her finger stabbing at her screen like it's a weapon. Another meme, this one of a smiling saint with a caption, "Saints be like, pray for my Wi-Fi connection." She laughs, but it's broken. See? They don't care. They're laughing while we're drowning. He reaches out, but she pulls away, her emotion like a tidal wave that threatens to drag them both under. "You're just as lost as they are, Anton." You laugh, you share, but deep down, you know, I know. The words burst from him, raw and ragged. "I know it's wrong. But what do we do? What can we do against the tide?" A shadow falls over them, and they turn. It's Marcus, a ghost of the man he used to be, shrouded in the blue glow of his phone. "You're both losing it," he says, with a disquieting grin. "We're all going to hell anyway. Might as well have a laugh while we're at it." The laughter feels like shards of glass, cutting through the despair that already clings to their hearts. There's a morbid absurdity to it all, cat videos and memes punctuating the existential dread as if mocking the very notion of salvation. What if he's right? Anton whispers, half to himself. What if we're already there? "I remember," Lydia says, her voice trembling, "I remember when faith felt real. When it wasn't just a punchline." The room spins, shadows crawling across the walls like they're alive. Every meme becomes a knife, every laugh a scream echoing through the void. They sit in their digital prison, held captive by screens, hearts pounding against the bars of their own making. He can't breathe. The air feels thick, suffocating. "Marcus, stop! You don't get to joke about this. You don't get to laugh while we're losing our souls." Marcus shrugs, his eyes glinting with a madness that sends chills down Anton's spine. "You're all so serious. Maybe that's your problem." And suddenly, the walls feel like they're closing in, a haunting cacophony of laughter and despair swirling like a storm. Anton's heart races, pounding against his ribcage, but it's more than fear, it's rage, a desperate need to claw back the threads of meaning that have unraveled. "Lydia, we can't let this drown us. We can't let them steal everything we believe in." His words hang in the air, a lifeline tossed into the swirling chaos, but her eyes, their light is dimming, flickering like a dying star. What if they're right? What if it's all just, no, he shouts, desperation crackling in his voice. "We can fight back. We can take back the narrative." And then, silence again. It's a fragile silence, pregnant with tension and fear. Lydia stares at him, a storm brewing behind her gaze. How? How do we fight against the tide of laughter? Against the voices that drown us out? "I don't know," Anton admits, feeling the weight of the unknown crash down around him. "But we have to try." He looks around the room, where shadows stretch like ghosts of memories whispering doubts and fears. The memes, the laughter, the mockery, they threaten to pull them under. But in that moment, a flicker of hope ignites, fragile yet undeniable. "I remember what it felt like to believe," he breathes, the words barely escaping his lips. "Let's hold on to that." And as they stare into the abyss, the darkness seems to pulse, waiting, watching. The city outside their window is alive with shadows, a reflection of their own swirling hearts. The digital world is a theater of the absurd, a battleground where belief is mocked and twisted. But somewhere, beneath the chaos of pixels and punchlines, there's a flicker of light, a whisper of faith that refuses to die. Every heartbeat echoes in the silence that follows, a promise that they won't let go, not yet, not while there's still a breath left in their chests. In the age of digital media, hell is no longer a distant fear, it's a reality they must confront, together. And as the memes flash across the screen, they know they're fighting for their souls, teetering on the edge of despair and hope. The clock ticked mercilessly, echoing in the cavernous silence of the dimly lit chamber. Shadows danced against the cold stone walls, flickering in the glow of an ancient candle, as if they were ghosts of 1,000 lost souls. Sarah sat hunched over a wooden table, her fingers trembling around a glass of water, so clear, so fragile, like the very essence of her being. She could feel it. The heaviness of dread, a weight pressing down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. It was almost suffocating. "I can't do this anymore," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, the words scraping against her throat like glass shards. Her eyes, filled with haunted memories, darted toward the man across the table. Tom's face was a canvas of turmoil, every muscle taut, every vein pulsing with an intensity that was both captivating and terrifying. He leaned in, a mixture of desperation and anger etched into his features. "You have to," he shot back, his voice rising, cracking like thunder in the stifling silence. "You don't understand what's at stake here." "What's at stake?" Sarah's laugh was hollow, echoing between them like a ghost. "You mean the debate? The endless, maddening debate about hell? About who deserves to suffer and who doesn't? It's absurd." Tom's own laughter was edged with bitterness, a painful twist of the heart. Absurd? Or necessary? What about the lives lost in ignorance? What about the innocent ones? His eyes bore into hers, a storm brewing in their depths, begging for understanding. "I remember," she started, her voice breaking as memories flooded her, a rush of faces, some smiling, others grim, all connected by the single thread of misery. "I remember when I believed in a justice that was absolute. I remember when I thought hell was a fairy tale." But now, her voice trailed off, the silence thickening like fog. He reached across the table, his hand grasping hers, rough and warm, a lifeline in the darkness. "You can't just walk away. Don't you see? If we abandon the debate, we abandon the hope for change." But Sarah withdrew her hand, the warmth fading into coldness. "Hope? Is that what you call this? A never-ending cycle of judgment and despair? We're debating the very nature of punishment, Tom. We're talking about the kind of suffering that haunts the waking hours of the damned." Outside, a gust of wind howled, rattling the windows, as if the universe itself trembled at their words. The shadows elongated, twisting around them, closing in like hungry wolves. "I don't want to suffer anymore." Sarah's voice finally broke, raw and unfiltered. "Not in this life, not in the next. I can't bear the thought of eternal torment, of being judged for mistakes I made under circumstances I couldn't control. Who gets to decide who goes to hell?" Tom's expression softened for the briefest of moments, vulnerability flickering in his eyes. "Maybe that's why we need to talk about it." But Sarah felt the walls closing in again, her heart pounding like a war drum, drowning out all other thoughts. It wasn't just a philosophical debate anymore, it was an existential crisis. "You don't get it. I'm scared, Tom. Scared of living in a world where morality is dictated by fear, fear of hell, fear of punishment." In that moment, they were not just two people arguing in a dimly lit chamber, they were souls grappling with the cosmos, with the vastness of existence itself. Her voice softened, trembling now. "What if hell is just a construct? What if it's all in our heads, a nightmare we can't escape?" Tom pulled back, the weight of her words settling heavily between them. "Then we have a responsibility to redefine it. To make sense of our suffering, to make it meaningful." Meaningful? Her voice cracked, laced with a bitter edge. "You think the suffering we endure can ever be meaningful? It's chaos, Tom. It's pain without purpose." He leaned forward, gripping the table as if it were the only thing holding him together. "And yet, here we are. This conversation, this debate, is what makes us human. It's what separates us from the beasts. She closed her eyes, tears spilling down her cheeks, hot and salt-stained. I remember the faces of those I lost. I remember their screams in the night, their eyes wide with fear. What if they're in hell? What if they're suffering because of choices they never got to make? The candle flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that danced like phantoms around them. Tom's voice dropped to a whisper, "Maybe we're all in hell, Sarah. Maybe our lives are just a series of echoes, a cacophony of suffering we keep trying to silence." Their breaths mingled, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths, the air thick with tension. The mere idea that their existence could be a purgatory was a chilling realization that gripped them like icy fingers around their throats. Suddenly, she stood, the chair scraping against the floor, the sound cutting through the silence like a knife. Then what's the point? If we're all damned, why even bother fighting for a better world? The question hung in the air, a heavy fog that obscured their thoughts. Tom's face was a mask of anguish, his hands balling into fists, knuckles white. Because if we don't fight, we betray everyone who's suffered. We owe it to them to keep the conversation alive. The shadows crept closer, and a thought struck her, a realization that sent a shiver down her spine. And what if the real hell is right here? Right now? In every word we've said. His eyes widened, the truth settling like ash in the void between them. Then it's our duty to create our own light, to rebel against the silence. With those words lingering, the candle flickered again, a heartbeat in the dark, a reminder that life, with all its pain and hope, was still worth fighting for. And yet, the question remained, gnawing at their hearts like a relentless specter, who truly gets to determine the fate of the damned? They were trapped in a whirlwind of emotions, spiraling into chaos, and there was no escape. The chamber felt smaller, the shadows darker. With every breath, they were entwined in a debate that spiraled beyond the confines of their existence, into the very fabric of humanity itself, a debate that would reverberate through time, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to question. And as the candle flickered and the shadows twisted, the darkness whispered its secrets, leaving them on the precipice of revelation, grasping for understanding amidst the abyss. The debate on hell was just beginning, and they were caught in its relentless grasp, teetering between despair and hope, between judgment and redemption, where every heartbeat echoed the question that would haunt them forevermore. The clock strikes 3, cutting through the silence like a knife, a sharp, brutal reminder of the darkness closing in. It's the witching hour, where whispers of the damned seem to coil around the room, wrapping their icy fingers around hearts still beating. I stand there, breath hitching in my throat, feeling as if the shadows themselves have eyes, watching, waiting. In the dim light, 2 figures emerge from the dark, Claire and Samuel, each carrying the weight of their own hells. Claire's hands tremble, clutching a crumpled piece of paper, a letter, stained with tears and desperation. They don't understand, she gasps, voice cracking like porcelain. Her eyes blaze with a fire that could ignite worlds, yet inside, I see the flicker of fear, a candle in a storm. They think hell is just a threat, a tool to scare the faithful into submission. Samuel stands frozen, a granite statue of doubt and sorrow, his brow furrowed as if he's trying to decipher the enigma of existence itself. What if they're right, he whispers, a confession wrapped in a shroud of uncertainty. What if hell is just a figment of our collective imagination? An echo of our deepest fears? His voice trembles, yet within it lies the pulse of a million questions, each one heavier than the last. I remember the night I first learned about hell, the tales that danced like specters in the air, vivid and visceral. I remember my mother's voice, trembling yet resolute. Hell is real, my child. It's not just a place, it's a state of being. I remember the weight of her words, how they clung to me like a shroud, how they seeped into my dreams, turning them into nightmares. Shadows loomed large, and the walls of my small room twisted and contorted, morphing into fiery pits of despair. Claire, what if we're wrong? Samuel's question hangs in the air, heavy with dread. What if our dialogue, our search for unity, only leads us deeper into the abyss? His eyes are wide now, reflecting a maelstrom of emotions, fear, rage, and a desperate plea for understanding. The very foundation of his beliefs shakes beneath him, like ancient stones crumbling under the weight of an unrelenting storm. I don't know. Claire's voice breaks, raw and visceral. It pierces the tension like a shard of glass. But we have to try. We can't let fear dictate our faith. This is bigger than us, bigger than hell itself. Her passion ignites the air around us, turning the shadows into fleeting forms that dance with the flickers of hope buried deep within her heart. I remember the visions that plague my nights, the swirling chaos of fire and ice, the screams of the lost echoing through the void. I remember the way they claw at my sanity, leaving me gasping for breath in the stillness of my room, longing for a world where fear doesn't reign. Hell isn't just a place for sinners. It's a paradox, Claire continues, her voice rising, searching for that elusive thread of truth. It's a reflection of our own struggles, our own doubts. It's the darkness that we all carry, the shadows we refuse to confront. Her words hang in the air, charging the atmosphere with an electric urgency, a flickering beacon in the oppressive gloom. Just then, the silence shatters, and a memory surges forward, an echo of a sermon from long ago, the preacher's voice rolling over the congregation like thunder. "Repent," he had cried, eyes wild with fervor. "The flames of hell await." The altar had been a high place of anguish and redemption, and I remember my heart racing, caught between desire and dread. "Samuel, I believe in the possibility of reconciliation." Claire's voice cuts through my thoughts, each word a lifeline tossed into the churning sea of despair. "But we must confront the truths we fear. We have to challenge the darkness, not just preach against it." I watch as Samuel's resolve begins to crack, splinters forming across his facade like the breaking of dawn through heavy clouds. "But what if the truth is too much to bear?" he murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, a plea wrapped in profound vulnerability. "What if we find that our own beliefs are the very chains that bind us?" I remember standing in a graveyard once, the headstones looming like specters of forgotten souls. I remember the chill creeping into my bones, the bitter taste of regret lingering on my tongue. Each stone told a story, a life lost to the ravages of time, yet here we are, human and flawed, weaving our fates with threads of fear and hope. Then we break the chains. Claire's voice rises, fierce and unwavering, the very embodiment of defiance. We confront our darkness, not with weapons, but with understanding. We embrace our fears, and in that embrace, we find our salvation. Her words tremble, yet they burn with an intensity that can't be ignored, a truth pulsating like a heartbeat in the shadows. The air crackles with emotion, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Samuel's gaze flickers, wavering between doubt and belief, and I can feel the weight of their shared struggle. Each breath is laden with the raw, unfiltered essence of humanity, the agony of the unknown, the hope that flickers like a dying star, refusing to fade. The clock ticks, each second echoing like a heartbeat in the silence. I see them, Claire and Samuel, standing on the precipice of their own convictions, teetering between belief and disbelief, love and fear. The weight of their choices looms large, a dark specter that refuses to let go, binding them in an unbreakable embrace. And in that moment, the darkness seems to whisper, curling around their hearts, a serpent of doubt that coils tightly, squeezing the breath from their lungs. I feel their pain, their fear, their desperate need for connection, an ache that resonates deeply within the core of my being. What lies beyond this moment? What awaits them in the shadows? The answer drifts, elusive and haunting, a tantalizing glimpse of the unknown. It lingers in the air, a ghost that haunts their every breath, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. In the silence, we are left suspended, clinging to hope, grappling with fear, teetering on the edge of our own hells. The shadows beckon, the clock ticks, and I hold my breath, heart racing as the confrontation looms just beyond the horizon, the lines between salvation and damnation blurring in the darkness. The air thickens, a miasma of fear and resentment swirling between worn streets under a bruised sky. Thunder rumbles deep in the distance, the kind that sends tremors through your chest, a whisper of the apocalypse that always seems just a heartbeat away. I stand at the edge of the city, on cobbled stones slick with rain, where shadows stretch like skeletal fingers. A scream pierces the silence, a desperate cry that resonates through the damp, heavy night. It's the sound of hope unraveling, a soul teetering on the brink. I remember Lena, her laughter once bright, now a ghost haunting the alleyways. She clings to the edges of despair, her spirit fraying, almost unrecognizable. Once a believer, she now stands among the ruins of faith, clutching a tattered Bible as if it were a lifeline. The ink has smudged, pages curling, haunted by memories of comforting verses that now mock her suffering. "Why, God," she whispers, eyes wide and trembling, searching the depths of the ether for answers that refuse to come. "Why do you let this happen?" Across the street, Mark watches, his heart a war zone. He's lost too, lost in a labyrinth of guilt and anger. Was it his fault? The choices he made, the words he didn't say, they echo in his mind like a taunt, an unrelenting reminder of every moment he turned away. He's a sculptor of regret, carving each mistake into the stone of his soul. Beneath the facade of bravado lies a heart stained with sorrow, yet encased in a brittle armor of bravado. He clenches his fists, the knuckles white, against the world that seems to laugh at their suffering. "You think this is hell?" he shouts into the void, anger spilling over like molten lava. "You have no idea how dark it can get." The looming shadows flicker like memories, memories we wish to forget. I remember a time when Lena believed in the good, when Mark wore his smile like a shield. But the world has unraveled beneath them, each thread of hope pulled taut until it snaps, leaving them exposed, raw. They're entangled in a web of existential dread spun by the hands of contemporary theologians, who predict the future of hell in ways that chill the bones. It's not fire and brimstone, they say, it's the slow decay of the human spirit, the relentless gnawing of despair. A siren wails, slicing through the night, a reminder of the fragility of safety. They stand frozen, staring into the darkness that seems to swallow all light, their breaths mingling in the cold air, warm puffs of steam dissipating into the void. What if hell is not a place, but a moment? A single heartbeat that stretches into eternity, an endless loop of pain and regret? Can they escape it, or are they forever trapped in this cycle of suffering, their souls tethered to a bleak reality? Do you think they're right? Lena's voice trembles, a fragile whisper that quakes beneath the weight of unasked questions. Do you think we're already there? Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, the kind that threaten to spill over and drown the very last flicker of hope. It's a question that hangs in the air, thick like fog. What if the theologians are right? What if the abyss is not some distant realm but a reality we walk through every day, our feet pressing into the ashes of dreams once bright? Mark's heart races, a cacophony of emotions colliding within him. He feels it, the pull of the abyss, the shadow of despair tugging at his soul. He wants to reach out, to shake her from this nightmare. "No. We can fight this," he pleads, voice cracking like glass. "We cannot let this be our end. Not like this." The anguish spills from him, raw and unfiltered, a confession of his own fears, of being consumed by the darkness, of losing the very essence of who they are. They stand on the precipice, two souls intertwined through pain, each desperately clinging to the last vestiges of hope. The world around them spins in a chaotic dance of despair, the lights of the city flicker like dying stars, the shadows grow longer, deeper. The weight of their choices presses down like a heavy shroud, suffocating, relentless. Each heartbeat echoes in the silence, a reminder of the struggle, the fight against an impending doom. I remember when Lena starts, but stops, a shiver running through her. The past is a ghost that lingers, a haunting refrain that taunts them, fills the air with the scent of nostalgia and regret. I remember, she continues, her voice steadier now, when we thought love could conquer all. But now, love feels like a whisper lost in a storm, drowned by the thunder of their own fears. As the darkness deepens, the thoughts of those who ponder the future of hell ripple through the night. What will become of us? What is the fate of souls fractured by despair, haunted by choices left unmade? Theologians speak of the flames of anguish, of the gnashing of teeth, but perhaps hell is more insidious, more deeply woven into the fabric of life. Each moment of regret, each cry left unheard, adds to the inferno within. They take a step forward into the unknown, hearts pounding, hands brushing against the cool, damp air. The city feels alive around them, a breathing entity pulsing with fear and hope, sorrow and joy. Will they succumb to the shadows, or will they rise, phoenix-like, from the ashes of their despair? Their paths are uncertain, but with each step, they carry the weight of their choices, the burden of their souls. And then the storm breaks, rain falling like tears from the heavens, washing over them, drenching their worn bodies. In that moment, they are alive, feeling every drop as it kisses their skin, a baptism of sorts. They stand, hearts racing, the future of hell looming ahead, a question mark, a cacophony of emotion swirling in the storm. But as the thunder rolls and hope flickers like a candle in the wind, they realize the fight is not over. They will not allow the darkness to define them, will not let the predictions of despair dictate their fate. They step forward, hand in hand, into the churning chaos, into the heart of the storm, each heartbeat a defiance, each breath a promise that they will chase the light, no matter the cost. The church bells toll, a clamorous wail slicing through the stillness of the night, echoing across the desolate streets. Shadows dance under the flickering streetlights, a morose ballet of darkness and light. In that moment, I stand at the threshold of the chapel, the heavy wooden doors creaking open like the mouth of a beast about to devour me whole. My heart thunders, a primal beat that matches the dread coursing through my veins. I know what lies within. Miriam, her face pale and drawn, huddles in the back, her fingers twisted into the fabric of her dress, an oldham escaping her lips like a fragile dove escaping its cage. She's always been the one who carries the weight of faith like a leaden burden, her eyes reflecting a torment that no one else can see. It's not just a place, you know, she whispers, her voice thin, quaking. Hell is here, now. In every moment we ignore our brothers and sisters. I can see it in her eyes, the flicker of belief mingled with despair, a conflict as sharp as a knife's edge, slicing through her soul. Beside her, Thomas, once a bold preacher, now a man broken by his own convictions, stares blankly at the altar. I remember the fire in his voice, the way he called for justice as if it were a living thing, demanding our souls to awaken to the plight of the marginalized. But tonight, his voice is an ember, smothered under layers of doubt and regret. What do we even know of hell, he murmurs, his voice barely a whisper. Is it the flames we fear, or the apathy that burns inside us? I shiver, and the weight of his words sinks in, heavy as a stone dropped into a silent lake, rippling outward to drown us all. I remember the stories told in hushed tones, how, in the name of Christ, whole societies have risen and crumbled, fueled by the fear of damnation. The way hell has woven itself into our movements, like a dark thread sewn into the fabric of our beliefs, distorting the very tapestry we claim to uphold. Miriam glances toward the flickering candles, their flames wavering in a ghostly dance. They preach love, she says, the tremor in her voice betraying her resolve, but what do they know of love if they wield hell like a weapon? Her words hang in the air, and I feel the truth of them wrapping around my throat, tightening, choking. The chapel's walls seem to close in, each stained glass window a prison, each whisper a ghost haunting the very foundation of our faith. I remember when we were children, our eyes wide with wonder, believing that salvation lay in these very walls. Now, they feel like a mausoleum, each prayer echoing back with the hollow laughter of abandonment. Hell isn't a fiery pit, it's a silence that stretches on forever, the cries of the suffering drowned beneath righteous indifference. Thomas stands abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor like nails on a chalkboard, a stark contrast to the thick silence. We are the ones who have created hell on earth, he exclaims, his voice gaining strength, reverberating off the walls, shaking the dust of complacency from our hearts. What good is our faith if we ignore the cries of the oppressed? His fists clench, veins pulsing at his temples. He is both a prophet and a prisoner, shackled by doubt and fear, yet yearning for a release that feels as distant as the stars. I am gripped by the tumult of emotion swirling around us, a tempest of despair and hope. We need to face our fears, I say, more to myself than to them. We need to redefine our faith, not through the lens of fear but through the lens of love. But even as the words leave my lips, I can feel the weight of history pressing down, a tide of centuries filled with guilt and shame. Love has been weaponized, twisted into a justification for cruelty. Miriam shakes her head, tears spilling down her cheeks, shimmering like unmined jewels. But love can be lost, too, she cries, her voice a fragile bird struggling against a storm. What if it's too late? What if we are beyond redemption? The ache in her heart resonates with the ache in mine, a shared grief that threatens to drown us. The candles flicker violently, shadows stretching and twisting, as if the chapel itself is alive, breathing in our anguish. I feel the walls pulse with the weight of our collective pain. The haunting memories of those who came before us, those who fought and died for justice, only to be forgotten by the very movements they birthed, swirl in the air, whispering tales of both triumph and tragedy. As the clock ticks, the seconds seem to elongate, each beat a reminder of our own mortality, of the fleeting nature of hope. We cannot silence their voices, Thomas pleads, his desperation morphing into fury. Hell is a choice we make every day when we refuse to act, when we turn away. If we are to be the light, we must dare to step into the darkness. In that moment, I see it, the chasm between our ideals and our actions, a vast gulf that stretches infinitely. I remember the countless lives lost, the souls tossed aside in the name of righteousness. The walls of this chapel can no longer contain us, we must break free, spill out onto the streets, let our voices rise like a haunting melody, a clarion call to arms. Yet, as I glance back at Miriam, her eyes wide with terror, I realize that our paths may not align. Her faith is fragile, a glass figurine on the edge of a precipice. Thomas's fire may consume him. We are all standing on the brink, teetering between love and despair, salvation and damnation. The bells toll again, a chilling reminder of the passage of time. I stand, a storm brewing inside my chest. I am not ready to face the world outside this chapel, yet I know it awaits us, a world where hell is not just a distant myth, but a reality crafted by our own hands. As our breaths synchronize, heavy with unspoken fears, I sense an awakening. The air grows thick with the weight of possibilities, hanging like a promise just out of reach. In this moment of vulnerability, a thin thread of resolve weaves through us, binding our fractured souls. Hell may be haunting our movements, but so too is hope, a blazing star in the vast cosmos of despair. And as we step forward, the shadows trailing us, I feel the pulse of something greater, a fight igniting within. The story is far from over. It is merely the beginning, a flicker against the engulfing night. The clock tower struck midnight, its echo reverberating through the empty streets, a haunting symphony of doom. Shadows danced in the corners of alleys, twisting and spiraling like lost souls searching for an escape. I found myself standing in the middle of a darkened square, clutching the crumpled paper with the handwritten sermon that had haunted me for weeks. Trembling hands, damp with sweat, gripped my sides, and my heart felt like a jackhammer against my ribs. I could almost hear the whispers, the soft, insidious breaths of those who had already passed into the abyss, each syllable echoing in my mind like a cruel taunt. Hell is real, it said. And those who stray will pay. Across the way, I spotted a figure, a woman, tall and shrouded in a tattered coat, her hair wild like a tempest. Judith. She was the town's pariah, the one who spoke of demons and darkness with fervor. I had once laughed at her fervent despair, but now her eyes glimmered with a truth I was unwilling to confront. She gazed at me, and in her eyes, I saw the flickering flames of doubt and fear, my own reflection staring back at me. "Do you believe?" she hissed, her voice low and trembling, as if conjuring words from the depths of her own nightmares. I wanted to laugh, to dismiss her as a madwoman, but the weight of her gaze pressed down on my chest. In that moment, the world around us seemed to tilt. The air was electric with the specter of impending doom. I remembered the countless nights spent tossing and turning, haunted by dreams where I was bound in chains, the infernal fire licking at my feet as I screamed for mercy. I could feel the heat now, a distant memory igniting into a full-blown inferno of apprehension. "Do you think they hear us?" I whispered, glancing at the shadows, half expecting hellhounds to leap from the darkness. "Do you think they watch us when we sin?" Her laughter was manic, a raw edge of panic. "Oh, they're always watching, don't you understand? Just waiting for us to falter, to slip. Each misstep, a step closer to the flames." And it was true. I remembered the stares of my neighbors, their disapproving frowns like a noose tightening around my throat. Every small transgression replayed in my mind like a film on loop, laziness, desire, anger. Each failure a weight dragging me down, closer to the fiery depths. "You can't run from it," she said, her voice low and conspiratorial, "from the guilt, the shame. It's a part of us now. I felt the chill of her words seep into my bones. Judith had once been a believer, a devout follower of the church, but now she carried the scars of faith turned to ashes. She had witnessed the collapse of her own belief, a death that sent her spiraling into the abyss of despair, a living reminder of what it meant to be consumed by fear. I remember, I began, my voice cracking, the first time I heard the story of the man who died in sin, condemned to wander the fiery depths for eternity. I was a child, and I thought it was just a story, a myth to scare the unruly. But I can't shake it. Her eyes locked onto mine, burning with fervor. It seeps into every crevice of your mind. Doubt festers like a wound. And what do you do when you feel the flames licking at your heels? I shuddered, the thought too visceral. I try to be good. I try to pray it away. But the more I try, the more I feel like I'm failing. It's like I'm already there, standing before the gates with a ticket in hand. A gust of wind howled through the square, chilling us to the bone. It felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for something, an answer, a decision, a reckoning. Our shared terror hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a palpable entity that wrapped around us like a shroud. I realized then that we were both damned, her voice a siren's call and my fear the anchor that kept me tethered to this desolation. I just want to be free, I confessed, my throat raw with emotion. But what if freedom means damnation? What if I'm too far gone? Judith's laughter was hollow, a bone-chilling echo that split the air. Freedom? You think that's what this is about? It's about the choices we make, the shadows we dance with. You can't escape your own darkness. All you can do is embrace it. Her words struck a chord deep within me, resonating like a funeral bell. I felt the cold claws of despair tugging at my sanity, the whispers of those damned lingering just outside the fringes of my consciousness. I thought of my brother, lost to me, his life extinguished by a fatal mistake, his soul swallowed by the very flames we feared. What had he felt in those last moments? Did he scream? Did he know he was lost? No. No. I cried, my voice breaking. I refuse to believe that. There has to be hope, something beyond this torment. Judith stepped closer, her face illuminated by the sickly glow of the street lamp, revealing the haunted hollows beneath her eyes. Hope is a cruel joke, my friend. It's the light that leads you deeper into the labyrinth of despair, promising you salvation just to watch you fall. We're all just shades of our former selves, wandering in search of something that may never exist. And as her words settled over me, the night grew heavy with silence, a suffocating blanket of dread. I could feel the darkness creeping closer, the shadows whispering secrets in a language I could almost understand. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears like a drum, a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. I was trapped in this moment, suspended between belief and the void. This was not just Judith's struggle, nor mine, it was an eternal dance, a symphony of fear played against the backdrop of our humanity. I wanted to scream, to tear apart the fabric of this reality, but with each breath, the shadows tightened their grip, pulling me deeper into the abyss. I remembered the faces of the lost, the echoes of their laughter now twisted into cries for help, their eyes forever searching for redemption. I remembered the dark corners of my own heart, the sins I buried beneath layers of hope, each one a chain that bound me tighter. How could one escape a prison of their own making? How could I break free when every step felt like a descent into hell itself? The clock tower chimed once more, sending a shiver through the air, reminding me that time was running short. Judith stepped back, her expression a mix of defiance and acceptance, and in that moment, I understood. The confrontation was not with her, nor with the shadows lurking in the alleys. It was a battle within, a struggle against the belief that hell was waiting, that we were mere mortals dancing on the edge of the inferno, forever caught in this cycle of fear and despair. I was beginning to realize, perhaps the real hell was not a place, but the torment of our own minds, the relentless whispers of doubt and the suffocating grip of guilt. And what if, in this darkness, we could find a spark, a glimmer of light that dared to challenge the shadows? But before I could explore this thought, the night deepened, and the wind howled louder, drowning out my realization. The fire within me flickered, threatening to be snuffed out. And in that eerie silence, I felt the weight of the world pressing in, the reminder that the belief in hell was a heavy burden to bear. I looked at Judith, and I could see the same fear mirrored in her eyes. We stood on the precipice, teetering between faith and despair, and whatever lay ahead would demand a reckoning, an answer to the questions that echoed through the night. And so, as the clock struck again, time slipped through my fingers like sand, and I felt the shadows close in around us, whispering a chilling promise of what was to come. The clock struck 12, its chimes echoing like a dirge through the desolate streets of a city shrouded in night. Shadows twisted around crumbling buildings, each a mausoleum of broken dreams and faded hopes. I stood there, heart racing, as the cold wind whispered secrets of the damned, tales of souls lost to their own darkness. This was the hour when regrets came alive, crawling out from behind the veil of sleep, beckoning with skeletal fingers. I remember the weight of despair pressing down on me, as palpable as the fog that draped the alleyways. Across from me, Sarah stood trembling, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering street lamp like twin stars about to implode. She was a shattered mirror of all the choices we had made, and in that moment, despair coiled tightly around my heart. What had we done? What had we not done? The echoes of our past decisions reverberated, an unholy symphony of guilt that played louder with every heartbeat. Behind her, Marcus paced like a caged animal, his fists clenched, teeth bared in a grimace of anger and sorrow. He was the kind of man who wore his pain like armor, a warrior battling unseen demons. "We can't let them win. We can't," he shouted, voice cracking, the urgency crackling in the air like static before a storm. His words were charged, igniting a fire in the pit of my stomach, but it was a fire that threatened to consume us whole. He was right, but what did victory even mean when the price was our very souls? "Win what, Marcus?" I whispered, my voice barely escaping the grasp of the night. "What is left to win?" The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, as a chill swept through the alley. I felt it, the palpable presence of something far darker, something lurking just beyond the shadows, its breath hot and rancid against the back of my neck. I remembered the stories we grew up with, the tales of divine justice that cradled our childhood fears. Hell was always painted in vivid strokes, a fiery pit of suffering where sinners writhed in eternal torment. But what if it wasn't fire? What if it was this? This cold, suffocating darkness that wrapped around you like a shroud, where every unspoken word and every haunting regret crept in to gnaw at your soul. Sarah took a step forward, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "You think we're safe?" Her words dripped with irony, a bitter aftertaste that lingered long after they left her lips. "Every choice we made has led us here. Every sin, every act of compassion that crumbled into nothingness. This is our hell." Hell wasn't a distant place of fire and brimstone, it was a palpable force that seeped into our skin, filled our lungs with despair, and turned our hearts to stone. I could feel it clawing at my insides, a relentless hunger for justice, twisted and warped beyond recognition. It demanded retribution, but the question throbbed in my mind, was it justice we sought, or merely an escape from our own accountability? "Look at us!" Marcus roared, the sound echoing off the damp walls, a battle cry steeped in chaos. "We're fighting shadows, ghosts of our own making. Can't you see? We're trapped in our own hell, and the only way out is through." His eyes burned, a tumult of rage and pain that mirrored my own turmoil. As the air thickened with tension, I felt the ground shift beneath us. Memories of laughter echoed in the recesses of my mind, ghosts of a time before fear took root. We had been young, naive, dancing in the streets, the world a canvas painted in vibrancy and dreams. But that was a lifetime ago, before we learned the cruel lessons of justice and consequence. I remember the way Sarah laughed, a sound that once filled the void like sunlight spreading across an empty room. Now, it lay shattered like glass underfoot. "What do we do now?" she murmured, her voice a haunting whisper that pierced through the suffocating silence. It was a plea, a question wrapped in despair. "I don't know," I admitted, the truth hanging heavily in the air. "But we can't just stand here. We have to face it." The shadows shifted, coiling tighter around us, as if the darkness itself was listening, waiting. The flickering street lamp sputtered, casting elongated silhouettes that danced like specters. Each pulse of light felt like a heartbeat, fragile and fleeting. Time wove itself into an intricate tapestry, yet each thread seemed to unravel before our eyes. Face what? The consequences? Our failures? Or the ghosts that haunt us? Marcus's voice was low now, a growl of sorrow and acceptance. Every time we close our eyes, they're there, reminding us, judging us. We can't escape them. There it was, the truth, lurking in the shadows, whispering its secrets. The souls we had wronged, the kindness we had failed to show. Each moment replayed in a haunting loop, a macabre dance we couldn't escape. The air thickened with dread, and I felt a chill as the very fabric of our reality began to fray. What was divine justice? A distant promise of reprieve, or a relentless pursuit of restitution? There was no easy answer, only the weight of our choices echoing through the night. And just like that, we stood on the precipice of our reckoning, the dark abyss yawning before us, laden with the sins of our past. The shadows beckoned us closer, and I wondered, as the clock told its mournful chime again, if we would find redemption in facing our hell, or if we would be consumed by it entirely. In that moment, the city felt alive, breathing with a dark rhythm, and as our fates intertwined in that hallowed silence, I knew we were not just battling our demons, we were redefining what it meant to seek justice in a world that had long forgotten its meaning. The night deepened, and with it, the echoes of our choices lingered, unforgiving, relentless, and haunting. The sirens shrieked through the darkened alley, a keening wail that clawed at the air, reverberating like a dying animal. I crouched behind a dumpster, the stench of refuse clawing at my throat. A flicker of neon cast shadows that danced wickedly across the brick walls, illuminating the faces of lost souls trapped in a city that forgot them. My heart raced, this was my hell, and I was tangled in its grasp. I didn't just want to escape, I needed to understand. Where is it? The voice was frantic, raw, filled with a desperation that sliced through the night. I peered around the edge of my refuge. A man, his eyes wide, haunted, as if he had seen the very fabric of reality tear apart, was pacing, hands trembling. I could see the scars etched into his skin, remnants of battles fought in shadows, whispering of a life teetering on the brink of self-destruction. He was searching for something, and whatever it was lost just out of reach, like a dream fading upon waking. I remember, his voice cracked, heavy with memories that felt like lead in the air. I remember the terror, the laughter, the way the city swallowed us whole. Was he talking about the past or the present? Did it even matter anymore? Then there was her, Elena, half hidden in the smoky folds of the night, her vibrant hair a blazing comet against the dull backdrop. She was the embodiment of fire and ice, a siren who pulled people into her orbit, only to watch them burn. Stop! You're scaring them! Her voice cut through his ramblings like a knife. She approached, a storm contained in that delicate frame, a paradox that made my heart ache. She had been my anchor once, but now, she was a ghost haunting my every thought. You wouldn't understand, he spat at her, venom dripping from every word. You don't know what it's like to wander through shadows and watch the light die. And in that moment, I felt the undercurrents of their shared trauma. Two souls, fractured, grappling with their own visions of hell. The city, a sprawling beast beneath them, was alive with secrets, each corner holding the weight of their regrets. The pavement was slick with rain, a mirror reflecting the chaos within. Maybe I don't, she hesitated, eyes glistening with unshed tears, but I know what it is to fight every day, to claw back from the edge. Her voice trembled, but it was fierce, igniting something in the air between them. This isn't just about you. I held my breath, feeling the tension swell, a tightening coil ready to snap. Memories flooded back, my own battles with despair, the night spent in silence, the gnawing fear that wrapped itself around my chest like a vice. I remembered the faces of those I'd lost, the dreams that had slipped away, each loss a piece of my own soul. Their eyes locked. In that charged moment, I saw the walls crumbling, the barriers they had built to protect themselves from pain. She stepped closer, bravely breaking the invisible line drawn in the shadows. Tell me what you're searching for, she urged, her voice softening, yet still fierce. His gaze faltered, an indecipherable storm brewing within. Everything, he whispered, the word hanging heavy between them. I want everything I lost. I want to remember the joy. The air crackled with unsaid words, the ghosts of their past swirling around them like the smoke rising from a distant fire. I felt an inexplicable connection to them both, two lonely hearts seeking solace in each other's turmoil, desperately hoping to find redemption in the ruins of their lives. Suddenly, the sirens wailed again, a harbinger of chaos, and with it came the realization that the world outside was collapsing into madness. They were not alone, neither of them ever had been. In a city of millions, we were all ghosts, wandering through the same corridors of hell, searching for the same flicker of light. Maybe hell isn't a place, Elena breathed, a fragile thought tremoring through the air. Maybe it's a feeling. The weight of regret, the ache of what could have been. Her eyes glimmered with unshed tears. What if we're living it every day? I gripped my knees tighter, absorbing her words like a balm to my fraying soul. She was right. Every sunrise that came too late, every laugh that felt hollow, each moment was a reminder of our own personal hells. The cosmos above us spun, indifferent, stars twinkling like distant memories. Time was a cruel joke, a relentless clock ticking down to an inevitable end. He stepped towards her, shoulders slumped in resignation. What if we could change it? What if we could carve out a piece of heaven amidst this hell? His voice trembled, full of yearning. What if, she echoed, a flicker of hope sparking in the depths of her sorrowful eyes. What if we could learn to breathe again? As the city pulsed around them, alive with the rhythm of 1,000 broken dreams, I felt the emotional tide rising, pulling us into its depths. They stood at the crossroads, two fragile hearts woven together by the threads of despair, holding on to the slightest glimmer of hope. But hope is a dangerous thing in a world like ours, a double-edged sword that cuts deep while healing just the same. They could either rise together or shatter into 1,000 pieces. And in that moment of unbearable tension, I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable, waiting for the choices that would shape their fates, forever intertwined in a city that thrummed with the echoes of their fears. The sirens faded into the night, but the weight of their words lingered, a haunting melody that would never truly fade. They were on the cusp of something terrifying and beautiful, a confrontation with their hells that might lead them to a new form of salvation, or to an abyss deeper than they ever imagined. As I watched them step towards the unknown, the shadows closing in, I felt the tremors of their pain ripple through me. I was lost in the depths of their struggle, my own heartbeat matching the cadence of their unfolding story. The world around us blurred into the background, and in that charged atmosphere, I finally understood, the battle against despair wasn't fought alone, but through the connections we forged, the hands we reached out to in the darkness, and the flickering embers of hope we dared to fan into flames. The air hung heavy with despair, a thick haze of smoke mingling with the smell of burnt flesh. I could hear the crackle of the flames, the anguished screams echoing in my mind like a haunting lullaby. It was a nightmare, a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of history, a cacophony of pain and fury, where every heartbeat pulsed with the memory of those lost. I stood there, feet planted on the charred ground of a world where the past held sway over the present, where the shadows of history danced in the flickering light, whispering their twisted truths. Do you remember? Her voice was a fragile whisper, full of desperation, as she clutched her child tightly to her chest. An unyielding mother, caught in the crosshairs of fate. I watched her, caught between the spectre of the pyres and the flickering hope in her eyes. The flames leapt higher, a cruel mockery of life, but she anchored herself to the child, a tiny vessel of innocence amid the chaos. I remember, I replied, though my voice felt foreign, torn from my very soul. I remember the stories they told us, the endless tales of damnation and darkness, warning us of the fires that awaited us if we strayed too far from the light. But who ever wandered into the light unscathed? Each tale, each chilling legend lingered in the corners of my mind, twisting and gnawing at my sanity. No, they were never mere stories, they etched themselves into our existence, shaping us, molding our beliefs like clay in an indifferent sculptor's hands. Across the clearing, amidst the shadows, a figure emerged. Oliver, a ghost of his former self, stumbled toward us, his eyes glazed over, haunted by the weight of history. They think they can save us, he rasped, voice cracking like scorched earth. But hell isn't a place, it's a legacy. A cycle of fear and guilt, passed down like a family heirloom. He looked at the fire, the flames reflecting in his eyes, a mirror of the hell we all carried within us. The child whimpered, breaking the spell of our dark reverie. I could see the shivers racking her small body, the innocence of youth clashing against the horrors of our reality. Is she going to be okay? I asked, my voice a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of despair. We don't know, Oliver admitted, a bitterness seeping into his words. You see, the stories told us that salvation was a mere act of contrition, a simple prayer said in the dark. Yet here we are, surrounded by the ghostly echoes of our forebears, each of us bearing the weight of sins not our own. Is it too late to change? I questioned, staring into the abyss of possibility. The flames danced in the distance, beckoning, a siren's call that lured us toward our destruction, all while the world around us writhed in pain. The weight of history pressed down on me, a crushing reminder that the past is never truly gone, it haunts us like a whisper in the night. I remember, I said again, almost pleading, as if the repetition could conjure some miracle. I remember when my own mother spoke of heaven and hell, when she told me that all we had to do was believe. But belief is a fragile thing, is it not? It can crumble under the weight of reality, like ashes in the wind. The child's eyes flitted between us, a mirror reflecting the chaos of the world. What if I don't want to believe? Her voice quaked, a small tremor of defiance against a universe that seemed determined to crush her spirit. Oh, but darling, that's the tragedy, I murmured, feeling the weight of my own words. To not believe is to step into a void, a desperate leap into the unknown where shadows loom larger than life, a hell of our own making. I shook my head, trying to shake off the despair that clung to me like a shroud. Yet, to believe, it chains you, binds you to the very fears that stoke the flames of this living nightmare. It's a game of shackles, and we're all players, trapped on this grim stage. Oliver took a step closer, urgency etching lines into his weary face. You see, the legacy of hell is insidious. It seeps into our bones, our thoughts, twisting them into grotesque shapes that mirror our fears. Every time we tell our children they're bad, every time we preach of sin, we add another log to the inferno. Then how do we protect her? I asked, desperation clawing at my insides. How do we shield her from the legacy that looms over us, that threatens to engulf her whole? But the answer tumbled away, lost in the swirl of smoke and shadows. The child whimpered again, and I felt the weight of the world crash down upon me. A clarity sliced through the haze. The legacy was not just a story told in hushed tones, it was alive. It breathed, it screamed, it demanded to be remembered. I remember, I said almost to myself, the words spilling from my lips like an incantation. I remember every moment of fear and anger that shaped me. Every time the clock struck midnight, and stories of ghosts and demons danced in my mind. It's all connected. The past, the fear, our beliefs, they spiral into a vortex that threatens to drag us all back into the fire. And that's when I understood, the true legacy of hell isn't just in the stories passed down, it's in the choices we make, the courage to break the cycle, to shatter the chains that bind us. I looked at the mother, the child, and Oliver, their faces reflecting a tapestry of fear and hope, and I knew that our confrontation was just beginning. We stood there, teetering on the precipice of our own existence, hearts pounding, breath held, waiting for the moment that would either free us or plunge us deeper into the flames. The air crackled with tension, the shadows bending and twisting, whispering secrets of the damned. And as I stared into the flickering abyss, I felt time stretch, a cosmic dance entwining our fates, molding us into the very essence of our legacy, a haunting reminder that hell is not just a place we fear, it is a haunting echo in our hearts, a legacy we carry forward into the unknown. The clock struck 13 in the dead of night, a jarring chime echoing through the empty streets of a town steeped in shadows. A woman, Clara, stood frozen at the threshold of her crumbling home. The air was thick with the weight of her choices, the silence a deafening scream. Behind her lay the remnants of a life once vibrant, now reduced to whispers of regret and unraveling dreams. The flickering candlelight danced like lost souls around her, illuminating her tear-stained face as she recalled the stories of hell told in hushed tones, each tale heavier than the last. I remember, she whispered, her voice cracking like fragile glass. I remember the first time I heard about hell. It had been a Sunday, the sun filtering through stained glass, casting vivid hues over the congregation. The pastor's voice thundered, promising eternal damnation for the wicked, painting vivid images of fire and brimstone. A shiver coursed through her, fear had taken root in her heart. As a child, she believed, trembling at the thought of a dark abyss awaiting those deemed unworthy, those like her sister, who had vanished under the weight of their family's disappointments. Then there was Jacob, a man grappling with his own demons. He stood on the outskirts of town, staring into the abyss of the night sky, a vast canvas strewn with the remnants of dying stars. He was haunted by his past, each moment replaying in his mind like an endless loop. "I remember," he murmured, clutching the bloody shirt from the night he lost everything. "I remember the joy I felt when I thought I could escape hell." But joy was a fleeting ghost, slipping through his fingers like smoke, leaving behind only emptiness and echoes of laughter that once filled his life. Love had crumbled under the weight of his sins, and now, as he looked to the heavens, he felt the heavy pull of the gravitational void. The town itself was a character, its streets paved with sorrow, its buildings leaning as if bowing under the burden of untold stories. Shadows crept along the cobblestones, whispering secrets of those who had walked these paths before. Clara and Jacob, two lost souls, were unknowingly entwined, their fates as intertwined as the roots of the ancient trees lining the square. They were drawn together by their shared fear of what lay beyond the mortal coil, the unending darkness that awaited them, pulsing like a heartbeat beneath their skin. "I remember," Clara said, choking on the words, as if they held the weight of her guilt. "The night my sister disappeared, I felt a chill that wrapped around me like a shroud. I thought I'd sent her to hell." The candle flickered again, casting strange, twisting shadows that danced along the walls, mocking her anguish. She could almost see her sister's ghost, a mere wisp of a memory drifting through the darkness, pleading for forgiveness. Jacob, too, was haunted by ghosts. "I remember the faces of those I've wronged," he confessed to the stars above, as if seeking absolution from the cosmos. "Each name a brand etched into my soul. Sometimes, I think hell is not a place, but a relentless echo of the pain we've caused." Beneath the weight of his memories, he felt his heart crack open, spilling forth regrets like blood on a cold floor. He wasn't just afraid of the flames, he feared the memories that tormented him, clawing at his sanity, whispering sweet nothings that stung like acid. The air thickened, heavy with the tension of unspoken truths. Clara and Jacob, strangers in a town that felt like a graveyard of hopes, stood on the precipice of understanding. They were both searching for something, an answer, a spark of light in their darkness. The flickering candlelight brought forth a shiver that danced along Clara's spine, and she turned to face Jacob, their eyes locking as if magnetic. "Do you think hell is real?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, each word dragging the weight of her fears. "Or is it just a story we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos?" Jacob felt the weight of her question, his heart racing like a trapped bird. "Maybe it's both," he replied, his voice steady despite the storm raging in his chest. "Maybe hell is the agony of our own making, a labyrinth of our darkest fears." His gaze turned skyward, the stars twinkling like distant memories lost in the folds of time. What if we're meant to find our way out? What if the evolving understanding of hell is our way of evolving ourselves? Time seemed to freeze as they stood together, a fragile bridge connecting their broken hearts. Clara's breath caught, her mind racing through the teachings she had absorbed, the fire and brimstone that had shaped her understanding of life and death. And yet, she breathed, what about those we've lost? The ones who never escape. "They're not lost," Jacob countered, his voice fierce with conviction. "They linger in the echoes of our memories, in the tales of our fears. Hell may promise eternal separation, but love defies even the depths of despair." As if summoned by their words, the shadows around them began to shift, swirling like smoke caught in a tempest. Clara felt the atmosphere grow electric, a chorus of voices rising from the darkness, a cacophony of hopes and sorrows intertwining. "I remember," she chanted, her voice rising above the noise, the warmth of her laughter, the way she danced in the kitchen. "I remember," Jacob echoed, the weight of his confession resonating within him, "the way he looked at me when I failed him. Together, they forged a connection that burned brighter than any flame, a fragile light against the encroaching darkness. They stood resolute, hands reaching out, fingers brushing. In that moment, they glimpsed a truth that transcended the tales of hell, a truth stitched from the fabric of love, regret, and redemption, a truth that illuminated even the darkest corners of their existence. But the shadows loomed closer, whispering secrets meant to unravel them, to draw them back into the abyss, reminding them that understanding was not an escape, but a relentless journey. Clara and Jacob, entwined in their shared distress and flickering hope, stood on the brink of revelation, ready to face whatever lay ahead, a confrontation not just with the darkness outside, but the shadows haunting their very souls. And in that charged silence, amidst the flickering candlelight and the haunting memories, the weight of eternity hung in the air, a promise of what was yet to come. They held their breath, suspended in uncertainty, teetering on the edge of an understanding that could either set them free or drag them into the depths of despair.